Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Was the Son of Alastor? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The place of suffering and the home of countless amounts of sinners and demons, both royal and lesser. Every one of them had their normal lives, if we could call it that. For most of the lesser demons and sinners, this consisted of gambling, drag dealing and trafficking, cannibalism, and SXL business, the usual stuff that on Earth would be totally illegal, while for the nobles and royals, it was mainly made out of controlling and ruling over the masses of hell. In short, everyone had their own job to do. A certain green-haired, half-demon, half-human teenager was not different, although his act was more self-improving than self-destructive. On that Sunday morning, Izuku Midoriya, who was now wearing a simple shirt with the title, shirt, on it written with Japanese kanjis, blue shorts, and his signature red shoes, was at the beautiful, green-grassed, red apple tree-decorated backyard of the Happy Hotel and was sparring with his uncle, just like he did on almost every day for nearly 3 months since his training had started. The fighting styles Husk was teaching him were not other than Krav Maga and Jiu-Jitsu, two types of martial arts that were most suitable for him due to how fast it was to learn them. However, if it means it's fast to learn, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's to learn, especially when you have a really strict uncle who fought in Vietnam and is an ex-military soldier. As several droplets of sweat rolled down on his forehead, Izuku stepped forward, getting nearer to his uncle and raising his right arm in the process. Palm strike, Izuku exclaimed as he struck with his right hand forward in an attempt to hit his uncle's head. Unfortunately for him, this attack was unsuccessful, with Husk simply tilting his head to the left, thus avoiding Izuku's strike. "Are you fucking serious, kid?" Husk questioned with a frustrated and angry tone as he observed his nephew, then crouched down, raised his left leg as the turned around in his crouch, fully straightened his left leg, and swept Izuku's legs away, causing him to lose his balance and fall on the green-grassed ground, hitting his butt and back as a result. "Ow," our young Overlord said in distress as he closed his eyes in agony and bore the pain in his body while Shadow, who witnessed the whole training, flew to him in worry. "Who in goddamn hell shouts his attacks?" Husk ranted in anger in his now standing posture as his nephew and Shadow observed him, with the former doing it with a worried expression. "I know you're..." The anthropomorphic cat sinner continued, but stopped midway and took a deep breath in order to calm himself down. "I know you're a fanboy, but you can't fucking shout out the name of your attacks. During a fight, you have to spare as much air as possible. If you shout out your moves like that, you will waste air and you'll get exhausted more quickly." "Pardon," our dear heroine answered in a saddened tone while he looked at the ground and Shadow observed his master with a concerned look. "Don't say sorry," Husk replied, then leaned downwards a little bit and extended his right hand in the direction of his nephew, offering him his help to stand up. "Now get up, and let's continue." Izuku stretched out his own right hand and grabbed his uncle's hand, allowing him to pull him up into a standing position while Shadow levitated away to a nearby bench. Then, after he stood up completely, Izuku lifted both of his hands and held them up in front of his freckled face, getting himself into the Krav Maga stance that his uncle taught him on their first training. In response, Husk raised his hands as well, copying the posture of his nephew. But as they were about to continue their sparring, Izuku's shadowy friend came back and stopped next to our protagonist, causing Izuku to witness him holding a small red towel in his left hand and a bottle of water in his right hand, thus offering his master a fresh up and interrupting their training. "No, there's no fucking rest until I say so," Husk declared in a little bit of frustration as he observed Izuku's shadowy companion and pointed at him, making him acquire a saddened expression and look at the ground sadly while Izuku smiled a little bit at Shadow's kindness and put his right hand on Shadow's left shoulder in a supporting manner. "Now, let's continue," Husk commanded, making Izuku focus his attention back to him and get back into his fighting stance once again, readying himself for the upcoming fight. "Izuku, my dear boy," Alastor exclaimed from the distance, approaching the trio. "Great. All I fucking missed was you," Husk remarked sarcastically with a noticeable annoyance in his voice. "Good morning, Dad," Izuku greeted happily as he looked at his father reach their location. How was your morning walk? Oh, it was delightful. I even had the marvelous sight of a fellow citizen being devoured by the kind inhabitants of Cannibal Colony. Oh, his wonderful screams, the radio demon announced in joy, making his son roll his eyes at this statement, not sharing and not liking the type of entertainment his father enjoyed. Now, I must apologize for interrupting the improving of your physical strength, but may your father ask a little favor from you? Alastor wondered. Sure. Our young overlord replied almost instantly, although it was slightly weird. Why would his father ask a favor from him? Would you be so kind as to find Princess Charlotte for me and tell her that I'm waiting for her in my tower? She and I must attend to discuss the promotion of this wonderful establishment of hers. Alastor explained, surprising his son with his request a little bit. During these 3 months, Izuku and Charlie didn't talk much, just occasionally saying hi to each other when they met from time to time, with, of course, Izuku doing it by performing a 90-degree bow every time he saw her for the first time on a day, which already happened this day as well. That's why it was strange for him that his father asked him to tell his message to the Princess of Hell. But he couldn't say no to his father. So, the nice young Cambion he was, he made his decision and opened his mouth in order to let his opinion known. But before he could do that, he had to ask permission from a certain cat sinner by looking at him and waiting for his opinion. Fine. Do whatever you want, I don't care. Husk said with a bored tone, but come back as fucking fast as possible. He added with a serious tone while our protagonist nodded in understanding, then turned his head in the direction of his father's location. Okay. Izuku answered, accepting his father's request. I'll look for the princess. Splendid. Thank you kindly, my boy. I'll told as delightfully as ever. But I have to back to go my room and change my clothes. Our dear heroine added, but he was suddenly stopped by his father's snapping with his red-clawed fingers, causing Izuku's attire to change to the clothes that were similar to the ones his father wore, with the only difference being the colors of Izuku's clothes obtaining a green color instead of red, in an instant, and making his son's training attire appear in Shadow's hands in a well-folded-up form. After Izuku witnessed this with surprise, he looked back at his father with a grateful smile on his face. Thanks, Dad. He remercied as Shadow flew back to the bench and put down his master's clothes next to the red towel. You're very welcome, my boy. Now, have fun, the princess. The radio demon told happily while Shadow levitated back to their location. With this, Izuku and Shadow began to set off and started their search for the Princess of Hell by heading towards the door that separated the insides of the hotel and its backyard. Once they were out of hearing range, Husk turned his head towards his boss friend. You know where's the princess, don't you? He questioned with an annoyed tone. Oh, my dear Husker, you know me so well. Alastor declared joyfully, then continued, I do know the location of Princess Charlotte, but I decided it would benefit my boy if he exchanged a conversation with her. Meeting another kind fellow never hurts anyone, especially if it's a royal, the radio demon added. So, how's my sweet boy's training going? Is he practicing properly? He's doing it fine. Although he still isn't over his giant fanboyism, the kid's got a lot of potential and determination. Husk admitted, acknowledging the will and the strength of his nephew. What delightful news. Just what I expected from my boy, the radio demon announced with fatherly pride. At this rate, he will turn into a true overlord in no time. I cannot wait for his first deal. Alastor declared in absolute happiness as he imagined his dear boy as a powerful and feared overlord. Hold your goddamn buttes, Smiles. It's too fucking dangerous for the kid to get into shitty deals. Husk clarified with anger in his voice. I know, my dear Husker, but it is crucial for his future. After all, he's an overlord in blood. We earn and strengthen our power from the deals we establish. And I want him to be as strong as possible. Alastor explained as he watched his son get nearer and nearer to the door, then continued, Hell is not a walk in a beautiful park for anyone, let alone young demons. For now, I believe it will do enough for him to improve his physical and demonic abilities. But when he gets older, for his own future, he must start making deals in order to be more powerful. I want my boy to be capable of protecting himself from the demons and the evils of hell. I don't desire for the event that occurred nearly 10 years ago to be repeated. Alastor confessed with actual concern in his voice, with husk, maybe for the first time in his entire afterlife, sharing his opinion. Then he moved his head as well and observed Izuku as he opened the door and, with Shadow by his side, entered the building, closing the door behind them and completely vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, after accessing the building, our protagonist and his shadowy friend walked through a red-walled hallway decorated with numerous, golden-lined, circus-related silhouettes, like elephants standing on large ball, lions on rings, or beautiful parade horses, while the spaces between these symbols were occupied by dark red wooden doors that separated each room in the hotel, with the doors having numbers carved into them, showing the number of the room. After a few minutes, Izuku and Shadow got out of the hallway and reached the lobby of the hotel, the room where they first met the residents of this place. As they looked around, they noticed that, although not everyone was foundable in the lobby, it was still occupied by some of the main cast. The most famous sinner porn star of hell, Angel Dust, was sitting at the bar counter of the caviar bar and leaned on it with the elbow of his upper right arm, resting his head in his upper right hand and scrolling down on the social media of hell with a bored-to-death expression on his face while keeping his lower arms on his legs. At the other side of the lobby, the tiny female cockroach sinner and Izuku's aunt, Nifty, was standing on one of the 3 sofas and was cleaning it with a white feathered vintage duster, while the one-eyed demon cat, whom Izuku known as Kiki as his father told him, was laying on the table between the 3 furniture and was sleeping peacefully on its surface. The last demon who was in the area was not other than Vaggie, the moth-based demon, who was sitting on one of the 3 sofas and was watching something on the vintage television, with her holy spear being positioned next to the sofa. As his father put it, Vaggie was kind of a romantic partner for the Princess of Hell, so it would be the perfect choice to ask her where the princess went. But still, for Izuku, her appearance was still intimidating and still made Izuku to be afraid of her. Her look was too similar to those things haunted his dreams for a long time. But there was no way he was going to let his father down. So, after a quick gulp of saliva, he moved his legs and walked towards Vaggie, while Shadow followed him with a concerned face due to the fear he saw on his master's face. "You, Miss Vaggie?" Our young overlord stuttered nervously, proceeding to hide his afraidness, which was unsuccessful thanks to his slightly lowered ears and tail. Vaggie started. She turned her head with her normal expression on her face, which immediately changed into a face of alarm and hatred when she saw the person who had just said her name. "Oh, it's you." "Why's, it's me, he introduced himself anxiously. "I know," the moth-based female sinner replied coldly with her voice obtaining a hateful tone. "All right," Izuku said, correcting his mistake, then continued, Sorry to be bother you, Hisigi. I ask where the P-Princess of H-Hell is?" He wondered in nervosity, being anxious for the reaction of Vaggie, which came shortly after. "Why the hell would I tell you where Charlie is? You have nothing to do with her." Vaggie answered harshly, getting more and more aggressive and standing up from her seat, causing Shadow to move closer to his master, ready to unleash his protective form. "You want to hurt her?" Aye. Izuku started, but was quickly stopped by Vaggie grabbing and pointing her holy spear at him, causing him to lift his arms into the air in a surrendering manner. "Because if you do..." Vaggie started bringing the sharp end of her spear a little bit closer to Izuku's face. "I won't hesitate to protect her," she warned furiously, completely frightening Izuku. This was the moment when Shadow had enough. He flew straight in the direction of Vaggie and grabbed her left arm with his right hand tightly, making Vaggie look at him and widen her right eye in surprise when she saw Izuku's shadowy friend in his red-eyed, sharp-teethed, long-taloned form. Although the aura of the holy weapon prevented him from showing this form, he did not care about it. All he wanted was only one thing: to ensure the safety of his one true master. But even this look didn't scare Vaggie, who observed Shadow with determination and bravery, not showing any kind of fear towards him. It's alright, Shadow. Why you don't have to worry about me. I can handle this," Izuku assured his shadowy companion, causing both Vaggie and Shadow to set their eyes upon our protagonist while he attempted to calm Shadow down. Then, Izuku turned his head and focused his attention back on the female sinner in front of his eyes. I need to K no T the P princess's location B because my D dad wants T to S speak with H her about T the advertisement of T the H hotel. Izuku explained nervously, trying to convince Vaggie that he meant no harm. Vaggie raised one of her eyebrows upon hearing this. Although she openly disliked the idea of the radio. Demon joining the hotel and him wanting hers and Charlie's plan to fail miserably, she couldn't deny that even with his presence, it finally became possible for the hotel to get some, although just a little bit, attention from the citizens of Hell, thus giving her and her girlfriend a chance to finally prove the existence of redemption. And if they wanted that to happen, they had to cooperate with Alastor, if they liked it or not. So, with a short sigh, she lowered her weapon, got it away from the face of our protagonist, and calmed herself down a bit. Fine. Vaggie said, getting her arm out of Shadow's grip, placing her weapon next to her body, and putting her left hand on her hip. She's on the 9th floor. Since she's having a call right now and wants to be alone, I assume she's on the balcony of room 85th. Just use the elevator to get up there, go inside the room and just tell her that your dad wants to speak with her. Vaggie noted, calming down Izuku a bit and making Shadow revert back to his original form. The elevator? Izuku questioned confusedly, not knowing what Vaggie was talking about. Fortunately for him, his confusion completely vanished when the girlfriend of the Princess of Hell raised her right pointed at something, making Izuku look in the direction she pointed at. And when he did, he widened his eyes in surprise by seeing the closed, golden-colored doors of an elevator between the caviar bar and the resting part of the lobby. Oh, I see. Thank you, Vaggie. Our young Cambion remercied, focusing his attention back to the moth-based female sinner and lowering his arms and straightening his ears and tail. But if I see any injury or scar on her... Vaggie started, raising her holy weapon to Izuku's face once again. I won't hesitate to eliminate the one who hurt her, she warned with a serious tone. Understood. Oh oui, madam. Izuku replied frightenedly. Hey Toots. Angel Dust exclaimed, getting the attention of the trio. Tell your good-looking uncle to bring that big CC but his here. This body needs the good stuff, you know. Angel requested, fixing his fluff with his lower set of arms and holding his phone in one of his upper hands, psing off Vaggie with his order. No. I won't allow you to drink any alcohol after what happened yesterday, the girlfriend of the Princess of Hell ordered frustratedly. Oh come on Beach. I just had a rough day, and I wanted to let off some steam. Angel Dust clarified, psing Vaggie off even more while Izuku and Shadow observed the whole thing with confusion. You literally tried to climb on the walls and shoot web like a goddamn superhero. Vaggie declared, revealing the result of Angel's most previous drunk activity and surprising our protagonist and his shadowy friend with her remark. And? What if I got messed up? The famous gay porn star questioned, causing Vaggie to become infuriated even more. It's not like it matters or something, he remarked, pulling the last straw of Vaggie's calmness and making her unleash her anger towards the spider sinner. Now listen here, Angel. Vaggie started really angrily, thus beginning another long argument between herself and Angel Dust while Izuku and Shadow just watched the whole thing occur, not noticing the approach of a certain tiny female cockroach demon. Good morning, Izuku. Nifty greeted, now empty-handed, leaving her duster on the sofa and gaining the attention of her nephew and his shadowy friend. Good morning, Auntie, Izuku said, greeting his aunt with a smile on his face. Did you sleep well? Did you have any nightmares? Nifty inquired worriedly. And no, I didn't have any. Izuku replied, trying not to make his aunt worry about his well-being, but unfortunately, this attempt of his failed miserably due to his ears and tail becoming lowered, proving the cockroach demon's worried thoughts and making her look at our dear heroine with a sad and worried expression. Izuku. Nifty started, I'm your aunt. I know when you're lying. Nifty pointed out worriedly, making Izuku regret his attempt. I know. Izuku said sadly, I just don't want to make you worry about me, he confessed. Oh, Izuku. Nifty answered sorrowfully, then continued, you don't have to lie to me to make me happy. I'm your aunt. You know you can always tell me if you have a problem. And you know I'll always listen to your problem and I'll always help you to solve it. Nifty reminded her nephew, knowing well that he didn't lie just to save his skin. I know. Izuku repeated regretfully, feeling that he failed his aunt. Now, come here, the cleaner of the hotel requested, spreading her arms wide and offering her nephew a hug. Seeing this, Izuku kneeled down to his aunt's level and accepted her hug without hesitation, thus embracing each other a big hug. Just don't lie to me and tell me if you have a problem, okay? Deckard, our young Cambion responded, making a small smile on his face and breaking from their hug not long after he said that. All the while Shadow just observed his wholesome scene. I have to go now. I don't want to make Dad wait, he remarked as he looked at his aunt and vice versa. Alright. Tell Miss Charlie I said, hi, he asked, now forming a tiny smile on her white face. I will. Izuku replied, then stood up from his kneeling, turned around, and with Shadow by his side, he walked to the door of the elevator and pushed the down button down, causing the doors of the elevator to open with a tinkling sound. After the doors opened fully, Izuku and Shadow entered the red-colored elevator, with the former moving his head to the left and inspecting the red-colored control panel of the elevator, searching for the exact golden-colored button that could bring them to the 9th floor, and the latter changing back into his shadow form. Once our protagonist found the button he needed, he pushed it down, and with another tinkling sound, the doors of the elevator began to close. Before they closed completely, Izuku looked at his aunt and waved at her with his right hand and a small smile on his face, which she returned with her own wave and her own small smile. And thus, the doors closed fully, separating them and leaving Nifty in the lobby to continue her cleaning while she listened to Vaggy's and Angel's argument. After the doors closed, the elevator slowly began to move upwards, taking our young Overlord to the exact floor he had to go. A few minutes passed, and with a tinkling sound, the elevator arrived on the 9th floor, opening its doors once stopping in its moving, and allowing our hero to step out of it. Once the doors opened completely, Shadow came out of his hideout instantly and exited the elevator, looking around left and right on the current floor they were on. He was quickly followed by his master, who, after getting out of the elevator, looked around the place he was in. Izuku found himself in the middle of a hallway and in front of a door that had the number 71 foot on it. The hallway didn't have anything special in its look. It obtained the same red walls, the same lamps, the same golden-colored circus silhouettes on the walls, and the same dark red-colored wooden doors with numbers on them that the rest of the hotel acquired. As he and Shadow observed the hallway, both of them noticed that the doors on the left side had smaller numbers, while the numbers on the doors on the right side were higher. Recognizing this pattern, Shadow flew in the direction that was at the right as fast as he could, thinking that if he followed the rising numbers on the doors, it could lead him and his master to the room of the Princess of Hell. Shadow, wait! Izuku exclaimed as his shadowy friend levitated away, running after him in order to not lose sight of him. Fortunately for Izuku, this chase was shortly cut short when Shadow suddenly stopped in his tracks, positioning his pitch-black body in front of a dark red wooden door. Once reaching the location of his shadowy friend, Izuku finished his fast movement, and after he drew his breath, he moved his head to the left and observed the door Shadow was looking at. And when he did, he understood why his shadowy companion moved away from his side that suddenly. He wanted to help his master find their destination. Why, would you ask? Because, my dear reader, on the surface of the door, Izuku saw the number 84 foot carved into it, indicating that they were in front of the entrance of the room that separated him from the Princess of Hell. When our young Cambion came to this realization, he lifted his right arm and attempted to open the door. But before he did that, he politely knocked on the door a couple of times with his right hand, just to let his coming known for the princess. After a little of waiting, he repeated the same act, hoping that he could maybe the attention of the princess. But unfortunately for him, no answer was received from the other side of the room. With nothing else left to do, he decided to face the inevitable and grab the handle of the door, pushing it down and unlocking the door, thus offering himself and his shadowy friend access to it and taking a look at it. The room didn't have anything out of the ordinary. It was just a normal hotel room with red walls and an ordinary double bed on the left side, which was standing horizontally to the wall that had the entrance door and was obtaining a small, dark red wooden cabinet at each side, with the cabinets having fancy lamps on them. At the right side of the room, a TV stand cabinet was placed, with a flat-screen television being set at the top of it. The last piece of furniture in the room was a closed, large, wooden wardrobe at the right side of the entrance, offering a place for the clothes of future clients. Finally, the wall furthest away from our protagonist had a large, goldish-glassed window with a red curtain and a goldish-glass door, which was slightly open, allowing the wind to come inside and blow the curtain. Thinking that the princess might be at the other side, Izuku stepped forward and approached the door, while Shadow looked around the room with curiousness. As our hero got nearer and nearer to the door, his auditory organs got the attention of a strange sound. It sounded like sobbing, and it was coming from the other side of the door. So, once he reached the door, he decided to peek outside in order to know the person who the source of the sound was. And when Izuku peeked outside, he found both the source of the sobbing and the demon woman he was looking for, the Princess of Hell. As usual, her attire didn't change much, consisting of the same set of clothes she wore on the day Izuku met her for the first time. She was standing at the edge of the balcony, leaning on the gold-colored handrail with both of her forearms and having small tears of sadness stream down her red cheeks, although Izuku didn't see that due to her not facing him and observing the ground from the balcony. Witnessing the Princess of Hell in front of his eyes, the request of his father came into his mind. And in order to accomplish that, he had to open his sharp-teethed mouth to make his presence known and thus gain the princess's attention. Your Highness?" Izuku said, causing Charlie to turn around in surprise and look at the person who was speaking to her. "Oh, it's you. Izuku, right?" Charlie questioned as she wiped the remaining tears away from her eyes with her left hand. "Why, it's me," our young Overlord confirmed as he opened the door and got out to the balcony, while Shadow finally got up to his master. "Sorry for interrupting your Majesty, but I must inform you that my dad wants to speak with you about the Hotel advertisement," he explained as he tried to be as formal as he could despite his nervousness and stutter voice. When Izuku told her the reason for him being in front of her, Charlotte widened her eyes a little bit in surprise as she was reminded of the meeting she and Alastor talked about the previous day. How could she forget? To be honest, she didn't know how that happened at all, but it didn't matter. What really mattered was that it was finally the time to adjust something about the hotel that was crucial to accomplishing her dream. So, with a small, yet forced, he looked into Izuku's eyes and opened her mouth for an answer. "Oh right. I almost forgot about it. Tell him that I'll be there in a minute." Thanks for reminding Izuku, the Princess of Hell remercied as he observed Izuku with her forced smile. "Why you're welcome, your Highness." Izuku replied with his own awkward smile as he witnessed Charlie and her fake smile. With this, Charlie thought that Izuku was going to go back to the lobby to do whatever he wanted, ending this conversation between them and making Izuku think that she was completely okay, thus not showing that she was not in the best mood. But she couldn't be further from the truth. Because at the moment she formed her smile, Izuku instantly saw through. He immediately realized that she was smiling not because of her current mood, but in order to hide her true emotions. And Izuku knew all of this for one single reason. It was the same type of smile he performed to his loved ones when he tried to lie about his nightmares or about being bullied in school. And although it was not his business, he had to know why the Princess of Hell was sad in the first place. After all, if he couldn't help a single person, more importantly, the third most high-ranked demon in Hell and his future ruler, how could he be and call himself a hero? So, after he gathered as much courage as he was capable of, he asked the inevitable question. Is there a problem, your Highness?" he inquired with noticeable anxiety in his voice. No, of course not," Charlie assured as she waved with her right hand in an attempt to show that he was worried for no reason, trying to keep the truth out of sight. Why would you think that? Because your skin you under your eyes is a little bit darker and you were crying when I saw why," Izuku pointed out while Shadow nodded with his head several, sharing his master's opinion. At that moment, Charlie knew that her disguise was no more, making her smile disappear in an instant and letting out a small sigh after that. "You're a great observer just like your father, aren't you?" she questioned with a now more saddened tone. I didn't mean to be rude," I just saw that YUW sad and IW wanted to help. Our protagonist stuttered as he waved with his hands incoherently, totally freaking out in the process. I'm sorry if it's MIFF faulty that why you're you upset, why your Highness. He apologized as he proceeded to perform a 90-degree bow. And no, it's not your fault. Princess Charlotte clarified, reassuring the son of the radio demon. It's just that, I'm not sure what I'm going to do with this, she stated woefully as turned back to her original posture and continued to observe the ground below her feet sadly. What do you mean, princess? Izuku wondered as he and Shadow approached Charlie, with the former forming the same position she acquired by leaning on the handrail with his forearms when he got next to her. I mean, I don't know what I'm going to do with all of this. My dream, the hotel, everything. Charlie explained, then continued, IV faced criticism after criticism for my plans, but I didn't let them affect me. And now, with your father's help, there might be finally a chance to accomplish it. Even with that, she said as her eyes began to become watery once again, it doesn't matter how hard I try, I can't make progress. And I can't handle it. I just want to save them, but none of them sees that. They just laugh into my face and don't care about it. It's completely hopeless, the Princess of Hell confessed desperately as dozens of tears left her eyes and fell on the faraway ground below her and Izuku's feet. But why don't you ask your father to help? I'm sure that he could help you out. Izuku advised as he tried to hold back his own tears of sadness while he witnessed how upset Charlie was. To be honest, he's not very supportive of my plan, she explained, then placed her forearms back on the handrail. He thinks that it's pointless and wants me to fail, she stated woefully as she remembered back to the words her father told to her when she showed her plan to him. Izuku couldn't help but feel sorry for Charlie. He knew how it felt to be looked at as a weakling nobody by the ones who thought this, like a certain explosive teenager, but he could have never imagined how hard for her to endure that level of harassment and being treated as a joke and a failure by everyone, even by her loved ones. And despite all of this, she stayed determined and never gave up her dream. And for that, this made our young Cambion respect her even more. But now, it appeared like the ice had finally broke and she gave in all those filthy remarks and mocking, causing her to be in the state she was in at the moment. And due to this, Izuku felt that it was his task, no, his duty, to cheer up the Princess of Hell and show her that not all hope is lost. And he exactly knew how he was going to do it. He's going to do it by telling her something he told to no one, not even his own father. He had to do it. For the princess's sake. So, with a plan in his mind and after preparing himself mentally, he was ready to begin his mission. Your Majesty? Izuku started nervously, making Charlie focus her attention on him. Permission to speak freely? Sure, but why would you ask for such a thing? Charlie wondered in confusion. It's just it, since your Highness is our royalty, IIT thought that IITW would be unnecessary to ask for why your permission before II could give my true thoughts. Our dear heroine explained anxiously as he moved his hands in front of his body inconsistently. Permission accepted. Charlie giggled, not being able to resist a tiny smile form on her face by Izuku's reaction and reasoning. Thank you, why your highness. Izuku remercied, calming down a bit, moving back into his previous position and looking at the view of Pentagram City. You should know that my dad told me everything about your plan. He started while Charlie's small smile disappeared almost instantly and she made herself mentally prepared for the next bad comment. And, to be honest, I was surprised at first. I mean, redeeming sinners in hell? No one did it before. I can't imagine how much backlash you got. Izuku noted, while Charlie felt like she was down in the dumpster more and more, already knowing what he was going to say, which was the same thing all of the sinners told to her. But then I realized something. With this, I can save my loved ones. Izuku explained, catching Charlie off guard and making her look at him in surprise. Because, in my opinion, even inside the most evil and filthy demon, there's even just one tiny glimpse of good, such as my dad. I know he did really awful things to people in both his life and afterlife, and I'll never agree with his actions. He said as Charlie slowly began to straighten her posture, but he took care of me, helped me, protected me, taught me how to play on the saxophone, taught me how to sing with the help of Miss Mimsy, and taught me how to play on the piano with the help of Miss Rosie. Our protagonist listed as he remembered back to all those great and wonderful moments. And now he, Auntie Nifty, and Uncle Husk are teaching me new things to help me accomplish my dream of becoming a hero. They did and do so many things for me, and I don't know how to repay them. So the only thing I can do for them is that I protect them with all of my strength from anything, especially from being killed on the extermination day. I saw what those things are capable of only once, and I don't wish that for anyone, he told to the Princess of Hell as he sadly lowered his ears and tail, and Charlie straightened her body fully, and that's why. Izuku said, raising his ears and tail, standing up from his forward-leaning posture, turning his body in the direction of Princess Charlotte, and clenching his hands into fists, I want to help you achieve your plan. To save the ones I love and ensure their safety forever. He finished with determination in his voice as he looked into Charlie's eyes. Charlie couldn't believe what she had just heard. First, she thought this would only be a bluff to fill her mind with fake hope and be treated as a joke at the end by Izuku as well. But as shocking as it was, this was not the case. All of these words he said were full of honesty and were the truth. He truly believed in her cause and genuinely wanted her to succeed. She didn't notice it, but all of these things resulted in her forming new tears in her eyes. But these were not the tears of sadness. In fact, these were the tears of true happiness. But, as usual, this didn't stop our young Overlord from immediately becoming panicked once he saw those tears. What wrong? Why, your Majesty? Why you see crying? Izuku queried panically. Is it be because of me? Did I say something bad or? He continued, but he was interrupted by something no one ever could have expected. At that moment, Charlie moved forward and embraced Izuku with her hug, causing our dear heroine's face to light up and turn as red as a tomato in an instant. Why, your Highness? Thank you. The Princess of Hell remercied happily as she hugged Izuku tightly with a big smile on her face and tears of joy rolled down her cheeks. Once he heard this, Izuku knew that his mission was a success. With this, although he thought it over 1,000,000 times if he should do it or not, he slowly lifted his arms and shared his own hug with Charlie. Once witnessing this adorable moment, Shadow, who observed the whole conversation between the two, couldn't resist leaving himself out of their hug. So, in an instant he extended his pitch-black body and wrapped it around his master and his master's future ruler, bringing them closer, breaking their hug, and catching them off guard. When both of them looked at the culprit, the Princess of Hell morphed her previous smile of gladness on her face, raised her hands, and gently touched Shadow's pitch-black cheeks and began to squeeze them. All the while Shadow enjoyed this pleasure and Izuku observed all of this with relief, being sure that the princess was back to her true, everyday, sweet personality. After the wholesome interaction between the Princess of Hell and Izuku's shadowy friend ended, Charlie turned her head and focused her attention back on our young Cambion, now happier than ever. Now let's go, Izuku. Let's not make Elle wait. Charlie pointed out as she headed towards the door that separated the balcony and the room. Oh, I almost forgot. Thank you for reminding me, Your Highness. Izuku thanked, following Charlie in her tracks with Shadow. I've already told you. Just call me Charlie. She reminded him kindly as they entered the room and walked towards its exit. Oh right. Sorry. Izuku apologized as scratched the back of his head and they got to the door. Thank you for reminding me, Charlie. You're welcome, Izuku, she replied, opening the door in the process, allowing themselves to step out of it. Once all three of them were out of the room, Charlie closed the door and with a swift turn to the right, she locked it with the key she had in her pocket. Then, after finishing this, the trio made their way in the direction of the elevator. They were at the midway of their journey when something that Izuku had mentioned previously came into Charlie's mind, and due to her curiosity, it caused her to ask our hero about it. By the way, you said you know that your dad did a lot of bad things to humans and demons alike. How did you find out? She wondered as they walked towards the elevator. Well, Izuku started as he remembered back to that day. Why did you do that, Dad? A 12-year-old Izuku exclaimed as he and Shadow grabbed their heads in complete panic due to what they saw. And this freak out of his was quite reasonable. Because, at that moment, Izuku was standing in the middle of Hell's one of many meat shops and was accompanied by a sheep-like female demon, who was sitting and crying next to the counter, and by his father, who was standing over the gutted-out, teared-apart corpse of a boar-like male sinner who he killed not long ago with his well-known smile which covered his disdain towards the demon he had just put out of his afterlife. "You killed him. Oh, come now, my boy. There's no need for panic. I just ended his miserable life to save this charming lady from the disgusting AC he wished to perform with her." Alastor explained as he observed his son, referring to the sheep-like sinner and to the fact that the butcher tried to RP her. "Besides, he's not the only man I've put back to their place. You could say I'm a hero at this point." "Ah." The radio demon laughed as he remembered all the kills he committed. "What?" Izuku questioned with absolute shock as he heard what his father said. "It's complicated," our protagonist stated as they got to the door of the elevator and he pushed a button down on the console, causing the doors to open and allowing all three of them to access the elevator. "I see," Charlie answered as they went inside the elevator, with her stepping inside first due to Izuku letting her go inside first, and she pushed the button that would bring them to the lobby, and thus, to the lobby. Shortly after the button was pushed, the well-known tinkling was let out, the doors closed, and the elevator began to descend, making its way towards its destination. At the middle of their journey, Charlie moved her head and looked at our dear heroine and his shadowy friend, and opened her mouth to speak. Izuku?" Charlie said, gaining our young overlord's and his shadow companion's attention. "I know I already said it, but thank you for everything you said. It means a lot." "You don't have to say, thank you, Charlie. I just wanted to cheer you up," Izuku remarked, then continued, "You know what my dad says, you're never fully dressed without a smile," he said, quoting his father's favorite line and forming a big smile while putting his index fingers under his mouth and his thumbs on his cheeks, mimicking a bigger smile. "Right." Charlie laughed slightly, giggling at Izuku's mimicking. "I guess he's right in that," she admitted right at the moment when the doors of the elevator opened with the same tinkling sound, making all three of them look in the direction of the open doors and allowing Princess Charlotte, Izuku, and Shadow to exit it. As they left the elevator behind and looked around the lobby, Izuku noticed that not much had changed since he left. His aunt was still cleaning the furniture, Kiki was still sleeping at the table, and Vaggie was still arguing with Angel. But there was a key difference. There was an extra demon in the lobby. His father, the radio demon, was present in the room, keeping his hands behind his back and observing the argument between the moth and the spider demon with his iconic smile and absolute delight. But when he heard his son's and the princess's footsteps, his smile immediately widened. "My dear boy," Alastor exclaimed as he approached the trio, "it appears to me that you found Princess Charlotte successfully. So tell me, how was your time with her?" "It was. Right, Charlie?" our young Cambion wondered as he observed and Shadow observed the princess. "Yes, it was good," Charlie responded, sharing Izuku's opinion. Seeing this, Alastor's smile widened even more for a short amount of time, knowing that his plan to bring his son and the Princess of Hell closer was successful. "That's good to hear," he noted, then reminded himself of something important. "Oh, by the way, my boy, I advise that you should go back to your dear uncle as quick as you can before he, in his words, kicks your butt." Al added, making Izuku gulp a little bit of saliva down on his throat in worry and nervosity. "Looks like the both of us have things to do," Charlie remarked kindly. "Alright. Wish me luck, Charlie," he requested, then ran off in the direction of the entrance of the backyard of the hotel with Shadow by his side. "I will," Charlie exclaimed as she waved at him with her right hand, saying a temporary goodbye to him. With this, both of them went on doing their own things, with our protagonist continuing his training and Charlie stopping the argument between her girlfriend and her first client and having that meeting where she discussed the advertisement of the hotel, thus not having a chance to see each other again. However, this farewell was short-lived. In the middle of Izuku's training, everyone, besides Kiki and Serpentius, who was probably in his airship all this time, came outside to the backyard and watched Izuku spar with Husk for their own reasons, while Charlie cheered for Izuku constantly. "Come on, Izuku. You can do it." Charlie cheered as she watched Izuku spar with his uncle. "Come on, Husky Poo. Kick his butt." Angel cheered as well, causing Husk to roll his eyes and make a tiny, tiny blush appear on his face. This little distraction allowed Izuku to have a chance against his uncle. He raised his right arm and struck with his right hand, performing a palm strike. This was unsuccessful, however, with Husk tilting his head to the left. Then, Izuku crouched down, lifted his left leg, turned in his crouch as he straightened his left leg, and swept Husk's legs away, just like his uncle did to him this morning, catching him by surprise and causing him to lose his balance, thus making fall on the green-grassed ground and surprising everyone. "Husky Poo!" Angel shouted in a saddened manner as he watched the love of his life fall on the hard ground, hitting himself in the process. "Oh my God, Uncle! Are you all right?" Izuku inquired in panic as he observed his uncle. "I didn't want to hurt you. I thought you could notice it and—" he continued, but was stopped in the middle of his sentence by his uncle. "Not bad, kid. Looks like this training does worth it." Husk noted as he stood up from the ground, and an actual smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. "You're now ready for level 2. Prepare yourself, kid, because at the end of this, you will fucking sweat blood," he advised with a smug on his face as Izuku gulped a bit of saliva on his throat scaredly, fearing what his uncle planned for him. "Oh oui, monsieur," Izuku replied, then continued to spar with Husk more intensively, while Charlie and Angel went on with their cheering, and Alastor and Nifty observed Izuku with a smile on their faces, with the former performing it with pride, being proud of his son for him practicing well and learning fast. The only one who was not smiling was not other than Vaggie. She didn't have a reason to cheer for Izuku. Moreover, her suspicion towards him only rose due to her girlfriend's sudden behavior change towards him. She didn't know what he did to her for her acting like this, but if he did something to her, she will find it out, and if it was something bad to Charlie, she will make Izuku pay for it, one way or another. It has been 3 months since Izuku had that conversation with Princess Charlotte. During these months, he assisted Charlie with the advertisement of her hotel as much as he could, even putting out posters of it, which were made by the Princess of Hell herself, on the streets of Pentagram City, trying to gain the attention of any sinner who was interested in redemption. But as usual, no one gave a DMN about the princess's cause. Nevertheless, this help Izuku provided for Charlie made him and her become closer to one another, resulting in them becoming friends, even with Vaggie, of course, not being too fond of this newly found friendship. He also became more muscular and stronger physically thanks to his uncle's more intense training. However, this was not the only type of training he did. He had 2 other types of practice going on as well. And although they were not as hard and sweaty as the one he did with Husk, they were still important for his future. And on that particular Saturday afternoon, this was what Izuku exactly did. At that moment, Izuku, who was wearing his usual green attire that was similar to the one his father possessed, was in hell, more precisely, inside his own hotel room that his father showed him on the first day he came to the hotel. His hotel room was on the 1st floor and didn't have anything special in it. It had dark red walls, a dark red wooden door that acted as both the entrance and the exit of the room, a double bed that was standing horizontally to the wall that obtained the entrance, and a dark red television cabinet with a flat-screen TV on it. It also acquired a dark red wooden wardrobe at the right side of the door, with Izuku only using it to store his pajamas and other clothes inside it for the weekends he spent in hell with his demonic relatives and friends, a small red cabinet with a simple lamp on it at the right side of the bed, and finally, a desk at the left side of the bed that was standing vertically to the bed and obtained a chair, a desk lamp on its surface at the left side, shelf with a bunch of voodoo-related and not voodoo-related books on the wall above it, with the addition of an All Might poster between the shelf and the desk, probably put there by Izuku himself. This was the type of furniture that our protagonist was located and was sitting in front of at that moment. And he was not alone. Positioning herself on the table, Izuku's aunt, Nifty, was observing how he was handling the needle in his hands and how he was sewing the open part of a regular small voodoo doll that the radio demon gave to him to practice on, while Shadow shared the act she was doing. This kind of training may sound strange at first, but there was a really important reason behind it. Because, with Izuku learning how to sew, he could easily treat his and other people's deeper wounds and close them without a hitch. That's right. In our young Overlord's 10 months of training, Nifty's role was not other than teaching some basic medical treatment to her nephew in order to make him capable of helping out and healing others and himself. Since Nifty lived and worked in the 1950s as a maid, she needed to know how to do these types of things. That's why she was the perfect demon for this purpose in the first place. And, to be honest, the training was going very well. She taught Izuku how to treat and clean wounds properly, how to take care of a broken arm or leg, how to treat a head injury, you name it. And now, it was finally the time for Izuku to learn how to seal a wound. Try to sew it up as much as you can. We don't want our patient's wound to get infected. She advised as Izuku got closer to seal the hole, with it getting smaller and smaller. Got it? Izuku answered smilingly as he sewed up the hole almost completely. Shortly after, with a few stitches, our protagonist closed the hole fully, thus not allowing its inside made out of hay to be seen, and done. Great job, Izuku. Now comes the last part. Nifty said, reminding her nephew of a crucial part. Right. Izuku replied, then put down the needle on the right side of the desk with his right hand, stood up from his chair, extended his right arm, and grabbed his own red voodoo book his father gave to him years ago with his left hand, pulling it out of the group of the books that were on the shelf. After that, he placed the book down on the left side of the desk, opened the book to a certain page, and grabbed the needle with his right hand once again. Then, he observed the book again in order to check if he was on the right page or not. Shortly after that, he looked at the needle in his hand, straightened his right index finger, and with a sigh that he did to calm down and to ready himself, he pierced his right index with the needle, causing a droplet of red-colored blood to come out of his finger. Although it was a little bit painful, Izuku bore it without a hitch. As he observed the tiny droplet of blood on his finger, Izuku looked at the book once again and checked the right symbol he needed. Then he focused his attention back on the doll, moved his right hand towards it, and touched it with his right index finger, beginning to draw the symbol he needed on the closed hole of the doll. After he drew the symbol fully, he took his finger away from the doll and placed his open-palmed right hand above the doll. Izuku closed his eyes, opened his mouth, and said the word he had to. Loco, he chanted as he concentrated on his voodoo magic. At the moment he said this word out loud, the symbol began to emit a bright, light green light, while Izuku pulled his hand away and the sewed-up hole began to disappear. Some seconds later, the sewed-up hole vanished completely, like it was never there, with the symbol's light fading away and the symbol disappearing as well. Nice job, Izuku. Nifty congratulated as Izuku pulled his hand away from the doll and opened his eyes, observing his aunt with them in the process. Let's take a break now, okay? Nifty suggested joyfully. Okay. Izuku replied as he leaned back in his chair and stretched his arms into the air, all the while his aunt tried to climb down from the desk as safely as she could. Seeing this, our young Cambion quickly extended his hands towards Nifty and grabbed her under her armpits, placing her on the floor carefully. Thank you, Izuku, she remercied as she observed her nephew. Now, do whatever you want, Izuku. In the meantime, I will clean your room and wash your pajamas. Nifty stated, then got her duster out of her right pocket with her right hand and began to walk towards the TV cabinet, starting to clean it once she reached it. Oh, you don't have to do that, Auntie. I will handle it. Izuku insisted happily, making Nifty stop her cleaning and focus her attention on Izuku. Oh, come on, Izuku. I know you want to be a hero and want to help everyone and all, but please, don't have to strain yourself that much. The most important thing for you now is to focus on your training. The female cockroach demon responded kindly, knowing well that her nephew just wanted to help her as much as he could. Let your aunt do the work for you. Izuku couldn't resist forming a smile on his face after he heard this statement from his aunt. He knew that his aunt always did these types of things and she enjoyed doing them, but he couldn't help wanting to assist her in her job by doing these things that were applied to him, such as cleaning his room and washing his pajamas and clothes, by himself, thus sparing some extra work from her and letting her rest at least a little bit. But he also knew that it didn't matter how much he tried, he could never convince his aunt of this, with her always telling him it was her duty to help the residents and, more importantly, her nephew, in anything she could. Not to mention the fact that Izuku knew that due to the time she lived in, Nifty only felt herself useful when she had something to do. So, with a defeated sigh which was accompanied by a smile, our protagonist opened his mouth and let his answer known. "Fine. I let you clean my room and clothes, auntie." Izuku responded as he stood up from his seat. "I'll go and check what Charlie's doing. I'll check if she needs help," he said excitedly as he imagined himself helping his royal friend, making his aunt smile and roll her one single roll playfully at his sweet personality. "Do as you wish, Izuku. I let you know when your break is over, okay?" Nifty wondered as our young overlord walked to the door of his room and grabbed its handle, with him being followed by his shadowy friend. "Okay. See you soon, auntie," Izuku told as he opened the door and, accompanied by Shadow, he moved forward and stepped out of the room, thus leaving his aunt in his room alone. "Bye, Izuku," Nifty answered, saying goodbye to her nephew, then went on to continue the cleaning of the TV cabinet. But as she began it more properly, a new and really sweet idea appeared in her mind, causing her to shout after her nephew in the hope that she could tell him her idea before he got too far. "Izuku." "Yes, auntie?" Izuku inquired as he and Shadow tilted their heads to the left and peeked inside the room, making it possible for them to look back at Nifty. "For your good training so far, I'll make muffins for everyone. It will be your favorite," Nifty announced, making her nephew's eyes light up. "It will be hellfire muffins?" he questioned with the excitement of a small child. And he was like this for a good reason. In hell, hellfire muffins were renowned for their delicious taste and for the fact that they never became cold. They always stayed fresh and tasty. Not to mention that the muffins his aunt made were somehow the most delicious ones in all of hell. So, with this information in his mind, he already knew that everyone in the hotel would love the muffins. Meanwhile, Nifty just smiled at Izuku's reaction. "Yes, it will be hellfire muffins," the cockroach female sinner confirmed, making Izuku's smile widen. "Now, go. Enjoy your break," she remarked as she continued to clean the TV cabinet with her duster. "Okay, but Charlie know about the muffins," our protagonist noted, then continued. "Goodbye, auntie," he said, moving his head back to the original position and beginning to close the door in front of him. "Bye, Izuku," Nifty answered, just before our young cambion closed the door completely, thus leaving her alone in the room. With this information in his head and with Shadow by his side, Izuku turned to the right and began to walk through the red-walled hallway, going in the direction of the lobby. As he got closer and closer, his auditory organs noticed the sound. It sounded like arguing, and judging by how loud it was, it seemed to be a heated one. And it came from the direction the lobby was. So, after hearing the sound of the argument, he increased his walking speed a little bit in order to get to the lobby as fast as he could, thinking that it was Miss Vaggie who was arguing with someone, probably with Angel. After 2 minutes of walking, our young overlord and his shadowy companion finally arrived at the lobby, gaining a glimpse of the situation that was unfolding there. And when Izuku saw it, he widened his eyes in surprise at what he and Shadow witnessed. It was not a big surprise for him to see that his uncle and Kiki didn't care much about the whole argument, with the former just drinking his booze as casually as ever and the latter sleeping on the table, while Charlie attempted to separate the arguing demons and his father observed the situation with absolute delight and with his iconic wide smile on his face. The big surprise for Izuku was that it was not Miss Vaggie who was having an argument. In fact, at that moment, she was trying to help her girlfriend separate the arguing demons, pointing her holy spear at one of the arguing sinners. Out of all the demons in the pits of hell, it was Serpentius who was arguing with 2 other demons, one of the demons being Angel, just as Izuku imagined. As he was told by his royal friend, Serpentius attacked the hotel in order to take revenge on Angel for him and a friend of his stopping his great plan of conquering the west side of Pentagram City. Fortunately, he was quickly stopped in this act of his by our dear hero's father, who damaged Penn's airship so much that Serpentius couldn't control it, resulting in him crashing his airship into the hotel and getting it stuck in it. Without his airship functioning properly and it being stuck completely, Serpentius and his helpers, the Eggbois, had nowhere to go. Due to this, Charlie was so nice that she let him and the Eggbois live in the hotel as long as they wanted or until the airship was taken out of the structure of the hotel fully, as Serpentius told her. But in return, Serpentius had to join her rehabilitation program, which, although with a little bit of force, he agreed. But, of course, Charlie couldn't make much progress due to Serpentius's ignorance and pride, upsetting Charlie with this. As he witnessed the argument between Serpentius and Angel, he noticed that the third demon who was arguing with Serpen and was standing next to Angel as well was someone he had never seen in his entire life. The third demon he saw was a female Cyclops sinner. She had long pink hair with blonde and white accents that were contained in a large ponytail and wore a large amount of mascara. Her only eye obtained a bloodshot pink-colored sclera and a pale yellow X-shaped pupil. Her skin was mostly white, with pink freckles decorating her face and right shoulder. She also acquired tattoos along her right arm that appeared to be bombs and explosions. The demon woman's attire consisted of a gray, fingerless satin glove on her left hand, a red off-shoulder crop top, a black bra, a reddish, torn-up miniskirt with 2 buttons on the front with 1 loose suspender, and ripped black leggings underneath. The last part of her clothing appeared to be a red and white boot on her left foot, while on her right foot, she had a pointed red shoe. And as it seemed, she was at Angel's side in the argument. After observing the whole situation, Izuku entered the lobby and with Shadow following him from behind, he walked towards the group and positioned himself at his father's right side. Once next to him, Izuku opened his mouth and let his presence known to his father. "Hi, Dad," our young Cambion said, getting his father's attention and causing him to turn his head to the right. "Izuku, my dear boy. It is so delightful for me to see you once again on this day." Alastor greeted, then went on with his speech. "Judging by you being, it appears to me that you're having a break at the moment. Tell me, how does your training go with that voodoo doll I gave you to practice on? Can you use it more easily? Does your dear aunt assist you well in your training?" he queried with curiosity and actual fatherly care. "Well, it goes pretty great. Auntie always tries to help me in my training as best as she can, and I can use my healing voodoo magic on the doll really well. I just need to memorize some symbols and their effects, and the type of medical treatments a little bit better," Izuku explained, making his father's smile widen upon hearing this. "That's good to hear," the radio demon remarked with proudness. "Guys, that's enough," Charlie exclaimed, causing our dear heroine, his shadowy friend, and his father to move their heads in the direction of the Princess of Hell in surprise. "There's no need for this drama. Then tell this uneducated missy to go fornicate herself and leave me alone." Serpentius hissed angrily, opening his cobra hood wide in anger, revealing 2 pairs of eyes with red scaras and black, narrow pupils on them, with his hat sharing the same expression with its owner. "Dream about it, old man. Because that never gonna fucking happen," the female demon declared with a smug. "Demon right, Beach?" Angel added, raising his upper left hand, forming it into a fist, and fist bumping with his friend, with her doing it with her right hand. "Now, go back to your shitty airship and get lost with your wrecked inventions, ya fucking failure," the Cyclops demon expressed. "You know what? I will do that. But not because you and my sisson told me so," the wannabe Overlord stated, then closed his cobra hood, turned around, and slithered towards the elevator that was in the lobby, passing by our dear hero and looking at him from the corner of his red eyes. "I'm not your goddamn son," the famous gay porn star shouted. "It was just a sec joke, ya fucking idiot. A fucking joke," he said frustratedly as the golden-colored doors of the elevator opened with a tinkling and Serpentius entered the elevator and pushed the up button with his left hand, resulting in the closing of doors, which was accompanied by the same tinkling sound, and the beginning of the journey of the elevator upwards, taking Serpentius to the floor he desired to go, a hole. After Serpentius vanished from sight completely, Charlie let out a sigh of relief and tiredness and looked at the ground in sadness. Why does it always have to come to this? Could it be that he can't change because I don't help him enough? She questioned with sadness in her voice. Of course not, hun. You always try to help him as much as you can. Vaggie solaced her girlfriend, resting her right hand on Charlie's left shoulder in a comforting manner while holding her spear in her left hand. You know he can't be helped. I told you on the first day he came to the hotel, she reminded her girlfriend. I know, but... The Princess of Hell started, you know I just want to help everyone here, including him. Is it that hard to notice? She wondered as she crossed her arms and went on observing the red floor with an upset look on her face, while Vaggie continued to comfort her with pity. Seeing how upset his royal friend was, with slightly flattened ears and tail, our young Cambion stepped forward, and with Shadow by his side, he approached the Princess of Hell. See Charlie? Izuku started, getting the attention of the princess and her girlfriend, with the latter becoming alerted immediately and looking at him with a serious expression on her face. Are you all right? He inquired worriedly. Oh, hi, Izuku. Charlie greeted her young Overlord friend, forming a tiny smile of nervosity on her face. Yes, I'm fine, don't worry. I'm just a little bit drained out after this argument. Princess Charlotte assured, proceeding to ensure her young friend that she was all right. What happened? Izuku queried anxiously due to Miss Vaggie's presence. Well, Charlie began, but was quickly stopped by not other than her girlfriend. You have nothing to do with that. Vaggie declared with a little bit of frustration, raising her right hand from Charlie's shoulder and pointing at our dear hero with her right index finger, not losing any of her hate towards the son of the radio demon, scaring him slightly with her attitude. Vaggie, we've been over this. Charlie responded, placing her left hand on her girlfriend's right shoulder. You know he wouldn't hurt me or do anything like that to me. He's my friend. Charlie noted, turning her head and looking at Izuku with a genuine smile on her face, with Izuku sharing the same expression once he saw her smile, although with a little bit of nervosity. Fine. The moth-based female sinner answered grumpily, not satisfied with her reply. Thank you. The Princess of Herreraman then focused her full attention on her friend. Well, we were trying to convince Pen about participating in his treatment in order to get him rehabilitated, when Angel came back from outside to the hotel with his friend. When that happened, she and him noticed each other, and well. Charlie explained, losing her smile slightly as she got to the mentioning of the argument. You know the rest. I see. Izuku said, lowering his ears and tail completely and feeling bad for him being incapable of helping her, making his smile disappear in the process. I am sorry I couldn't help you, Charlie. Oh, Izuku, you don't need to say sorry. I know you had your training with Nifty and you couldn't be disturbed. Princess Charlotte reassured kindly, putting up a smile and attempting to calm down and cheer up her young Overlord friend. Really? Izuku wondered nervously. Really? Charlie ensured. All right, our young Cambion replied, calming down a little bit, then brought up the question he was eager to ask. Do you need any help now, Charlie? No, not yet. Charlie answered nicely. Are you sure? I mean, I could help you make some new posters, or... Izuku listed, but was instantly cut short by the princess's speech. Izuku, I know you always want to help me and it's really sweet of you. But I already told you, you don't need to help me now. Charlie said, then continued, I don't want you to strain yourself too much. But... Izuku began. Listen, I will let you know if need help, okay? Charlie questioned kindly, morphing her smile back to its original size due to her young friend's kindness. Okay, our protagonist replied, forming a tiny smile on his face, lifting his ears and tail slightly, and calming down a little bit, knowing that his royal friend was now fine. Just as he said this, the statement of his aunt appeared inside his mind, reminding him to let his aunt's idea known to everyone. Oh, before I forget, for my good training, my aunt is going to bake hellfire muffins for everyone. Izuku stated now a little bit more delightedly. Really? Charlie questioned as her eyes lightened up in excitement and joyfulness. That's great. I can't wait to taste them. You should be excited, my dear. My dear Nifty is talented in almost everything, and her muffins are no exception. Alastor remarked, walking and joining the group. I assure you, her muffins are so delicious that they could raise hell, he declared, laughing. At his remark, while his joyful laugh was followed by the laughter of an imaginary crowd, even one singular bite can make any demon fall in love with it. Isn't that right, my boy? The radio demon inquired from his son in an unexpected teasing manner. Why yes. Izuku responded, slightly blushing and flattening his ears and tail a little bit in embarrassment. You should have seen him when he first tasted his aunt's muffins, my dear. He was so silly and wholesome back then. The radio demon noted as he remembered back to his son's younger years, making Charlie's eyes light up even more. Really? Can you tell me about it, Al? Charlie beamed excitedly, while Vaggie didn't give a shit about all of this. See, Charlie? Izuku exclaimed as he blushed even harder. Of course, my dear. Alastor replied delightfully. Dad. Izuku exclaimed once again as he lowered his ears and tail fully and his face turned as red as a tomato from embarrassment. Oh, come on, my boy, there's nothing to be ashamed of, the radio demon stated, then continued, now, where was I? Yes. The muffin eating. Alastor remembered, then began to tell the story of his son's first Hellfire muffin eating experience. This situation occurred on a weekend when my dear boy was in the 4th year of his life. While my dear sweet boy was playing with his dear imp friend, Mello, my dear Nifty and I were cleaning the dishes after our latest lunch when my dear Nifty had the brilliant idea of surprising the children with her muffins. Once we finished them, we called the children over to see what we cooked for them and asked them to take a bite from them. And oh, my dear Charlotte, when they tasted it, there was no stop. That baking tray, full of Hellfire muffins, was empty in no time. They were consuming the muffins so fast that they could barely fit them into their mouths. They looked like 2 squirrels trying to fit chestnuts into their mouths, he explained happily with nostalgia, and the eyes of the Princess of Hell became starry in excitement after hearing all of this. Do you have a picture of them, Al? Charlie wondered excitedly and joyfully. As a matter of fact, I do. Care to see it, my dear? The radio demon queried. No. Izuku protested in embarrassment. Please show me the picture, Al. I must see it. Princess Charlotte demanded, incapable of holding back her excitement anymore. As you wish, my dear. Alastor responded, then, with a flick of his right hand, he summoned a normal-sized picture into his right hand, observing the picture in hand. With her magical electronic device, somehow, my dear Nifty could print it out the picture she made into a physical form. The radio demon remarked, extending his right hand towards Charlie and offering her the picture, with the princess taking it out of his hand in no time. Once the picture was in her hands, Charlie grabbed it with both of her hands and observed it closely, with Vaggie joining her girlfriend's act in order to check that she was not looking at something suspicious. And when they looked at the picture, both of them were shocked by what they saw on it. It was way cuter than Charlie expected. Even Vaggie, who hated Izuku's guts very much, admitted in her head that Izuku a tiny bit, just a tiny bit, was cute in that picture. Why would you ask? Because, in that picture, they could see a much younger 4-year-old Izuku, who wearing the same green clothes he had in a much smaller size, sitting in a dining room at a dark red-colored, wooden dinner table in front of an almost empty baking pan and being in the middle of eating a bunch of Hellfire muffins, while a much smaller, younger, shadow his young master in his act. He was positioned next to a young imp girl, who was probably not other Mello, who had an attire that was similar to the one she wore on the day she met him, with her being considered as Izuku's friend, as the radio demon put it. Both the young imp girl and our young protagonist were looking into the camera and were sharing the same expression on their faces, having their mouths so full of muffins that they indeed looked like squirrels keeping lots of chestnuts in their mouths. As Charlie witnessed the picture, she couldn't help but smile even more by seeing how cute our young Cambion was in the picture. And soon enough, she let her opinion known. Nah, I've seen better. The moth-based female demon noted uninterestedly, with her remark going completely ignored by everyone. Ah, Izuku, you were so cute. Charlie cooed as she observed the picture. Merci, see Charlie. Izuku remercied while his face still obtained its red blush. What's the matter, my boy? You appear to be quite red. Alastor noted in a teasing manner, shall I bring you a thermometer? No, thank you. Our dear hero answered. Are you certain, my boy? Because you seem quite lightened up for me. Alastor teased joyfully as he let out his well-known laugh, followed by the laughter of the same imaginary crowd. Merci, Papa. Izuku whispered ironically as he continued to blush from embarrassment. Fortunately for him, this situation was interrupted by someone he didn't expect. Wait, I know ya, the one-eyed female sinner stated as she observed Izuku, making him, his dad, his shadowy companion, Charlie, Vaggie, and Angel look at her. "And me?" our protagonist questioned in confusion as his ears and tail went back to their original posture and his blush vanished from sight. "Yeah. You're the demon kid Angie talked about. The radio demon's kid, Izuku, right?" the female sinner queried with interest. "Wait. It's me," Izuku replied, still confused by the female demon's sudden question. "Let me tell ya, kid, you have quite the reputation out there. You're literally famous for the drag-addicted shitheads at my side of town just for fucking existing. You should be proud of that, dude," the sinner declared admiringly, with Izuku sadly knowing that his reputation and famousness he was not very fond of was due to his father's past actions. Thanks, our young overlord started, but stopped in his speech due to him not knowing the demon woman's name. "Cherry. The name's Cherry," the sinner answered, referring to herself as Cherry, "and to top it off, you earned my attention as well." Really?" Izuku wondered while still being completely confused by Cherry Bomb's behavior. "Yeah, kid. And I thought that it'd be cool to meet this kid more closely," Cherry stated, walking to Izuku and placing her right arm on her shoulder, pulling him closer to her body. "So, since we're in a hotel, what do you say about getting somewhere more private to get to know each other more closely, if you know what I mean?" the self-claimed spunky powerhouse stated teasingly, making Izuku's to become as red as a fresh tomato after he understood the meaning of Cherry's words, while Angel tried to hold his laugh as he witnessed the whole situation. "Dare to touch my boy like that even once, and I'll make you wish you never stepped into this hotel," Alastor warned furiously as he showed off his demonic form a little bit, turning his pupils into radio dials, speaking to Cherry without moving his mouth, making some voodoo symbols appear and float around him, and causing the area around him to become distorted. "Try to do that, Al, and I fucking swear I'm gonna put some extra holes in ya," Angel alerted angrily, standing up for his friend. "Guys, stop. There's no need for another argument," Charlie said worriedly as he tried to prevent Angel and the radio demon from arguing, focusing her attention on Alastor mostly. "Al, calm down. I'm sure Cherry didn't mean what she said seriously." "Yeah, dude, chill out. I was just joking. I'm not a fucking pedo," Cherry declared, removing her right arm from Izuku's shoulders and straightening her posture, then turning her head towards Izuku and placing her left hand on her waist. "Hear that, kid? You can calm down now. I'm not gonna do those things to you," she assured, with Izuku settling down and letting out a sigh of relief and calmness, and with Shadow putting a supporting left hand on his master's right shoulder. "Yet," she whispered teasingly and jokingly, making Izuku's blush return for a short amount of time and causing Shadow to look at her with an annoyed expression. "Good," the radio demon answered, not hearing Cherry's whisper and reverting back to his original form. "Now, if you excuse me, I must stop our conversation and check if my dear Nifty needs my assistance in the baking of the muffins. I hope you don't mind." Alastor wondered as he looked at his son, the Princess of Hell, and her girlfriend. "Please don't go, Alastor. It would be such a tragedy if you left," Vaggie remarked sarcastically. "Oh, Miss Vagatha, it flatters me that you don't desire for my absence," Alastor responded, keeping his well-known smile on his face while observing the moth-based female sinner, who immediately became ticked off as she heard his reply. "Of course not, Dad. It's all right," our protagonist replied cheerfully, getting back into his original personality. "Thank you for your approval, my boy." Al remercied, then continued, "I must go now. I have muffins to make," he added. Then he turned around and with casual steps, he began his journey towards the kitchen of the hotel, while the rest of the group observed him leave. "Tell Auntie I said hi," Izuku shouted, hoping for the chance that his father heard his request. "I will, my boy," Alastor responded, letting his son know that he heard his demand, then disappearing from sight in one of the hallways. "Well, that settles it," the spider-based demon remarked, then moved his head in the direction of his friend. "Wanna check out Fat Nuggets, Cherry?" he queried as he proceeded to walk in the direction the hallway where his room was set. "Hell yeah. I haven't seen him for weeks," Cherry stated, following her friend in his tracks and soon vanishing from sight with him in the hallway, leaving the rest of the group in the lobby. Just as they left the lobby, an idea appeared inside the head of the Princess of Hell that had only one purpose: to make peace with and apologize to Serpentius for the trouble Angel and Cherry caused him. And, in addition to this, apologizing to him for her and her girlfriend not being able to prevent the unpleasantness Angel and Cherry caused him. And what better way to do it than with some sweets? And although he maybe wouldn't eat even a single one and wouldn't accept their apology, at least they tried. So, with the plan in her mind, she placed her attention on her young Overlord friend and opened her mouth in order to let her idea known. Izuku? The Princess of Hell began, gaining the attention of her young Overlord friend and her girlfriend. Yes, Charlie? Our young Cambion inquired as he looked at his friend. I know I just said that you don't need to assist me now, but may I ask for your help? She wondered nervously. Sure. Izuku answered kindly. Would you tell Serpentius about the muffins Nifty makes? She requested, then went on with her speech. Since his airship is stuck on the 6th floor, he lives on the 6th floor. You can just use the elevator to get to him. You can access his airship by going through the room 54th. She guided in detail, proceeding to help her friend to find the wannabe Overlord as much as she could. Are you sure about asking his help for this, hun? Vaggie asked with concern. What if he's going to make us even more trouble with Pen, or worse, he'll try to make your dream fail miserably, like his father? After all, he's the son of the radio demon, the girlfriend of Princess Charlotte stated as she observed Izuku with hatred and alarm, which mostly originated from the facts that Izuku was the son of the radio demon and Izuku always acted kinda strange around her even when she didn't say or do anything to him, with her not knowing that Izuku's strange acting towards her was due to Izuku fearing her thanks to her appearance resembling those things Izuku was afraid of the most. This hateful gaze of hers made Izuku slightly lower his ears and tail in worry and caused Shadow to witness the moth-based female demon with anger and frustration for her upsetting his master once again. I'm sure, Vaggie. Because I know. Charlie responded to her girlfriend, then turned her head towards our dear protagonist and looked at him with a sweet smile. Izuku would never do that. He's my friend. And friends don't do these things to each other, isn't that right, Izuku? She wondered. Why is Charlie? Izuku answered with him being a little bit afraid due to Vaggie's hateful gaze. Hey, fine. You can help Charlie. Vaggie replied dissatisfiedly, then raised her weapon and pointed it at our protagonist, scaring him even more. But if you try to sabotage her plan just one bit or do anything like that, I'll make sure you won't go home in one piece. Understood, she warned with a serious tone. Oh oui, madam. Izuku answered scaredly as he flattened his ears and tail full, while Shadow, who observed the whole situation, was ready to change into his protective form in order to defend his master from any harm Vaggie wanted to cause him. Thank you, Vaggie, the Princess of Hell remercied, thanking for the approval of her girlfriend, although not being very fond of the words her girlfriend told to her young Cambion friend while lifting her left hand and placing her left index finger on it and pushing it downwards slowly, making Vaggie lower her holy weapon. So, what do you say, Izuku? Would you tell Serpentius about the muffins for me? She requested with a kind smile, making both Izuku and Shadow calm down a little bit and causing our young Overlord to make his ears and tail straightened once again. Oh, of course, see Charlie. Izuku responded with honesty and with the smile he had before Vaggie warned him. Thank you, Izuku. It means a lot. Charlie answered gratefully, keeping her sweet smile in the process. You're welcome, Charlie, he said, then continued, I guess I should go now. I should tell Serpentius about the muffins as soon as possible. He finished as he turned around and walked in the direction of the elevator of the lobby, with Shadow following him from behind. Okay. Good luck, Izuku. Princess Charlotte told as Izuku and Shadow got to the golden-colored doors of the elevator and our dear hero touched its calling button on the panel, making the elevator descend from the 6th floor. Thank you, Charlie. Izuku replied as the elevator arrived at the place it was called, letting its arrival known by unlocking its doors with a tinkling sound in the process. Once the doors of the elevator opened completely and our young Cambion and his shadowy friend entered the elevator, with Shadow forming back into his original shadow form and disappearing from sight, Izuku raised his right hand and began to search for the button on the elevator's panel that would bring him to the floor he needed to go. After finding the golden-colored button he needed, he pushed it down fully, making the doors of the elevator begin to close after the tinkling sound was heard. But before the doors closed fully, he lifted his right hand and performed a goodbye wave at Charlie, with her returning the nice gesture with her own wave and her smile and Vaggie witnessing him with an angry expression. And thus, the doors closed completely, causing Izuku to vanish from sight. After the doors closed shut fully, the elevator began to ascend, beginning its journey to the 6th floor, the part of the hotel our protagonist needed to go to. 2 minutes passed, and the elevator reached Izuku's destination, opening its doors with a tinkling sound and allowing our dear hero to step out of it. Once the golden-colored doors of the elevator unlocked completely, Shadow came out of his hideout and flew out of the elevator, looking left and right at the location where he and his master arrived, who followed not long after he exited the elevator. After stepping out of the elevator and looking around the area, Izuku found himself and his shadowy companion in a long hallway in front of a door that had the number 42 foot on it, with the hallway sharing the design and colors of the rest of the hallways inside the hotel. And as Shadow thought about it, if the hallway was as same as the rest of the hallways, it must have meant that the numbers on the surface of the doors would grow on the right side while they would decrease on the left side, like the doors on the 9th floor. Recognizing this, Shadow levitated away in the direction of the right side almost instantly in the hope of getting him and his master to the destination of their journey, making his master run after him in order to not lose sight of him due to his speed. After a few minutes, they reached the end of the hallway, with Izuku drawing a breath once he got to his shadowy friend's location, who at that moment was floating in front of a door. After a quick breath, Izuku looked up and observed the door he was in front of. It was a normal-sized, wooden door, obtaining a dark red color scheme, just like every other door in the hotel, with the number 54 foot carved into it and positioned in the middle of the door, looking like just as his royal friend described him. After recognizing the door and realizing that it was the only thing that separated him from the room where he could access the snake-base Sinner's airship, Izuku put his right hand on the door handle and moved it downwards, unlocking the door inwards, allowing himself and his shadowy companion to step inside the room and observe it. When he entered the room, Izuku set his eyes upon a scenery he didn't expect to witness. Instead of a well-made, comfortable, nice hotel room, just like every other room inside the hotel was supposed to be, this room was torn apart and half of it was completely destroyed, replaced by the part of the wannabe Overlord's airship that had the entrance of the air vehicle, with a short ramp made out of metal connected to it, thus allowing anyone to approach it. After shaking off the surprise he had, with his shadowy companion next to him, Izuku walked forward, passing through the half-destroyed room, approaching the ramp, and walking up on it, thus getting nearer and nearer to the entrance of the snake-based demon in the process. Once he and Shadow reached the entrance of the airship, which was a blackish, brownish-colored metal door, before grabbing the door handle with his right hand and pushing it downwards, Izuku raised his right hand and knocked on the surface of the door a few times, hoping that he could at least get Serpentius's attention. Unfortunately for him, no answers were gotten, indicating that his knocks didn't get the wannabe Overlord's attention. So, after letting out a sigh to prepare himself mentally for what was about to come, he grabbed the door handle and moved it downwards, making the door open and allowing our young Overlord and his shadowy friend to step inside. Once opening the metal door wide enough, Shadow immediately flew inside in order to take a look at the insides of the place he had just entered. Shortly after, once the door was opened fully, Izuku stepped inside as well, closing the door behind him once he entered the ship completely. Then, after closing the door fully, he moved his body back to its original posture in order to observe the inside of the airship. And when he did, he widened his eyes in the mixture of shock and surprise by what he saw. The walls of the airship were made out of metal and obtained a blackish, brownish color, and scales that were painted on them as decoration, giving them a kind of snake vibe. The walls also had numerous metal gears and wheels on them, each of them owning eyes with red scaras and narrow, black pupils in the middle, which were looking at our young Cambion and his shadowy companion at that moment, waiting for the opportunity when they could begin their core function of helping to raise the ship into the air once again. Aside from the gears and wheels, the walls were covered with an almost uncountable amount of metal, black-colored pipes, tubes, and pistons too, probably being built there for the only purpose of delivering the immense amount of steam to the wheels and gears in order to make them turn, thus sharing the purpose of helping to operate the airship with the gears and the wheels as well. Little did Izuku know, the room he was in was just one section of the airship. In fact, it was a rather small one, with the room being positioned on the lower deck of the ship. The rest of the rooms inside the airship were much, much larger compared to the one he was in, and acquired much more complex machinery in them. But even this one tiny room made our protagonist amazed. It fascinated Izuku how complex and detailed the mechanism was. How it was able to make a huge machine like this airship function and allow it to rise into the air and even fly in the sky. And to top it off, all of this was made possible by only one demon who was called a failure by many. But for Izuku, it was the complete opposite. In fact, he respected Serpentius for being able to plan, invent, and build such large and complex mechanisms like his airship, and how big of a genius he was because of this. As our dear hero witnessed the whole place with his shadowy companion in amazement, his auditory organs picked up a strange sound, causing him to phase out of his current state and focus his attention on the sound. It sounded like someone was welding something, and it was coming from the direction on the right. Recognizing this, both Izuku and Shadow turned their heads in the said direction, setting their eyes upon a pair of doors they didn't notice until now. The doors were made out of metal, just like every other part of the airship. Instead of sharing the color scheme with the walls and the rest of the ship, they had a light red coloration on them, showing a little bit of uniqueness and fitting to the color scheme of the airship at the same time. The places of the bottom panels and the top rail were occupied by yellow-colored glasses, with the ones on the bottom panels having brownish-blackish-colored snake symbols on them and the one on the top rail obtaining these snake symbols in its top corners as well, matching the theme and coloration of the giant machine with them, while a large yellow-colored was placed in the middle of the metal doors, each acquiring a red scara, black, sharp-pupiled eye at the top area and 3 pair of tiny pipes at both sides. Once getting his eyes on the metal doors, Izuku noticed that one out of the 2 doors was slightly left open, indicating that the sound of welding came from the other side of the door, thus hinting that the demon who was making this sound in the first place was there as well. So, after realizing this, with Shadow by his side, he turned to the right and began to walk towards the door, hoping that when he got there, he could see the sinner he was searching for. Once reaching the door, our protagonist leaned forward and peeked inside the room, earning a glimpse of the situation that was unfolding there. Inside, the walls had blackish, brownish color and were covered with wheels, gears, pistons, tubes, and pipes, similar to the room Izuku arrived in when he entered the ship. Meanwhile, in the middle of the room, he could witness the biggest steam engine he had ever seen in his entire life. And there, he set his eyes upon the demon he was looking for. At that moment, Serpentius was facing the steam engine of his airship and was in the middle of repairing it by welding with a 19th-century-styled welder while wearing his goggles on his face, which Izuku didn't see due to him showing his back to him, thus revealing that he was indeed the one who was responsible for the sound our dear hero heard. And he was not alone. Inside the room, the notable Kingpin was surrounded by his minions, the Egbois, who had the same style of attire their boss obtained and observed their boss while he did his work. As our young Overlord the snake-based demon, Serpentius opened his mouth and began to speak. "That uneducated missy! How dares she call me a failure?" Serpentius growled in anger as he welded a hole in the engine. "Do I appear to be a failure, you walking omelettes in waiting?" he questioned from his minions, turning his head to the left in order to look at the Egbois, taking his goggles off of his face in the process. "No, boss man," an egg boy labeled as number 24 said, disagreeing with the question of his master. "You're not a failure," another egg boy called number 45 added, sharing his fellow egg boy's opinion. "You're the coolest demon we all know," the egg boy named number 67 remarked in admiration. "Precisely, you fried chicken feetses. I'm the most powerful demon and the greatest mind in all of hell. And I shall show that little missy who's the real failure," the wannabe Overlord declared, putting his yellow-glassed goggles back on and continuing the reparation of his airship's engine. "Sure you'll do, boss man." Number 24 praised happily. You always revenge the ones who doubt you. Number 67 noted with admiration towards his master. Seeing that the conversation between Serpentius and his minions had ended, Izuku thought that it was the perfect opportunity for him to make his presence known to the snake-based sinner. So, after he made this decision, he opened his mouth and began his speech. Serpentius? Izuku started with a little bit of uncertainty as he entered the engine room with his shadowy friend, gaining the attention of the Egbois and Serpentius, with the formers making him surrounded in a serious manner with weapons in their hands, making Izuku raise his hands into the air in a surrender and causing Shadow to shift into his defensive form in order to protect his master from any attack of the Egbois. At last, the son of my greatest rival has finally arrived. Serpentius announced as he turned around to face our dear hero and took his goggles off, placing them on the brim of his hat. Have you come here to engage in a marvelous fight with the great Serpentius? Because if that's what you desire, I'm happy to oblige, he stated in excitement as he laughed maniacally and opened his cobra hood while his minions readied their weapons, which were mostly just simple metal tools, such as wrenches and small pipes. And no, I'm not here for that. Izuku assured anxiously, looking at the wannabe overlord in the process. I'm just here because C. Charlie asked me to tell why you about the hellfire and muffins my auntie makes. That's all, he explained nervously, ensuring Serpentius with the fact that he didn't want trouble. To be honest, this explanation really caught both the snake-based sinner and his helpers off guard, making them just at our young Cambion for a short amount of time. Luckily for them, this silence was broken by one of the Egbois, who addressed his opinion on the situation in no time. Muffins, the egg boy with the number 48 foot on his back said as he thought about the muffins in the mixture of delight and hunger. Boss? Can we eat from the muffins? Number 33 wondered with a tiny bit of nervosity due to being anxious about his boss's answer. How dare you ask such a thing? Serpentius replied furiously, making the Egbois shake in fear. The great Serpentius doesn't for this nonsense, he declared in anger, sending number 33 flying with his right hand, causing him to hit the wall of the engine room so hard that it made the back of his egg body to crack, making a tiny amount of yellow-colored yolk leak out the crack as he came off the wall. Now, leave the session of the radio demon by himself and go back to your work, you walking omelettes in waiting, the wannabe overlord demanded, putting his goggles back on and continuing to repair his airship's engine, not caring even slightly about the damage he did to his minion at all. But for Izuku, it was not the case. The moment he saw the egg boy come off the wall, he instantly turned his body and began to run towards him. Oh my god! Are you okay? Our dear hero inquired in worry as he rushed to the injured number 33 with Shadow, who reverted back into his original form, while proceeding not to damage or push over the other Egbois. Once reaching the egg boy, he bent his legs, crouched down to his level, and looked the egg boy in the eye while the rest of the Egbois observed him and his shadowy friend during all of this. Are you hurt? Izuku wondered worriedly as he witnessed number 33, show me your back, he requested from the egg boy who, after a little bit of hesitation, moved his egg body and turned around, showing off the crack on his back to our young Cambion. Ah, that's not good. Hold still, I can fix it, he assured, moved his head downwards and looked at his hands, thinking about the plan of using his voodoo magic to heal the egg boy. But he soon realized he didn't have a needle to create a hole in his finger, thus being incapable of making his finger bleed. So, he needed to use an alternative way to accomplish his plan. In a desperate attempt, he grabbed the skin of his right index finger with his teeth and ripped a tiny part of it off, causing it to bleed and shocking the Egbois and Shadow with his sudden act, with the latter freaking out a bit. Although it was really painful for Izuku, he had to endure for the sake of number after causing his right index finger to leak out blood. Izuku moved his right hand and touched the egg boy's back with his bleeding finger, making him experience even greater pain. Then, our young overlord proceeded to draw the voodoo symbol on number 33's back, bearing with the pain in his finger in the process. Once he finished the symbol fully, Izuku lifted his finger from the egg boy's body, positioned his open palm above, and began his voodoo procedure. Loco, our protagonist chanted, attempting to concentrate on his magic as much as he could. At the moment he said the word out loud, the symbol started to emit a bright, light green-colored light as the crack on the back of number 33 began to become smaller and smaller and the little amount of yolk went back inside his body. A few more seconds and number 33's back was fully healed, with the symbol fading away once the healing was complete. Once the procedure was done, number 33 placed his hands on his back to check its current state and he was shocked by the realization that it was healed, sharing his reaction with his fellow egg bois as well. He turned around and witnessed Izuku in awe, who presented him with a warm, kind, honest smile on his face. "You're welcome," Izuku said smilingly. "How did you do that?" Number 33 wondered in astonishment. "I just used my voodoo to heal you, nothing special," Izuku explained as he continued to smile at the egg boy. "Can you show it to us again?" the previously damaged egg boy queried, filled with excitement. "What?" our dear hero questioned in surprise, taken aback by this sudden request. "Yeah, show it to us," Number 67 demanded with enthusiasm. "It was so cool," Number 48 remarked excitedly. This unexpected admiration for his abilities from the egg bois made Izuku totally confused and surprised, making him even blush a little bit in embarrassment too due to the egg bois' unforeseen attention towards him. I guess I see can be but," Izuku responded as he observed the egg bois while blushing a tiny bit from said embarrassment. Unfortunately for the egg bois, this adoration of theirs was interrupted by not other than Serpentius, turning around and taking off his goggles yet again, facing his minions with even more anger. "What did I tell you, you fried chicken feetses?" the wannabe Overlord reminded frustratedly, causing the egg bois, Shadow, and Izuku to look at him, with the egg bois doing it while trembling in afraidness. "Go back to your work before I unleash my great anger on you," he ordered angrily, ready to let out his fury on his minions. "Yes, boss," the egg bois answered gloomily, going back to different parts of the room and continuing their work of helping their boss repair the ship. "Why are you so hard on them? They just stopped for a moment because one of them got injured," Izuku questioned as he walked up to the snake-based demon. "Because a magnificent leader such as myself must have loyal minions. That was the first reason why I, the great Serpentius, and my good old friend had decided to create them," Serpentius stated as he looked at our protagonist, being almost finished with the welding of the hole he was sealing on the steam engine. "Wait, so you and a friend of yours were the ones who created the egg bois?" Izuku wondered, opening his eyes a tiny bit wide in surprise. "Precisely. Me and my good old partner in crime, Baxter," the wannabe Overlord stated as he reminded himself of all the things he and his only friend, oh, how many delightful accomplishments we had together. We were an unstoppable duo. I invited him to this rehabilitation center so that neither he nor I would not be alone, but he, unfortunately, declined my offer, he said slightly sadly, actually seeming to be a little bit down in the dumpster, making Izuku concerned about his well-being. But at the moment Serpentius showed this side of his to our young Overlord, he made his curved-down smile vanish, coughed, and returned to his usual bombastic personality. "Anyway, we created them to be my loyal servant and to serve me as my soldiers in my magnificent quest of conquering this realm, but they turned out to be nothing but disappointment and frustration," the notable kingpin declared with anger due to incompetence of his helpers, focusing his attention back on our protagonist. "Now, enough of this nonsensical chit-chat. Go and leave me to be myself, you Cambion. I have an engine to fix," he said, placing his goggles on his face and going on with the reparation of his airship's engine. "Oh, may I help?" Izuku inquired nicely. "Do I appear to be a fool to you? I would never accept the help of the sisson of my greatest rival," Serpentius declared angrily, being enraged by the mere thought of accepting help from the son of the radio demon. "Okay," Izuku responded a little bit gloomily due to him not being allowed to help, turning around and beginning to head towards the exit of the room with Shadow while Serpentius and some of the egg bois witnessed him in this act. But at this moment, an idea appeared inside the snake demon's mind. An idea that was so devilish in his mind that it would result in the miserable defeat of the radio demon. And the only thing he needed to fulfill this was the help of no other person than his son. So, with the plan prepared in his head, he opened his mouth full of razor-sharp teeth and began to speak. "Wait," the wannabe Overlord exclaimed, getting Izuku's and his Eggbo's attention, "you can help me." "Really?" Izuku told in joy. "But with only one condition, you will become my pupil," Serpentius stated with a malicious grin on his face. "What?" Izuku questioned dumbfoundedly, being completely caught off guard by this statement. "You heard me. You can help me repair my ship, but you have to be my pupil to do so. No additions, no alternatives. Give or take," the notable Kingpin explained. "Oh, okay, I guess," our dear hero replied, accepting the snake demon's offer. "Excellent," Serpentius declared with triumphant over his successful deal. "With this deal settled, I shall make the child of my greatest rival join my side, and with his help, I shall defeat his father once and for all and showed him who has the real power around here," he announced dramatically, performing it in an over-the-top performance style while the Eggbois celebrated his success. As this small celebration was unfolding, Izuku and Shadow just observed the whole scene, with the former thinking about the arrangement he accepted from Serpentius. And truth be told, Izuku didn't mind it at all. He always enjoyed helping others in activities they needed. That's why he wanted to help Serpentius repair the airship in the first place. But when he saw how sad the wannabe Overlord was when he mentioned his friend's absence, thus showing that he was actually pretty lonely in this place, our protagonist instantly knew he needed to act. So, when Serpentius came up with the idea of him becoming his pupil in exchange for him allowed to help him repair his ship, he immediately accepted it, although with a little bit of uncertainty due to the idea's absurdness, not because of wanting to help Serpentius because he wanted to see his father's downfall, of course not. But because of this arrangement, Serpentius wouldn't be alone all the time, thus helping him in a bigger, more helpful way. And due to this, he couldn't resist but smile as he witnessed the notable Kingpin's victory, knowing that now, he was at least delighted by this arrangement. But as this situation was unfolding, due to him being focused on observing Serpentius, Izuku didn't notice the approach of a certain tiny female demon, who, after reaching our protagonist's location and getting positioned next to him, would let her presence without a second thought. "Looks like you two are getting along quite well," the sinner remarked smilingly, making Izuku and Shadow turn their heads to the right in surprise and move their heads downwards, allowing themselves to see the demon who was talking to our protagonist. And when they did, they saw someone they expected. The demon who was standing next to our dear hero was not other than his aunt, Nifty, who was wearing her usual maid attire and observing Izuku with a kind, caring smile on her face while holding a baking pan full of freshly baked hellfire muffins, 16 muffins to be exact. When Izuku saw that it was his aunt who was standing next to him, his smile immediately got wider, being really to see his aunt once again. "Auntie," Izuku said happily, smiling delightfully. "Hi, Izuku," Nifty greeted, then continued, "Sorry for surprising you all of a sudden, but I have great news. The muffins are done," she stated joyfully, showing off the muffins to her nephew. "Your father helped me bake them, that's why they were done more quickly. Since told me you were at Serpentius's place at the moment, and because I didn't want the muffins to get cold, I decided to bring them up here so you could eat them when they're still warm," the cockroach explained then. Lifted her hands upwards, moving the baking pan upwards as well, offering her nephew to taste one. "Here, try one." "Thank you, Auntie." Izuku remercied, extending his left arm and grabbing one of the muffins with his left hand, taking it off from the surface of the baking pan, with his aunt lowering her hands once he picked up the muffin from the baking pan. Then, Izuku moved the sweet delicacy to his mouth, opened his mouth, and took a bite from it, tasting it as he chewed it between his sharp, pointed teeth. And when he tasted it, it wasn't surprising for him that it was absolutely delicious, as it was expected from his aunt's muffins. "This is delicious," our young Cambion stated as gnawed the muffin part in his mouth, chewing it for enough time that it was small enough to be swallowed down, which he exactly did, sending the part of the muffin down into his stomach. "I'm happy to hear that," Nifty said, smiling at her nephew even more after hearing his positive opinion. "Do you want to try it too, Serpentius?" she wondered as Izuku finished his own muffin. The great Serpentius doesn't have interest in sweet delicacies such as muffins, he announced, dismissing the female cockroach demon's offer. Are you sure? They are fresh, right from the oven. Nifty declared smilingly, offering one of the muffins for Serpentius by raising her hands and the baking pan into the air, thus moving it closer to the notable kingpin. Fine. I'll take one. But not because you told me so, the wannabe overlord clarified, slithering to the group once finishing his sentence. Then he moved his right hand and grabbed one of the muffins with it, moving it to his mouth and taking a bite from it, thus tasting it. And even he was shocked to find out that its taste was marvelous, although he was eager not to show it. It's tolerable, Serpentius noted as he chewed and swallowed the muffin part he had in his mouth. Thank you. Nifty remercied, focusing her attention back on her nephew, observing his appearance. But as she did this, she noticed something that utterly terrified her, causing her to put down the baking pan and rush to her beloved nephew. Oh my God, Izuku! What happened to your finger? She questioned in worry as she grabbed her nephew's hand and witnessed the blood that was leaking out of his right index finger. An egg boy got hurt and I wanted to heal him, but I didn't have a needle to make my finger bleed. So, I needed to use an alternative way. Izuku explained as he scratched the back of his head in nervousness and awkwardness. You silly! You could have used your claws to do that at least, the cockroach female sinner stated angrily, then continued, Don't move your hand. I can fix it, she said, placing both of her hands into her pockets and taking a rolled-up bandage and a small bottle of antiseptic out of them, dripping some droplets of the antiseptic on Izuku's wound and wrapping up Izuku's finger with the bandage, thus sealing the wound. Then, after she put the antiseptic back into her pocket, he grabbed a pair of scissors and with a cut, she separated the rolled-up bandage from its wrapped-up part, putting the bandage away in her right pocket. And done, Nifty announced, then looked into our protagonist's eyes with a strict yet concerned, Don't do anything like this ever again, okay? D'accord. Désolé, ma tante. Izuku apologized, feeling bad a little bit for making his aunt worried, causing his smile to vanish in the process. You don't have to say sorry. Just be careful next time, okay? She requested, concerned for her nephew's health. Okay. Izuku responded with a little smile appearing on his face as he said this. Good. Now, let's eat some muffins. I didn't bake them for nothing. Nifty noted, with both her and Izuku turning their heads to witness the state of the muffins on the baking pan. But when they did, they were shocked to find out that more than 3/4 of the muffins had vanished from sight. But you might think, who was the culprit who did this mischievous act? The answer is simple. It was Serpentius, of course, who had 2 muffins in his hands and obtained so many muffins in his mouth that he looked like a squirrel that had its mouth full of chestnuts. Hey! You could have left more for Izuku, you know. Nifty remarked angrily while Izuku just observed the notable kingpin with a smile, not being angry at him due to knowing that he did this because he really enjoyed eating the muffins. Hearing this remark, Serpentius gulped down the muffins that were inside his mouth, then opened his mouth and began to speak. What? I'm just getting my addition of the arrangement I and your nephew did, nothing else, the wannabe overlord said, putting another muffin into his mouth after his statement. Arrangement? Nifty queried in complete confusion. Well, I made a deal. With Serpentius, if I become his pupil, I can help him repair his ship. Izuku simplified, gaining a strict look from his aunt. Izuku. Nifty started rigorously. Come on, auntie, I just wanted to help him. You know I enjoy helping others. Izuku pointed out as a few egg bois proceeded to approach the remaining 4 muffins with interest, wanting to taste them. But as they tried to take them, our young overlord and his aunt looked at them, causing them to stop in their act. At the moment Nifty realized what they attempted to do, she was about to say something to them that would prevent them from doing something like this ever again, when Izuku suddenly spoke up, interrupting her in her act. You can have them. I don't mind. Izuku told smilingly as he held up his right hand in an approving manner, getting a surprise expression from his aunt. Thank you, the egg bois answered in union, grabbing the muffins and breaking them into pieces which they shared with each other. Thank God I made 2 baking pans of muffins. If this goes like this, your helpfulness will be a burden for you, Izuku. Nifty noted, although not in a rude way, which of course, our dear hero knew. Anyway, I think it was enough rest for you, Izuku. Let's go back to your room, so we can go on with your training, she advised, walking up to the empty baking pan and picking it up from the metal floor, then turning around and heading in the direction of the exit of the engine room. Okay. Bye Egbois. Bye, Serpentius. Izuku exclaimed as he and Shadow followed his aunt, saying goodbye to the notable Kingpin and to his minions. Bye, Izuku, the Egbois said in union, saying goodbye to our protagonist as well while he stepped out of the room. Don't forget our arrangement. Serpentius reminded, shouting after them. I won't. Izuku replied, closing the door behind him and leaving the wannabe Overlord and his minion inside the engine room. After leaving the room, the group began to walk towards the exit of the airship, which was, of course, the entrance of the airship as well. Once reaching the door, Izuku rushed forward, grabbed the door handle, and pushed it downwards, unlocking the door and allowing his aunt to leave the airship first. Thank you, Izuku, she remercied as she stepped out of the airship's exit. You're welcome, Auntie. Izuku responded, locking the door behind his back after he and his shadowy friend left the ship. Oh, before I forget, your father said that today, you and him are going to train your teleportation, so I think you should prepare some bags for yourself, just in case. Nifty advised as she walked down on the ramp. Oh, okay. Our protagonist replied a little bit nervously due to the fact that when he practiced with his teleportability, it would result in him vomiting thanks to the sudden place changing he did in a short amount of time. And with this, Izuku's little meeting with Serpentius had officially come to an end. After he reported back his father, his royal friend, and her girlfriend, Charlie was really happy when she heard that Serpentius accepted their apology, but they were pretty surprised by the arrangement he did with the wannabe Overlord, with Alastor not so sure if it was a good idea for his boy to make a deal with Serpentius at first, but ultimately he approved to this arrangement. The only one who was not happy about this deal was, of course, Vaggie. Now, her suspicion grew even greater, making her think even more that Izuku was indeed plotting against Charlie's dream and wanted to see her fail, just like his father. And if this was real and she would find out about it, she would make Izuku pay so much that he would wish he never came to the hotel. 3 months had flown by since Izuku had that arrangement with Serpentius. During these months, he became friends with all the Egbois, who acted around like they were his fans, which was due to how he helped out number 33 and assisted the wannabe Overlord in the reparation of his ship who, in return, became our young Overlord's second mentor and taught him about how to handle machinery, which, truth be told, mostly consisted of him bragging about some inventions of his and how of a great to our dear hero and test them with the help of our protagonist. But with all honesty, Izuku didn't mind this at all. Moreover, he enjoyed observing the notable Kingpin acting in a manner such as this due to him finding out that there was something else that made Serpentius happy, aside from causing destruction and mayhem in Pentagram City, tutoring. To Izuku's surprise, Serpentius was quite good at teaching and he showed him every part of the machines he had and how they operated with actual care and compassion, making Izuku enjoy his lessons and respect the wannabe Overlord even more. Besides being a pupil of the notable Kingpin, Izuku, as usual, also spent most of his free time in the hotel continuing to help his royal friend in achieving her dream as much as he could, even coming up with the idea of advertising the hotel by doing a radio show about it with the help of his father, which he agreed to almost without a second thought when he mentioned the idea to him. All of this help he provided made Charlie really happy, causing her to appreciate him and grow fond of him even more, with Vaggie not obtaining a good opinion about their friendship. But aside from all of this, the most important thing for him at this PRD of his life was still not other than being completely prepared for his entrance exam at UA, thus focusing his attention on his training, which was even more important due to the fact that the entrance exam was 1 month away. So, in order to become 100% trained for the exam, his father, aunt, and uncle decided to make his training even more intense, which Izuku was not against at all, knowing that his demonic family members did all of this for him to accomplish his dream. And for this, with all of his strength, he began to train with an even bigger amount of determination than ever in order not to make the help they provided turn into nothing, just like on that certain Sunday afternoon. On that afternoon, 2 hours after lunchtime, our dear hero was in the beautiful green-grassed, red apple tree-decorated backyard of the hotel and was at the end of one of this type of training, practicing with more tentacles than he could handle to control. But this had a reason. By doing this regularly, in the future, he could manage and control his tentacles more easily and with more skill, maybe even becoming able to control more than 2 of them simultaneously. Just like on every day he came into hell, he wore his usual attire that was similar in style to his father's, aside from the colors being green of course, while being accompanied by his shadowy friend and by his father, who observed him in his training and helped him when he needed to. As Izuku attempted to concentrate on controlling the 4 tentacles he summoned, just as his father instructed him to do so, managing the control of 2 tentacles per hand, he moved both of his hands, causing the tentacles to approach the empty metal trash can, which his father placed in front of them at the beginning of that day's training, although him controlling them with a little bit of struggle. When the tentacles reached the trash can, with growing difficulty, Izuku guided them to touch and wrap themselves around the trash can, lifting it up from the ground and into the air. But when Izuku was about to clench his hands into fists, thus making the tentacles crush the trash can, despite using all the strength he acquired, he suddenly lost control over his tentacles, causing them to drop the trash can instantly and slither back into their fiery portals, with the portals closing once the tentacles retreated fully. When he saw his son's attempt fail, the radio demon moved his legs and walked up to our protagonist, opening his mouth full of yellow-colored sharp teeth and beginning his speech in the process. "No, my boy, don't do it like that. Don't control your tentacles only with sheer force." Alastor advised as he got next to his one and only child. "You must clear your mind first if you desire to handle them properly," he said, then turned his head to the left and with a flick of his right hand, he summoned 4 tentacles as well, all of them coming out from their own fiery portals. "Imagine them as they are the fingers on your hands," he proposed as he extended his right hand and took control over his tentacles, moving them by moving his own right hand, with the tentacles getting next to each other and forming a kind of hand. "Clear your mind and then picture it like you are picking it up with your hand," the radio demon advised as he moved his right hand a little bit downwards and positioned his right thumb and right index finger closer to each other, with the tentacles mimicking the movements of his right hand and grabbing the metal trash can up, which was done by the tentacles that served as the thumb and the index finger of the makeshift hand. "And when the time is perfect," he continued, moving his hand back to its original position with the tentacles doing the same, raising the trash can into the air, "unleash all your wrath and crush it with all your might," Alastor announced in evil amusement as he imagined crushing the body of a demon, probably his rival, forming his right hand into a fist and making the hand made out of his tentacles crush the metal trash can with a loud, crackling sound. After that, Alastor let go of his tentacles, making them break their formation and move back into their separate portals, which instantly closed at the moment they entered them completely, thus causing the crushed trash can to fall on the ground. Then, the radio demon snapped with his fingers and summoned a new metal trash can in the place of the new one, turning his head in the direction of his son and observing him once he completed this. "Got it, my boy?" Alastor wondered. "Yes, Dad, I got it," Izuku replied smilingly, although not sharing his father's sinful imagination about the purpose he would use his powers, moving his head and looking at the new trash can. Right after that, with a flick of his right hand, he opened 4 new fiery portals, each one allowing a black-colored tentacle to enter the outside world. Once the tentacles appeared in front of the group, our young Cambion turned his hands in the direction of the tentacles, taking control of them once the green aura around his hands and tentacles disappeared fully. Then, Izuku proceeded to move his hands, getting the tentacles to the trash can closer and closer with each move. "Yes, that's it, my boy. Just like that," Alastor told to his son, ensuring him that he was doing his act perfectly. "Don't let your mind become occupied with stressful thoughts. Calm yourself down and focus," he advised as Izuku moved his fingers just as his father told him to do, causing the tentacles to wrap around the metal trash can slowly, but surely, and release it. The radio demon started, with his son making the tentacles rise into the air, holding the trash can in the process. "Now," Alastor suggested, asking his to use his power, which was the exact thing he did, clenching his right hand into a fist and thus, making the tentacles crush the metal trash can, with the trash can letting out the same loud, crackling sound as the previous one. "Excellent job, my boy." Alastor praised proudly as Izuku smiled at his successful attempt to crush the trash can. "I couldn't have done better myself." "Thank you, Dad." Izuku remercied joyfully, witnessing his father as he said this. "You're welcome, my boy," the radio demon responded with his well-known smile on his face while he observed his son. "Now, I suppose it was enough training for you for today. Let us take a break and take a look at the others before your today's practice with your uncle begins, shall we?" he suggested with a toothy grin. "Okay, Dad." Izuku answered, agreeing to his father's suggestion. With this, he, his shadowy friend, and his father turned their bodies in the direction of the pair of doors that served both as the entrance and the exit of the hotel's garden and started to approach it with causal steps. Once approaching it, Alastor passed by our young Overlord and his shadowy companion, grabbed the handle of one of the doors and pushed it down, making it unlock and offering his son and his shadow to access the building of the hotel first. After accepting and thanking for this generous gesture, our protagonist and his shadow entered the hotel, followed by his demonic father who closed the door behind his back after he stepped inside the building completely. Once all members of the trio were inside the hotel, they continued their journey towards the lobby, going through the same dark red-walled hallway they went through every time our protagonist and his father had their usual training routine with each other. After a couple of minutes, both Izuku's and Alastor's auditory organs suddenly picked up the sound of talking, which, fortunately for Izuku and unfortunately for the radio demon, didn't sound like arguing, indicating two things. 1. No conflict was unfolding in the area of the lobby, and 2. They were near to their destination. 2 minutes passed, and the group finally reached the lobby, allowing our dear hero, his shadowy friend, and his father to get a glimpse of the situation that was happening there. And when they did, Izuku's eyes shot wide in surprise at what he laid his eyes upon. In the lobby area of the hotel, every member of the main cast was foundable, sitting in front of the poker table of the caviar bar, which had poker chips and some money placed on it, probably playing poker or other same kind of card game. It was even more surprising for Izuku that not only Serpentius was in front of the table, who usually shut himself away from the others and stayed inside his airship, with Izuku being the only one in the hotel whom he communicated with the most, but the two pets of the happy hotel were there as well, with Kiki floating in the air and observing the play of the residents of the hotel, and with Fat Nuggest sitting in the lap of his owner and witnessing how he played and what type of cards he had. At the edge of the left side of the poker table, Izuku's aunt, Nifty, was positioned, sitting on a simple bar chair and observing as the others played their card game. At her left side, our dear hero's uncle was located, looking at the two cards he obtained with a smile on his face, which was clearly not a usual sight to witness, with Izuku knowing that he had this expression due to the fact card games and gambling were one of the few things his uncle enjoyed, while the seat at Husk's left side was occupied by not other than Serpentius, who was also holding cards in his hands, 2 to be exact, while the rest of his cards made up his flop. Meanwhile, at the right side of the table, the Princess of Hell was sitting on the bar chair that was next to her girlfriend, more specifically, on the one that was at her girlfriend's right side, who had 2 cards in her hands and 5 cards in her flop, with the chair at Vaggy's left side being unoccupied, offering a seat between the moth-based female sinner and the notable kingpin. Finally, at the edge of the right side of the table, Hell's most famous gay porn star was having a seat, with him holding and witnessing 7 cards in his upper hands and his pet pig observing them while acquiring an empty seat at his left side, thus allowing anyone to sit down between himself and Princess Charlotte. After processing this visual information and shaking off the surprise he obtained, our protagonist, accompanied by his shadowy friend and his father, moved his legs and approached the group, opening his mouth and speaking up while accomplishing this. "Hi, everyone," Izuku exclaimed smilingly as he walked towards the group with his shadowy companion and his father, gaining the attention of every demon at the poker table. "Hi, Izuku," Charlie greeted happily, smiling sweetly at her young Overlord friend as ever. "Sup toots," Angel told to our dear hero, saying hi to Izuku as well. "Hey kid," Husk said while not looking at his nephew, observing his cards with a smile instead. "Hey," Vaggy responded coldly, witnessing our dear hero with a cold gaze that was enough to make Izuku shake in fear and make him flatten his ears and tail a tiny bit. "Ah, my fellow pupil. How delighted it is for me to see you," Serpentius replied as he observed his student with a smile, with his hat sharing its owner's expression. "I proudly announce that I, the great Serpentius, have repaired and upgraded my ray gun. I suggest that we must test it out immediately, right after I finish this little card game," he announced dramatically in a top-of-the-performance style, making Izuku calm down, straighten his ears and tail and look at him with a smile on his face due to seeing the wannabe Overlord in this delightful state. "Oi, Beach, shut the F up and focus on as I kick your butt, you dumbass," Husk demanded from the snake-based as he continued to look at his cards, causing the notable Kingpin and our protagonist to set their eyes upon him. Fine. I'll do a sass you wish. But because you told me to do so, feline," Serpentius announced, turning his head and focusing his attention on the pack of cards in his hands again. "What's going on?" Izuku wondered with both interest and a tiny bit of confusion. Well, Angel wanted to challenge Vaggie to a poker game, and when Husk heard this, he wanted to join their game as well. The Princess of Hell explained as she observed her young Cambion friend with a smile. "And what about Serpentius? Did he join by himself or?" Izuku questioned. "Actually, he came down from his ship to search for you to talk with you about his ray gun, but when he saw that you weren't here, he came to us and asked us if he could join," Charlie added, making Izuku widen his eyes in surprise by hearing this. But this surprise was quickly replaced by a smile of happiness and relief, knowing that his teacher had become a little bit more social, with the snake-like sinner just rolling his eyes at Princess Charlotte's remark. "May I join too?" Izuku inquired politely. "Of course. Take a seat." Charlie responded nicely, letting her friend take part in the game. After this, Izuku moved his head and observed the two seats he could choose from. One between Serpentius and Vaggie, which was on his left side and was closer to him at that moment, and one on his right side, which was between his royal friend and Angel Dust. For him, the logical choice would have been to sit down on the chair that was closer to him, thus taking a seat between his snake-based demon teacher and the girlfriend of the Princess of Hell. But there was one itty-bitty problem with this choice that prevented our young Cambion from doing this in the first place. It was Vaggie's presence. For Izuku, Vaggie's gaze or mere presence was enough to unsettle him and make him shiver in utter fear. But all of Izuku's reaction towards her was not due to how she treated our protagonist since he had come to the hotel 9 months ago. Because, despite her actions towards him, Izuku didn't hate Vaggie one bit. In fact, he respected her since he met her due to how loyal and helpful she was towards her girlfriend and how she always tried to help her girlfriend accomplish her reason for his fear towards her was thanks to how similar appearance was to those things. The things that caused Izuku to become traumatized and made him experience nightmares, all of this starting when he saw and met them almost 10 years ago on the day of that incident. Due to all of this, Izuku decided to turn his body to the right and with Shadow by his side, he walked up to the seat that was positioned between Princess Charlotte and Angel Dust, sitting down on it once reached it while Charlie, Vaggie, and Angel's little curious pet pig observing him as he did this act, with Vaggie doing it with the same cold gaze and Fat Nuggets' owner not being able to look at him due to being too focused on the game. "Do you want to join us, Al?" the Princess of Hell queried from the radio demon as joyfully as ever. "Oh, my dear Charlie, I apologize if it saddens you, but I'm not a fan of these card games. I would rather be an observer," Alastor answered as he witnessed Charlie with his iconic, never-disappearing smile on his face. "Really? Then at least sit with us," Princess Charlotte offered nicely. "As you wish, darling," Alastor responded, taking Princess Charlotte's offer and approaching the chair casually, descending on it after he got to it and observing the moth-like female demon with a smug, which was rewarded with a frustrated and hateful expression by Vaggie. I give up," Angel said in frustration, tossing his cards on the table, thus revealing that he had a pair of 2 of hearts in his hands, while the rest of his cards in his flop were 2 jacks, a 3 of hearts, a 3 of spades, and a 3 of clubs, making him obtain and a hand called 2 pair and causing everyone to look at him by his sudden speak up. How shameful. It appears that you're weaker than I imagined. Observe me as I, the great Serpentius, defeat all of you and crush you into the ground. Serpentius announced dramatically with a malicious grin, with his hat sharing the same expression, as he put the cards he acquired on the table, showing off the 1-3 of spades and a 6 of clubs he had in his hands, thus allowing him to have a hand referred to as 3 of a kind, which consisted of 3 queens, a 9 of hearts, and a 2 of spades, in his flop. What do you do with that, you miserable creatures? He declared with evil joy, making Vaggie set her eyes upon him with frustration and causing Izuku to roll his eyes at him, although doing it in a not rude manner. Well, I have a high card. Vaggie noted, placing her 2 cards, which were a 4 of spades and an 8 of diamonds, on the poker table, thus revealing that due to her flop, she indeed obtained a high card hand that was made out of a king, a queen, a 7 of spades, a 5 of spades, and a 3 of hearts. It's that all you got? How pitiful, the wannabe Overlord questioned, ticking off Vaggie even more. Unfortunately for him, the notable Kingpin's victory was quickly cut short by not other than our protagonist's uncle. Weep over it, Beaches. Full house. Husk declared with actual joy in his voice as he set his cards on the table, showing off his full house that consisted of his flop's cards, which were 2 kings, a 6 of spades, a 6 of hearts, and a 6 of diamonds, and the 2 cards he obtained in his hands, which were a 7 of clubs and a 9 of spades, shocking Serpentius and surprising the demons that were playing with his reveal. Impossible! The great Serpentius must not be defeated like this. You mustst have cheated. Serpentius assumed, accusing the anthropomorphic cat of cheating, who pulled the poker chips and the money from the middle of the table to himself while the wannabe Overlord said this. Seck it up, idiot, the cat-based sinner noted as looked at the wannabe Overlord with a smug on his face. So, who's in for another round? Not me, I'm out. Angel replied, not wanting to go on with the game. Me too. Vaggie responded, rejecting Husk's offer. I would rather die than play with a cheater. Serpentius declared madly, still angry at Husk for his cheating. Looks like it's just you and me, kid. Let's get this sheet started. Husk announced, pushing the poker chips and the money he had just won away to the left, taking all the cards from the others and putting them into a deck, shuffling them once, gathering all of them. Bring it on, uncle. Izuku told to his demonic uncle as he observed him with a smug, surprising everyone at the table with his sudden, out-of-character behavior, with the exception being his father and aunt, who exactly knew what was going on. After that, Husk placed the deck of cards down in the middle of the poker table, letting his nephew draw his 5 cards first, with 3 serving as his flop, which consisted of a 4 of diamonds, a 6 of diamonds, and a 7 of hearts, and 2 getting the roll of his beginner cards, that were a 5 of clubs and a 10 of spades to be exact, which what Izuku exactly did and was grateful for his uncle's kind act. Once the anthropomorphic feline demon drew his own 5 cards, 3 acting as his flop, which was made out of a 9 of diamonds, an 8 of hearts, and a 3 of spades, and 2 as his beginner cards, which were a 6 of spades and a 5 of diamonds. Just like in his nephew's case, he moved the half of the poker chips to our young Cambion, thus allowing him to start his bets while none of their smugs vanished from their faces. I'm gonna make a bet. What are you gonna do, kid? Husk inquired smugly, putting a few red poker chips at his flop's right side. I think I'm going to make a call. Izuku responded with the same smug tone and expression his uncle obtained, positioning an exact amount of red poker chips at his own flop's right side his uncle placed. Good choice, kid. Really good choice. Husk remarked with a confident smile, praising his nephew for his choice of action, while everyone at the table witnessed them in total silence and was totally confused by our protagonists and the cat-based sinner's behavior, aside from Alastor and Nifty, of course. This confusion grew even greater when they began to feel like there were 2 giant, powerful auras around both of them, ready to clash with each other at any time. Fortunately for them, this silence of theirs was disrupted by not other than the Princess of Hell, who broke the silence with a simple yet reasonable question. What's going on here? Charlie questioned in confusion, with everyone else asking the same question inside their minds. Luckily for her, her question was quickly answered by the radio demon. Allow me to explain, my dear. Alastor requested, then continued, You see, My dear boy has been taught how to play this little card game by my dear Husker, and since then, they played together so many times that it became a competition of sorts between them. It's quite a sight to witness, he explained while the one-eyed cockroach female sinner was nodding with her head in approval, signaling that what Alastor said was 100% true. Charlie widened her eyes in surprise when this was revealed to her. Her young friend, Izuku, who was a really nice, kind, and innocent teenager and always tried to help everyone in the hotel, liked poker. Not only that, it turned out that he had been playing this gambling game for a long, probably with his uncle most of the time, making her start to think that she didn't know everything about her young Overlord friend, with her not having a single bad thought about him due to trusting him as his friend. And while she thought about this, she realized something. Despite him talking about his demonic father, aunt, and uncle, Izuku never told her how he exactly met Alastor, Nifty, and Husk in the first place. So, shortly after this realization, she decided that after her young friend finished this game of his with his uncle, it would be the first thing that she would ask him about this. As she was too focused on this question of hers in her head, our dear hero and his uncle went on with their game, with the latter opening his mouth and starting a conversation. So, you want to do a rematch with your old man, huh? Tell me, what's your bet this time? Husk queried as he burned the card, which meant taking it out of the deck and putting it aside at the top of the deck, and drawing a card from the deck for himself. Well, I was thinking that if I win, you're going to make a trick, but if I lose, our protagonist proposed smugly, about to end his sentence, but couldn't due to his uncle completing it first. I'm gonna make your training today so fucking hard that you're gonna sweat fucking blood. Deal? The radio demon's male servant announced, finishing his nephew's sentence before he could. Deal. Izuku answered, accepting his uncle's offer. Hey! Serpentius exclaimed, you made us bet with money, but you let my pupil play without money? That's not fair at all, he declared in anger, with Husk not giving a shit about his cry over due to him being so nice to his nephew that he was the only one in his life, both mortal and afterlife, who he would never allow to play with money against him. And thus, the second round of the game between nephew and uncle came to an end, with them beginning the third round once the sound round ended. They continued their game the way they did in the case of the previous rounds, drawing and exchanging cards and taking bets, calls, checks, and raises in the process while everyone at the table, both demons and pets, witnessed them in their play. Finally, at the final round of the game, both of them obtained 7 cards, with 5 on the table and 2 in their hands, causing each of them to acquire a hand that was enough to end their game, with Izuku being the one who revealed his cards first. Full house, our protagonist revealed, placing his 2 cards on the table and showing off his full house hand that consisted of a 3 of spades, a 3 of clubs, a 3 of diamonds, and 2 kings. What do you have, uncle? He wondered with curiosity. Well, prepare yourself, kid, because today, I'm gonna kick your butt really hard. Husk declared, tossing his own 2 cards on the table, which allowed Izuku to see all the cards his uncle had at that moment, revealing that, aside from an ace of clubs, an ace of diamonds, an ace of hearts, an ace of spades, and a 3 of hearts that served as his flop, he also had a 5 of diamonds and a joker, thus making him acquire a kind of hand labeled as a 5 of kind and surprising Izuku with this 5 of a kind. Ah, dang it. Izuku said, being a tiny bit upset about his defeat but not losing from his joyfulness even one bit. You cheated, didn't you, uncle? He asked with a confident smile. I thought you would never notice it. Husk responded with a smug, then performed a quick flick with his right hand, causing a poker card to appear in his hand and thus showing off the original 6 of spades card he drew at the start of the sound round of the game. I knew it. Serpentius exclaimed, feeling victorious for being right about the anthropomorphic cat demon's deceit. Looks like I need to wait until you do a magic trick. Our young Cambion sighed, not being at his uncle for his cheating at all. Wait, magic trick? Angel wondered with confusion in his voice. Yeah, my uncle was a magician when he was alive. He knows all kinds of magic trick. Izuku explained, surprising Angel with this fact. The focus is on the kid. Husk noted, going back to his usual grumpy self. Oh, can you make some magic tricks now for me? Angel inquired from the grumpy cat sinner with excitement. No. The kid lost the game, so I won't do a magic trick. Tough legs. Husk replied furiously, snapping at the gay porn star. Alright, Dad, I'm not gonna ask it again. Sheesh, don't need to shout at me because I'm curious about your magic bullshit. Angel remarked huffily, putting his upper right elbow on the table and resting his head on his upper right palm, looking away from all members of the group grumpily. At the moment he did this act, the alcohol-loving cat-like demon couldn't bear seeing, maybe due to annoyance or guilt, and decided due to something he himself didn't believe he would do, sighing and unlocking his mouth once he made his decision. Well, I guess I could do a couple, but it would be nothin' fancy. Husk explained as he scratched his right cheek with his right index finger with a little bit of blush on his face. Really? The spider-base sinner questioned as he moved his body forward, causing him to bring his face so close to Husk that it was just a few inches away from it while he held his pet pig in his lower hands, with the latter obtaining a huge blush on his face due to Angel's sudden move. You're so sweet, Huskipo. Angel teased in a flirty tone. Shut the hell up, it's nothin'. Husk answered, pushing Angel's face away from himself with his right hand gently, making him sit back on his seat. But I'm not doing this again, he clarified as his blush disappeared, probably already regretting his choice of act. I get it. You bitter and hate fun. Angel said, becoming full of Husk's behavior. Now, do some cool stuff already, he requested, placing his head on his left upper hand, with him and everyone else observing Husk and waiting for him to begin his trick, which he started almost instantly once he sighed and mentally prepared himself. Do you see anything in hand? The feline-like demon queried the gay adult movie star while holding up both of his hands, waiting for a simple answer from him, but the only he got from Angel was just a snort, signaling that he was at the edge of laughing, making the anthropomorphic blush a tiny bit from embarrassment. Just answer the question, you demon brat, he ordered as his face became more red from the blush he acquired. And no, I don't see. Angel responded as he tried not to laugh. After his reply, Husk made a quick move with his, resulting in a poker card appearing in his hands, surprising Angel and almost everyone else at the table, with Alastor, Vaggie, and Izuku being the only ones who didn't become surprised by his trick, with our protagonist witnessing his uncle's magical performance with delight. Holy shit! Angel noted in amazement as he watched the love of his life's magic trick. Don't drop your fucking jaws yet. There's more to come. Husk announced with joy and a smug smile on his face, putting the poker card down on the table once he finished his sentence. Then he grabbed his top hat with his left hand and took it off of his head, holding it in front of his body. After that, he made a few circles above his hat with his right hand, reached into it, and pulled Kiki out of it, taking aback everyone aside from the radio demon, the moth-based female sinner, and our dear hero even more. Wow! Angel said in astonishment. See, I told you he's a magician. Izuku remarked happily and smilingly, proving his point for Angel. Unfortunately for him, his happy time was cut short when out of nowhere, he experienced a sudden pain in his tail, causing him to stand up from his chair and the table. Ow! He exclaimed in pain as he rose from his seat, getting everyone's attention. When he stood up, to check why his tail was hurting, he grabbed the lower part of his green coat that covered his tail and lifted it in order to check why his tail was hurting. And when he did, he was shocked to find out that it was Fat Nuggets who somehow approached his tail without him noticing, positioned it inside his mouth, and began to munch on it cutely, thus making him feel pain. This whole situation caused both Angel, Husk, and Serpentius to release a laughter, with the latter letting Kiki free from his grip, while Alastor felt anger towards him due to him not paying any attention to his pet, thus allowing Fat Nuggets to bite his son's tail and make it hurt. And while all of this happened, Charlie just observed the whole scene, not forgetting the question that lingered in her mind and waiting for the perfect moment to ask her question from her young friend. Once both the spider-like demon and Izuku's gambling-loving uncle finished their laugh and Angel took Fat Nuggets off of Izuku's tail and this whole scene came to an end, everyone rose from the poker table and went on their own separate ways, with Husk going back behind his bar counter, followed by Angel and Serpentius who both ordered a drink for themselves, and Izuku walking to the lounge section of the lobby with his shadowy friend and starting a conversation with his father and aunt there, leaving Charlie and Vaggie to themselves. Shortly after this, Vaggie informed her girlfriend that she needed to go outside to grab some food for themselves, and right after the Princess of Hell approved, she immediately went to the entrance of the hotel and exited it, thus leaving Princess Charlotte to herself. Then, Charlie just continued to observe her young Cambion having a talk with two of his demonic relatives, with Izuku sitting on one of the sofas, Shadow floating above him, Alastor standing next to him on his right side, and Nifty standing on the sofa at her nephew's left side, trying to gather as much encouragement to ask what she was curious about as she could. Finally, after like 3 minutes, she decided to approach him, ready to ask her question. Izuku? She started, gaining the attention of all the members of the group. Oh, hey Charlie, our protagonist said, saying hello to his friend. I thought you were with Miss Vaggie. Well, I was, but she told me she needed to go out to grab some food, the Princess of Hell explained. Oh, I see. Izuku answered as friendly as usual, looking at his royal friend with a smile on his face. Anyway, sorry to interrupt your conversation, but may I ask you a question from you? Charlie wondered. It appears to me that you're now having company, and I don't want to be a nuisance for you. Alastor noted with his signature grin on his face, turning around as he said this. Enjoy your practicing with your uncle, my boy, he stated, moving his legs and beginning to walk away from the group. Thank you, Dad, our dear hero remercied, turning his head and witnessing his friend once again. Sure, go ahead. Well, I was thinking that you always talk about your dad, but you never told me how you met him. Can you tell me about it? The Princess of Hell queried, making the radio demon stop in his tracks by asking this question, with him knowing her next question due to the type of the query. Of course. Izuku replied nicely, then started telling the story of how he met his father, his aunt, and Miss Rosie, how kind his father was to him, how he met his first demonic friend, Mello, and how his father saved from the creep who tried to RPE him. And as he told this to his royal friend, Charlie stood and listened in shock by hearing all of this. She knew that Alastor had a thing to protect the weak and the ones who couldn't defend themselves, and she knew that a father should always love and be nice to his child, but it was still shocking for her to hear Alastor behaving like this. But as she listened to her friend telling his story, she noticed that he left out a family member of his from the tale, causing her to think that he met Husk at another time and making her create her second question in her mind. And that's it. That's how I met my dad. Izuku finished, ending his story smilingly. I see. Princess Charlotte noted, processing the bunch of information she had just received and opening her mouth yet again to ask her question once she processed it completely. But, you didn't talk about how you met your uncle? Could you tell me about that too? She requested as kindly as ever, hoping for that her friend would tell this story with the same joyful tone and expression. But instead of that happy face she expected, she was rewarded with a type of expression she didn't think of. When she asked her question, the smile Izuku acquired instantly vanished, being replaced with an expression that showed discomfort and uneasiness, with Alastor lowering his smile a little bit and him, Nifty, and Husk feeling worried about their nephew's mental state. Recognizing this, Charlie immediately regretted asking this question of hers in the first place. Oh, I didn't know it was a sensitive topic. I'm so sorry, Izuku. Charlie apologized, feeling bad for unsettling her young Overlord friend. And no, it's fine. Our young Cambion responded, assuring his royal friend that she didn't do anything bad by asking this and letting out a sigh to prepare himself mentally. I will tell you. And no, why you don't have to. Charlie replied, not wanting to make her friend even more sad. And no, I will tell you. It's easier for everyone. Izuku remarked in a tiny bit gloomy tone, with his aunt placing her right hand on his left shoulder in a comforting manner, causing Izuku to look at her and adopt a small smile, appreciating her gesture. Yeah, tell us. Angel exclaimed as he walked up to the group while he was holding a glass of alcoholic beverage in his upper right hand and fat nuggets in his lower hand, earning the attention of the group. You don't need to hide you peed yourself when you were little. All of us did at that time. He joked as he descended on the other sofa, sitting down on the middle of it while his pet pig observed our protagonist non-stop. Angel! Charlie exclaimed angrily. It's fine, Charlie, don't worry. Izuku ensured, then tapping on the sofa with his right hand, signaling her to sit down next to him. "Come on, take a seat," he requested as his father rotated his body and joined back to their group, stopping and standing at the right side of the sofa, while the demonic pet cat, Kiki, also became a member of the group, with her placing herself on the table in front the three furniture and looking at our young overlord with curiosity. Hearing his request, Princess Charlotte walked up to the sofa, turned around, and sat down on it, positioning herself next to her young friend and witnessing him with a worried expression. After his royal friend placed herself on the furniture comfortably, our dear hero moved his head in the direction of the notable kingpin, observing him in the process. "Do you want to join us, Sir Pentious?" he queried with the same gloomy tone, making the wannabe overlord look at his pupil. "Fine, I'll join you," Sir Pentious answered, getting out of his bar chair and slithering to the group, thus leaving our protagonist's uncle alone in the caviar bar. "But right after you told this little tale of yoursis, we are going to test my ray gun," he declared, reaching the group's location and descending down on the armchair. "As you wish, Sir Pentious." Izuku responded with a small smile on his face, which disappeared right after he replied to his demonic teacher's announcement. Then, he clasped his hands together and moved his head downwards, witnessing the dark red-colored floor while doing this. "Now, where should I begin?" "It was a cold, winter day 10 years ago." Izuku started, beginning the story of how he met his uncle. It was a cold winter Saturday morning in the country of Japan. The streets of the city of Mizudafu were covered in snow as it continued to fall from the sky as tiny but beautiful snowflakes, with the roads and sidewalks being the only things that did not obtain this frosty substance due to the people cleaning the roads and sidewalks to allow the citizens to get to their workplaces. The buildings and lights all across the city were decorated with winter and Christmas-themed decorations. And for a good reason. Because, although the majority of the population didn't celebrate it, it was still the first day of Christmas. Many children in the country woke up from their sleep and jumped out of their beds, running to the Christmas trees of their families and checking what kind of presents they got from Santa Claus. But in the case of the 4-year-old Izuku, it was slightly different. Of course, he was excited about his present, but that was not the main reason for his excitement. It was that it was the day when our protagonist would meet his father once again. Recognizing this fact, with a bright, innocent smile on his face, our dear hero got out of his bed at the moment he exited the realm of dreams and awoke himself, running out of his room and rushing in the direction of the kitchen living room, with a smaller, much more younger, Shadow following his master while he was doing all of this. Once reaching the kitchen living room of their living place, he and his shadowy companion could witness his already awake mother preparing his favorite meal, katsudon, as their breakfast, with her greeting her son and asking him to take a seat at the table once she noticed his presence. Once he sat down at the table and his mother put his dish on the table, Izuku instantly grabbed his chopstick and dug into his breakfast, not wasting even a single second. After he finished his meal, Izuku got down from his seat, and with Shadow by his side, he ran to their Christmas tree and checked if there was a present under it or not, hoping for something that was his favorite hero, All Might, themed. When he got to it, he saw one present under the tree, making him immediately touch it with his hands and causing him to start opening it, while his mother observed him unboxing his present excitedly with a sweet smile on her face. After a few moments, he unlocked the present completely, allowing himself to take a look at its inside content. And when he did, he saw a special edition All Might figure, becoming even happier and getting it out of the present box once he saw it. Then, he rushed in front of his mother with his shadowy friend while holding his newly got figurine, asking his mother to let him visit his father in order to show him his new toy. Although with a little bit of worry, Inko gave her approval to her son's idea, requesting him to handle himself first as usual, asking him to do an act such as brushing his teeth and face, while she prepared his clothes for him. Hearing his mother's permission, our young protagonist instantly ran towards the bathroom of their apartment, while his shadowy companion tried to keep up with him as his mother witnessed him leave the room with a kind and motherly smile. Then, after her precious son went inside the bathroom with Shadow, Inko moved her legs and walked in the direction of her son's room, entering it and approaching the wardrobe once she was inside. Then, she opened the doors of the wardrobe and took a look inside, searching for the clothes her son wore when he met his father for the first time. Eventually, he found the attire she was looking for, grabbing it with her right hand and getting it out of the wardrobe. After that, she closed the doors of the wardrobe and stepped out of the room of her only living blood relative, going back to the kitchen living room of their living location, placing her son's clothes on the sofa, and waiting for him to clean himself fully. A few minutes passed, and our young protagonist opened the door of the bathroom and stepped out of it with Shadow, now acquired with freshly cleaned teeth and face, still obtaining his sweet smile. Then he entered the living room kitchen, ran to his mother, and climbed up on the sofa, beginning to take off his pajamas with the help of his mother and shadowy companion. Of course, when he got to his pajama trousers, he asked his mother and shadowy companion to cover their eyes, requesting them to keep their eyes closed until he took off his trousers and put his underwear on. Once he got his underwear on himself, he let his mother and shadowy friend unlock their eyes, with them continuing to help him dress up. When he put his boots on, thus completing his attire, his mother turned and extended her hand towards the red-colored, old-fashioned vintage radio on the table, adjusting it to the right channel in order to make it possible for her son to visit his father. Once she tuned the radio in, she stepped away from it and asked her son to push the button in the middle as he got off of the sofa and approached the radio while his shadowy friend turned into his shadow form, with our young protagonist pushing the button down with his right index finger after he got to it. Then the same red and orange-colored fire erupted from the radio, creating a ring of fire around Izuku and enveloping him. Shortly after that, the flames vanished, and so did Izuku, making Inko think that her son successfully entered hell. When the ring of fire faded away, our dear hero looked around and came to the realization that he was inside the house of his father, in the small hall of his home to be exact. As he observed his surroundings, his auditory organs picked up the sound of old-fashioned, vintage music, playing from the gramophone his father owned in the living room on his right side. Once both he and Shadow got the attention of the music, Izuku moved his head and body to the right side with pure excitement, hoping that due to the vintage melody playing in the living room, his father was inside the room as well. Once our young protagonist moved his head in the direction of the living room, in the red armchair, he could witness the red hair, the two black antlers, and the red-colored, black-tipped deer ears his father acquired, thus confirming that he was indeed in the living room, with his shadows observing him as he read some kind of book in his hands. By seeing the presence of his father, Izuku, with his tiny legs, began to run towards his father, opening his mouth for the purpose of gaining his demonic parent's attention. "Daddy!" Izuku beamed as he rushed in the direction of his father with Shadow, causing Alastor to look up from his book, turn his head, and set his upon his only child with his old friends, making his grin grow wider when he noticed Izuku. "My dear sweet boy," the radio demon called, lifting the needle of the gramophone with his right hand, getting up from his seat, turning his body towards his son, crouching down, and opening his arms wide, offering his child a hug, which was the exact thing he did when he reached him. "It is so delightful to see you," he stated as he wrapped his arms around his son's body, returning his child's gesture while his shadows greeted Shadow by surrounding him and each of them wrapping themselves around him one after another, with Alastor's shadow being the first in the line. After a few, father and son broke their hug, with both of them witnessing one another after that and the cannibalistic serial killer starting a conversation between himself and his son. "Now, tell me, how was your week like? I am sincerely hopeful that you were not picked on by Bakugo." Alastor wondered as he observed his son with his everlasting wide grin. "No, Daddy, I was not." Izuku lied with a tiny bit stuttered voice, flattening his ears and tail a little bit, and not wanting to reveal the truth to his father, thus not having the desire to upset him, which was meaningless due to his father noticing his lie instantly just by the tone of his voice. But despite this, Alastor didn't reveal this for one single reason: to not make his son feel bad and kill his spirit full of excitement towards Christmas. After this, Izuku changed back to his original, joyful self, straightening his ears and tail, raising his right hand, and showing the present he received to his father. "Look what I got from Santa, Daddy," our young protagonist requested from his demonic parent, presenting his brand new All Might figurine to him. "That's a really nice gift, my boy," Alastor remarked, observing his son's new toy with his well-known smile on his face, "and as it seems to me, you're quite fond of it." "Yes, Daddy." Izuku declared happily, "I really like it." "That's good to hear." The radio demon responded. Then an idea appeared in his mind, making him remind himself of something that both was connected to, and was really important for his son at this time of the year. "Speaking of presents, Santa Claus had visited me yesterday and shared the information of you behaving like a good child this year, so he left a present here for you and asked me to give it to you," the radio demon declared, explaining the situation of the present like this due to him not wishing for shattering his son's heart by telling him that Santa does not exist and he was the one who got the gift. At the moment the radio-loving Overlord let this statement of his known, our young protagonist's eyes became as starry as the night sky from pure excitement, causing him to be able to barely stand still from it. "Really?" Izuku inquired excitedly as his smile widened from the growing joyfulness inside his body. "Of course. Allow me to present your gift for you, my boy," Alastor announced, laughing delightfully at his joke, with it being followed by the laughter of an imaginary crowd. After he finished his laugh, Alastor raised his right hand into the air, touched his right thumb and right middle finger together, and made a snap with them, allowing a medium present box to manifest in his hand. The box itself acquired a red color scheme and was sealed at the top, with it fixed to the lower part of the present box with a well-tied bright red-colored ribbon. After the box appeared in his hand fully, Alastor lowered his right hand and moved it in front of his son's face, allowing him to have a chance to take his present. "Here, my boy. Take it," Alastor offered, holding the present in front of his beloved child in his right hand. "I'll hold your little toy until you unwrap your present," he said, placing his left hand in front of his son and opening it, allowing him to give his figurine to him. Izuku didn't need to be told to do so. After giving his All Might action figure to his father, he took the box out of his father's hand in an instant and began to unwrap it while all the shadows, including Shadow, observed him in the process. First, he carefully untied the ribbon on the box and after that, as a second move, he lifted the top of the box, allowing himself and all the shadows present in the room to take a look at what was hidden inside the gift. And when they did, both Izuku's and Shadow's eyes shot their eyes wide in surprise by what they saw. Inside the present, they could witness a red-colored, normal-sized book with a giant, red pentagram on it, with the title of the book, which was written under the pentagram, saying The Encyclopedia of Voodoo. Although it was a little bit weird for Izuku to get this type of present at first, it didn't matter to him that much. Because at the moment he saw the book, he immediately jolted towards his father and gave him a big, warm hug in pure delightfulness. "Thank you, Daddy." Izuku remercied happily, being grateful for the gift. "You're welcome, my boy," the cannibalistic serial killer said, returning his son's hug with his own, wrapping his arms around him while the shadows observed them with joy, with Shadow even joining their hug by carefully wrapping himself around the father and son duo, not wanting to disturb their sweet moment. After a few seconds and after Izuku's shadowy companion unwrapped his body, thus freeing them from his grip, they separated themselves from one another, breaking their hug. Then, Alastor positioned his left hand with the All Might figure in it in front of his son, letting him take it back. Izuku extended his right hand in the direction of his father's left hand, while holding his newly obtained voodoo book in his own left hand, and grabbed the All Might action figurine, taking it out of his father's hand. Shortly after that, Izuku turned his body around while looking at his father and beginning to move his legs, building up speed in the process. "Come on, Daddy. Let's go over to Mello. I want to show her my new figurine and my new book," our young Cambion announced enthusiastically as he started to rush towards the direction of the entrance of his father's house with Shadow, being so excited that he couldn't wait for his best demonic imp friend and her mother to visit him and his father. "Oh, I would really love to, my boy, but unfortunately, it is not possible," Alastor stated as he stood up, making his son and his son's shadowy friend stop at the doorstep of the living room. "What?" Izuku questioned in shock as he and Shadow turned around and looked at his demonic parent. "Why, Daddy?" "Well, my boy, it is due to a business meeting that I, Miss Rosie, and some friends of mine attend at this time every year," the radio demon explained, then continued, "and as unfortunate as it is, I must not miss it." he finished, not telling his son that the meeting he plans to have with the rest of the overlords was about the upcoming annual cleanse, which was about to happen in 6 days. Hearing his father's reasoning and getting the information that he was unable to spend this day with him, Izuku instantly became really upset, even reaching the edge of crying, lowering his ears and tail, moving his head downwards, and witnessing the floor with sadness, with Shadow placing his right hand on his master's left shoulder in a comforting manner. Seeing his son in this gloomy state, Alastor couldn't resist but lose from the size of his signature smile a tiny bit and feel ashamed of himself for 3 reasons. 1. For making his son sad, 2. For being incapable of being with him on this special day, and 3. For him not planning ahead this meeting with his son, like getting someone to look over him. As he thought about this, an idea came into being inside his mind that would benefit both his only child and a certain old friend of his by him and Izuku meeting each other for the first time, making his smile return to its original form. After this idea was complete, he opened his mouth full of yellow-colored sharp, pointy teeth. "But worry not, my boy," Alastor added, causing his son and his shadowy friend to look at him. "I have the perfect person to look after you," he declared as moved his right and performed a snap with his fingers. Then, out of nowhere, a sudden light green began to emit from the left side of the living room, causing our young overlord, his shadowy friend, and his father to look at the cause of the light, with the former 2 going back inside the room in order to observe the light, and with the cannibalistic serial killer already knowing 100% what was its cause. And when they did, they saw something that both our dear hero and his shadowy helper didn't expect. At the source of the light, which quickly vanished shortly after they turned their heads towards its direction, they could see a well-made poker table being placed, accompanied by a few bar chairs around it. But this was not the most surprising thing for Izuku. The most surprising thing for him was that someone was occupying one of those chairs. And as he observed him, Izuku found the sinner's design both a little bit strange and a tiny bit interesting. The demon appeared to be an anthropomorphic animal, a cat to be exact, judging by his ears and tail. His fur was taupe-colored, overlaid with white on his face, torso, feet, and upper arms, which Izuku was not able to see due to the demon showing his back to him. The insides of his ears were white as well, decorated with a red tip at the point and a red heart in the center. A black tuft of fluff protruded from each, thus creating the appearance of small hearts. He had a darker shade of taupe encircling his, mimicking spats, which of course, just like in the case of his ears, Izuku couldn't witness thanks to the sinner not facing him. The demon's tail was taupe and long, ending with a large spray of plum-like fur or feathers which were dark pink with black and white stripes, with Izuku not capable of deciding which was it exactly. The demon obtained yellow-orange hearts underneath the paws on his hands. The wings of the anthropomorphic cat demon were large and red, with dark taupe on the undersides. The undersides of his wings were decorated with black stripes which featured red and white roulette wheel dot markings. The outside of his wings were ornamented with more black stripes, which wrapped around the joints and ran around a row of white roulette wheel dots. The only attire the sinner possessed was a black top hat with a red hatband and a golden button-like decoration, as well as a red bow tie and black suspenders over his shoulders. As Izuku and his shadowy companion observed the newly arrived demon, the sinner suddenly opened his mouth and began to speak, allowing our young Cambion and his shadowy helper to hear his voice for the first time. "Ha!" the demon exclaimed as he put some poker cards on the table. "Read 'em and weep, boys." "Full ho-woo," the demon continued, but quickly stopped in his speech when the area around him started to turn red and become distorted, while a bunch of scary images, like the heads of creepy voodoo dolls and some voodoo symbols, coming into existence around him, making him turn around and observe his surroundings in surprise. "The hell? What the beep is this?" the sinner questioned as he tried to find the one who was responsible for disturbing him in his poker play, with his bad words being censored by the one who summoned him, not wanting his child to hear any bad words at this young age. Then, just as he began doing this, his eyes got the attention on the demon he could barely tolerate the presence of, causing him to become agitated at his mere sight. "You," he said furiously as he pointed at the radio demon with his left index finger. "Husker, my good friend," Alastor greeted as he approached the demon he referred to as Husker. "Glad you made it." he noted as he positioned his right hand on Husk's left shoulder. "Don't you husker me, you son of a beep!" Husk demanded frustratedly as he swept the cannibalistic serial killer's hand off of his shoulder, becoming surprised by the sudden censor of words the radio demon performed on him, thus ticking him off even more. "I was about to win the whole diamond pot," he declared as he moved his body around and extended his right arm in the direction of the poker table, revealing to his boss the pile of poker chips and paper currency that was placed on the table, which fastly became distorted and disappeared into nothingness. "Good to see you too," the radio demon remarked as he witnessed his old friend, with him performing a facepalm. "What the hell do you want from me this time?" Husk queried as he witnessed Alastor. "Well, my friend, I'm going to have a meeting with the others soon, and I have no one to look out for my dear boy, so I took it upon myself to request your services," the radio demon explained as he placed his right arm on the anthropomorphic cat sinner's shoulders, making him open his eyes wider in shock. "I hope that's okay," he queried, continuing to look at his old friend with his well-known grin. After the radio-loving Overlord finished his speech, Husk moved his eyes downwards, searching for the kid his boss mentioned. He didn't need to seek for the kid for too long. In the room, he could see Izuku, whom Husk judged to be around 4 years old by his appearance, standing next to the doorway, observing him with a worried expression, flattened ears, and tail while being surrounded by his shadowy helper and Alastor's shadows. Then, Husk moved his visionary organs and focused his attention on the radio demon yet again, becoming more fed up in the process. "Are you beat me?" Husk inquired agitatedly. "No, I don't think so," Alastor answered as delightfully as ever, thus earning the prize of Husk pushing him away from himself with both of his hands. "You thought it would be some kind of big beep riot just to pull out of nowhere? You think I'm some kind of beep clown?" the alcohol and gambling-loving cat demon questioned furiously as Alastor carefully removed the dust from his left arm with his right hand, then positioned his hands on his waist and looked at his old friend, not losing even one bit from his smile. "Maybe," Alastor noted, meaning both as a joke and a fact. "I'm not gonna be a beep babysitter for your kid." Husk clarified grumpily as he crossed his arms and watched Alastor casually walk in the direction that was at his left side. "Oh, come on, Husker," Alastor said joyfully as he teleported next to Husk and placed his right hand on his left shoulder, making him jump a tiny bit in surprise. "You're going to enjoy some quality time, my boy. After all, we don't want him to be alone, isn't that right, my boy?" he queried delightfully, turning his head and focusing his attention on his son, with Husk doing the same act, waiting for an answer from him. "Why's daddy?" Izuku stuttered anxiously, slowly nodding by using his head in the process as he held his All Might figurine in his right hand and his newly got voodoo book in his left hand. "See, Husker? My boy doesn't want to be alone," Alastor stated, turning his head and setting his eyes upon his anthropomorphic cat demon friend. "Besides, my friend, I can make your time after you finish looking after my son if you wish," Alastor whispered, telling this Husk so quietly Izuku couldn't hear it, offering his old friend some alcoholic beverage for his service, which, of course, due to him really loving any drink that was alcoholic, was enough for Husk to not decline his boss's offer. "Fine," Husk replied angrily as he looked away from the Alastor, accepting his offer, despite not having any mood for being a babysitter. "Splendid," the radio demon exclaimed in happiness, lifting his hand from his old friend's shoulder. "Now, if you excuse me, I have a meeting to attend to," he announced as he began to walk in the direction of the exit of his living room, thus getting closer and closer towards the door that could allow him to leave his living place by opening it and passing through it. But before he could do that, he approached his son and crouched down in front of him, looking him in the eye in the process. "Do not worry, my boy. I'll be away just for 2 or 3 hours," Alastor stated, assuring his son of the fact that he won't be away for a long time. "My dear Husker will take good care of you," he stated as he turned his head to witness his old friend, who instantly looked away from him at the moment of his remark. Then, the radio demon moved his head back to its original position, placing his attention on his son again. "In the meantime, try to be a good boy, okay?" he requested from his only child as he positioned his right hand on his head, ruffling his hair gently with it. "Okay, daddy," Izuku responded, being gloomy due to his father leaving for a while and not being able to spend that much time with him. Good. The radio demon said, removing his hand from his son's head and standing up from his crouch, going back to his original posture. Then, he turned his body to the right, and with casual steps, he got out of the living with all of the shadows in the room aside from Shadow following him in the process. Have fun, he exclaimed as he moved his body in the direction of the door that served as both the entrance and the exit of his house and walked towards while his shadowy helpers vanished from sight, transforming themselves into their shadow forms. Once Alastor reached the door, he touched its handle with his right and pushed it down, thus unlocking the door and allowing himself to step out of his home. And thus, he got out of his house, summoning his staff into his right hand and closing the door behind his back, thus leaving Izuku and Husk in the house. At the moment the radio demon stepped out of his house, the poker table and all the bar chairs became distorted and vanished from sight, making Husk fall on the floor, his butt touching the wooden floor first. Husk cursed as he got up from the floor and scratched his butt with his left hand, witnessing it in the process. Then, after he lifted his hand from his butt, he turned his head back to its original position and set his upon the son of the radio demon, who, with his shadowy companion, set his eyes upon him with a worried expression, lowered ears, and a flattened tail, not saying any to the anthropomorphic feline demon, with him doing the same act. They continued to stare at each other awkwardly for around a minute or two, when suddenly, Husk broke the silence by opening his mouth and beginning to speak. Anyway, I'm gonna tell this to you once, kid, disturb me only when you have a problem or when you have something urgent, he stated grumpily as he observed our young protagonist and shadowy friend. Other than that, leave me alone, the cat sinner demanded, not wanting to curse in the presence of a young child, with the previous curses that escaped his mouth being let out by him mostly due to his anger towards Alastor and him being a pain in the butt for him. Once he finished his statement, he rotated his body to the left and started to walk towards the armchair that was closer to him while both Izuku and Shadow witnessed him in this act. After Husk got to the armchair, he descended his body and sat down on it comfortably, putting his left elbow on the left armrest of the armchair, pinching his nose with his left thumb and left index finger, letting out a tired sigh. Fucking Christ, he profaned quietly, still wondering about whether he should have accepted Alastor's request or not. As he did this, he felt a sudden touch on his left arm, making him remove his fingers from his nose and look at the person who touched his arm. And once he did, he witnessed the 4-year-old Izuku standing at his side with his shadowy helper, holding his All Might action figure and his newly earned voodoo book in his hands, and acquiring the same anxious look on his face from moments ago. What do you want? He questioned as grumpily as ever. Are you a magician? Izuku queried worriedly. What? Husk asked dumbfoundedly, taken aback by this sudden question. Why have hat that magicians have, and I thought why 1T2. Izuku explained as he stammered in anxiety. Well, I was one in my life, kid, but not anymore, the anthropomorphic cat sinner stated. So, why you can do magic TT tricks? Our young protagonist wondered anxiously. Yes, I can do tricks. Husk answered, then continued, Now, leave me alone, kid. I need to rest, he said, then moved his head away from the direction of the son of Alastor. At the sheer moment when Husk told him that he could perform tricks, all the worries Izuku obtained instantly vanished and were replaced with excitement and joy, making him straighten his ears and tail. Can you do a magic trick for me? Izuku requested with a sweet smile, starry eyes full of excitement. Like hell I would, kid. I told ya, I'm not a magician anymore. Husk declared, raising his voice in anger a tiny, tiny bit. Please, our young overlord asked kindly, with his starry eyes becoming cute doe eyes, observing the anthropomorphic feline with them. Despite him being an unfeeling, grumpy, alcohol-loving, gambling-addicted demon who hated everyone in both his mortal life and afterlife, including himself for being a cat sinner in hell, even Husk couldn't say no to the adorable young child that was Izuku Midoriya. So, with the release of another tired sigh, he mentally prepared himself for what he was about to say, opening his mouth to let his decision known. Fine. I'll show ya some. Husk responded, saying yes to the request of our young cambion, causing our young protagonist to adopt a bigger smile on his face. Yay! Izuku cheered in joyfulness. Thank you, uncle. He remercied nicely as he rushed to the middle of the carpet, catching the anthropomorphic feline demon off guard by suddenly calling him uncle. I can't fucking believe I'm doing this. Husk remarked quietly as he pinched his nose yet again with his left thumb and left index finger, standing up from the armchair in doing so. Then he followed our young overlord to the middle of the carpet, while Izuku kneeled down on the carpet and sat on his heels, thus performing a Japanese sitting, and placed his All Might figurine and freshly acquired voodoo book on the carpet, with the figure being positioned at Izuku's right side and the voodoo book being located at his left side. Soon after, Husk followed this act of his as well, sitting down on the carpet in the same way the son of the radio demon did and locating himself in front of him. Then, after he positioned himself comfortably, he put his right hand into the right pocket of his jeans, which was connected to the suspenders that kept it on him, pulled a small, silver coin out of it, opened his mouth, and began to see this. Husk wondered as he held the coin up in front of him with his right thumb and right index finger, with Izuku nodding his head in understanding. Then, the alcohol-loving sinner bent his fingers and formed a fist, making the coin get into his palm. After that, he quickly opened his palm and showed it off to our young cambion, thus revealing that the coin vanished from his hand. Oh! Izuku exclaimed in awe as he witnessed the disappearance of the silver coin. Where did the coin go? I have no idea. Husk noted as he shrugged his shoulders. But why is it? He started, extending his left hand towards our young overlord and reaching behind his ear. Behind your ear? He inquired as pulled the same silver out from the back of his right ear, showing it off to our dear hero, who, after seeing the coin, adopted starry eyes from the astonishment he experienced. Wow! Izuku exclaimed in amazement as he and Shadow observed the demon who was taking care of him at that moment. And with this, the magnificent program of Izuku and Husk spending time with each other had finally begun, with the latter performing magic trick after magic trick and the former enjoying all the tricks he did in delight. And, to be honest, Husk didn't mind it that much. In fact, the old servant of the radio demon even enjoyed, although just a little bit. In his life, nearly no one appreciated his talents as a magician, making him become unfeeling and get even more addicted to alcohol and gambling, which he began to enjoy even more than being a magician, in order to cope with his depression, with the main reason of his addiction being that he was a true Las Vegas man who was introduced to gambling in a really young age. So when Izuku appreciated his trick, it was enough to make his heart melt just a tiny bit that was as cold as the Antarctic. This went on for around 20 minutes when out of nowhere, they heard a few knocks on the front door. At the moment their auditory organs picked up the sound, Izuku jumped up from the carpet and rushed out of the living room and in the direction of the front door, thinking it was the person behind the door, the person he was excited for and hoped to see once again, with him followed by Shadow, who picked his master's All Might toy and voodoo book with his hands and brought them after his master. In the meantime, shortly after his sudden leave, Husk put his cards down, which he used to perform a magic card trick for Izuku, and got up from the carpet as well, following the young cambion with causal steps and with a bored expression. When he got to the small hall, he looked to the left and witnessed the 4-year-old Izuku in front of the entrance, trying to reach the handle of the door. Seeing this, the anthropomorphic feline sinner approached the young child, getting behind him and making him and his shadowy helper turn their heads and look at him. Then, Husk moved his right hand and touched the door handle. With it, pushing it downwards and opening the door, thus allowing themselves to find out who was the one who wanted to come inside. And when they did, Husk's eyes widened a little bit in surprise and Izuku's eyes became filled with happiness by who he saw. The one who was knocking on the front door of the radio demon's house was no other than the 5-year-old Mello, Izuku's first demonic and best imp friend, having a sweet smile on her face as she stood there. And she was not alone. She was accompanied by her mother, who was standing behind her daughter. Since they met each other at the playground a few months ago, Izuku and Mello grew closer to one another, with them even becoming close friends. But when they departed each time one of them or both of them left the playground, they became really sad for being able to spend just a little bit more time with each other. So, in order to not make her daughter experience sadness, Melo's mother allowed her daughter to visit her new friend every weekend and vice versa, although her doing this reluctantly at first due to Izuku being the child of the radio demon. But as Izuku visited her and her daughter time after time, she realized that not only Izuku was not evil and sadistic, he was rather really kind and was quite a sweetheart who really loved her daughter's company and vice versa, making her grow fond of Izuku as well. Melo's appearance didn't change much, wearing the same type of clothes and having the same kind of hairstyle that she obtained on the day when she met Izuku for the first time, with her attire consisting of a one-piece black dress with lots of red dots all over it and a pair of black stockings on her hooves and her hair being kept in a baby-styled ponytail. Meanwhile, her mother's clothing was different from the time our young Overlord saw her for the very first time. On her upper body, she acquired a dark red shirt and black-colored jacket above the shirt, while on her lower body, she was wearing yellow jeans and white high heels. At the moment he saw his first demonic friend standing in front of him, Izuku's smile grew in size immediately, resulting in him opening his mouth and beginning to speak. "Melo," he exclaimed in joyfulness, throwing his hands in the air and greeting his friend with a smile on his face. "Zuzu!" Melo yelled in delight, calling him by the nickname she gave to him and running to her best friend and embracing him with a big hug, just as she did every time they met each other, while Izuku lowered his arms and everyone observed their sweet moment, with Husk looking at them with his usual bored expression, Melo's mother witnessing them with a kind smile, and Shadow setting his eyes upon them with a happy face, judging by the shape of his eyes. Once his imp friend hugged him, Izuku raised his head and looked at his demonic friend's mother, unlocking his mouth and starting to speak once he accomplished this act. "Hi, Mrs. Dark Flame," our young Cambion told smilingly, saying "hi" to Melo's mother and referring to her as Mrs. Dark Flame. "Hello, Izuku." Mrs. Dark Flame replied kindly, greeting our dear hero with her southern accent. Then, she moved her eyes and looked at the demon who was standing behind her daughter's best friend, becoming surprised by seeing that it was not the radio demon who was positioned there. "Oh, hello," she said, observing Husk with an awkward smile. "Sup?" Husk responded with boredom, witnessing Mrs. Dark Flame with his causal, not showing any emotion, expression on his face. "Where is Mr. Alastor? He's usually the one who's taking care of Izuku," the mother of Izuku's imp friend wondered, calling the radio demon by his name due to her and her daughter being among the lucky few who knew and were allowed to name him by his true name. "He needed to go to a borin' but meetin', so now I'm the one who's lookin' after his kid," Husk explained, then continued, "The name's Husk, by the way." "Oh, I see," Mrs. Dark Flame answered, processing the information she had just received. Then, she realized that she didn't do the first thing two people do when they meet each other for the first time. I almost forgot. My name is Dark Flame. Mirella Dark Flame. It's nice to meet you," she said, introducing herself and extending her right hand in the direction of the anthropomorphic feline sinner, offering a handshake, which Husk accepted, shaking hands with her. After that, Mrs. Dark Flame lowered her hand, continuing her speech once she finished this act. "And may I ask what kind of meeting Mr. Alastor needed to attend?" "I'm just curious," she queried. "I don't know, and I especially don't care," Husk stated grumpily, not giving a shit about Alastor's meeting while looking at Mrs. Dark Flame. This was the moment when Shadow couldn't take it anymore. The scene his master and his imp friend made was too cute to resist. He wanted to become a member of their gesture too. So, he gently wrapped his pitch-black colored body around his master's and his imp friend's bodies, gaining the attention of the group and causing the young imp girl's smile to widen at his presence. "Shadow!" Melo cheered, releasing her friend from her hug and embracing Shadow with a hug, hugging him like a teddy bear, which Izuku's shadowy friend enjoyed really much. After a few seconds, the young imp girl released Shadow from her grip, observing him in the process, which was the exact thing the shadowy companion did. As she witnessed him, she noticed that Shadow was holding something in his hands, making her move her eyes downwards in order to get a better look at the items he obtained. And when she did, she shot her eyes wide in surprise when she saw the All Might action figurine and the voodoo book in Shadow's hands, resulting in her adopting a curious look. "What are those?" she wondered curiously. "Those are my Christmas presents," Izuku stated as he looked at Melo and Shadow. What is Christmas? Mello questioned as Shadow extended both of his pitch-black hands in the direction of his master, signaling that he wanted to give them back to him. It is a day when Santa comes and gives presents to every child in the world, our young protagonist explained as he took the All Might figurine out of his shadowy companion's right hand and grabbed his newly acquired voodoo book with his left hand, thus taking it away from Shadow. Really? Mello told, becoming excited by hearing her friend's explanation. He's like Krampus? Who? Izuku wondered in confusion, with it due to him never hearing the name Krampus at that point in his life. Krampus, Mello repeated. He brings presents to all the good imp children too, she clarified nicely, never losing her smile. Yeah, he's like him, Izuku said, not knowing that the Krampus actually punished bad children. Then he moved his right hand, showing off his All Might figure. I got this All Might from Santa for Christmas because I was a good kid, he explained happily, showing up his toy. Whoa, the young imp girl cooed with starry eyes, filled with excitement. And my daddy gave me this voodoo book and said that Santa sent this to him and wanted him to give it to me, he explained delightfully as he presented his voodoo book to his demonic friend as everyone in the group observed him, while one excellent idea popped up in the young, innocent mind of Mello. Let's play with them at the playground, she suggested joyfully, being so excited that she could hold herself back. Okay. Izuku approved smilingly, nodding with his head. With this, both he and Mello started to rush down the few staircases and began to run on the sidewalk of the street happily, making their way in the direction of the playground they usually went on every weekend, while in the meantime, Shadow followed them in order to keep them safe. Don't run too fast, honey. You're going to fall, Mrs. Darkflame shouted, warning her daughter and her daughter's friend in order to prevent them from falling and thus hurting themselves. But as usual, this remark of hers found deaf ears, with the two youngsters continuing to run in the street while being accompanied by Izuku's shadowy helper. But instead of being angry at her daughter for not listening to her, Mrs. Darkflame just let out a small sigh and formed a smile on her face as she witnessed the two young children having fun with each other. They grow up so fast, she noted as Husk looked at Izuku and Mello running on the street as well. With this, their journey towards the nearest playground had started, with Husk and Mrs. Darkflame catching up to the two youngsters as soon as possible in order not to lose them from their sight. As usual, they took their causal route towards the playground, doing this in an attempt to avoid any type of board or building that advertised inappropriate things and activities that young children should never see. As they were on their journey, Izuku and Mello continued enjoying each other's company while Shadow proceeded to keep up with his master, and Mrs. Darkflame and Husk witnessed them in this act in silence, with Husk not having the mood and care to start a conversation. After around 30 minutes, they arrived at the gates of the park that gave home to the youngsters' favorite playground, causing them to jolt through its open gates and enter inside it once they got to it. Meanwhile, the ones who looked over them attempted to follow them, not desiring to lose them from their sights. Once all of them were in the park, with them being surrounded by beautiful green vegetation, they went on with their journey, with our dear hero and his first demonic friend leading the way with enthusiasm. A few minutes had passed, and they found themselves at a small, open area, where their final destination, the playground, was positioned, with it, as usual, being occupied by imp children and even a few succubi children too. At the moment they set their eyes upon the playground, Izuku and Mello instantly ran towards the sandpit of the playground, got into it, and took over it once they reached it, while Shadow followed them and joined them in the sandpit as well. Meanwhile, the mother of our young protagonist's imp friend and the alcohol-loving cat-like sinner walked to the nearest bench and sat down, observing the two children as they appreciated each other's presence in delight. During their time in the playground, Izuku and Mello played with each other and with our young overlord's freshly obtained All Might, with them imagining themselves as heroes and Izuku talking to Mello about them and how cool the number one hero was, which the young imp girl listened to with curiosity and joy. Then, after our dear hero finished his speech about his favorite hero, they decided to check out his new voodoo book, opening it and reading and learning about voodoo symbols and their meanings. This went around for an hour until Mello got another brilliant idea, causing her, Izuku, and Shadow to rush back to the demons who took care of them, with Shadow bringing his master's belongings in his hands and Mello asking her mother to go the nearby mall and make a visit to the Krampus there, which she allowed. Hearing her approval, the smile of the two youngsters immediately began to jolt in the direction of the exit of the park as the two adults in the group got up from the group and tried to keep up with them, not desiring to lose them from their vision. Once all members of the group got to the gate of the park that played the part of its exit and stopped in their tracks, a silly appeared in the young imp girl's head, making her focus her attention on our young overlord and open her mouth full of small sharp teeth to let her idea known to him. The first who gets to the mall is going to be the first who sits into Krampus's lap, she announced gleefully, challenging her friend to a race and starting to rush down the street on the sidewalk while avoiding collision with other demons and sinners on the street, now running faster than before, probably due to the rising thrill and the excitement inside her body. Okay, Izuku answered, running after his friend almost at the same speed as her while his shadowy companion followed him behind his back. Although Izuku didn't know yet, it was one of his worst mistakes that he accepted his demonic friend's little challenge. Hey! Husk exclaimed, then continued, Kids, wait! He yelled as he and Dark Flame rushed after the two young individuals and their shadowy guard, with the latter three turning to the left at the corner of the street. Shortly after they began to jolt after the children in order to not lose them from the sights of their visionary organs. But when they got to the corner and looked in the direction they saw Izuku, Mello, and Shadowhead, they had no sight of them, causing them to shoot their eyes wide in surprise, making them become alarmed, and resulting in Mrs. Darkflame to grow worried for her daughter's safety. Sheet, where did the kids go? The anthropomorphic feline demon wondered as he and Mirella. Darkflame moved their heads left and right, trying to find any traces of our young Cambions, his best imp friends, and his shadowy helper's presence. However, their search was short-lived due to something they would have never expected. As they looked around the area by doing the act previously mentioned, they heard a loud, cracking sound from the sky, causing not just them, but everyone in the streets of Pentagram City to look up. And when they did, they widened their eyes in pure shock by what they saw. The pentagram that was floating above the capital of Hell, the pentagram that served as the city's main defense, was broken, making everyone on the streets become struck with utter fear, including Husk and Mrs. Darkflame as well, knowing dimly well the reason behind the cracking of the pentagram. But no, that couldn't be. It was too early. This event was supposed to happen in 6 days. And yet it was about to occur. What? It always happened on the same day every year. But now it came earlier. But why would they come down sooner this year? What could possibly cause them to do this? It just didn't make any sense. As Husk thought about this, the defensive pentagram continued to become more and more damaged, crack after crack appearing on it. In response, all the demons in the streets of Pentagram City vanished from sight, desperately searching for a hiding spot and getting cover there, fearing for their lives. As the citizens of the capital city of Hell disappeared from the streets, both Husk and Mrs. Darkflame looked at each other, with Husk opening his mouth and beginning to speak. Go, he said to Melos' mother as the pentagram became even more cracked. Take cover somewhere safe. I'll get the kids. I'll go with you. Essa. Darkflame told anxiously. No. Disagreed. The only thing you're gonna do now is that you find a place for yourself to hide, he advised. But my daughter? Melos' mother started with extreme distress, fearing for her daughter's well-being. You wanna end up as a stain on the ground and upset her? The anthropomorphic cat demon questioned. Then take my fucking advice. Do not come with me, he suggested as the pentagram had become completely vanishing from the sky and causing them to take a quick glance on it, with them becoming even more stressed. I'll protect her too. Husk stated as placed his attention on Mrs. Darkflame, then continued, Now, get your butt somewhere safe and do not come out until this is over, he recommended, trying to calm down Mrs. Darkflame as much as he could. Hearing this, although really reluctantly at first due to her motherly instincts and not wanting to abandon her daughter, Mirella realized this was the only way to solve this, with her acknowledging that even if she wanted, she was not capable of protecting her daughter from those things with all of her strength thanks to their special weaponry. So, with a worried expression, she turned around and ran back in the direction of the park as the servant of the radio demon witnessed her in this act while she only hoped for one single thing. her daughter's safety. After she left, Husk moved his body and spread his red-feathered wings, preparing to use them for the act he was about to perform. "My life," he cursed, then rose into the air, and with his wings, he flew away into one of the directions opposite to the one Mrs. Darflame fled, thus beginning his search for the missing children and their shadowy guardian. As the alcohol-loving feline demon started his flight, at the location of the now-destroyed pentagram, a large group of individuals, 50 of them to be exact, descended from the sky, observing the city from the air. Their appearance was nothing like the demons of hell. All of the beings were humanoid and appeared to be females, obtaining feminine features like fully developed BRSTs or butts, similar to the ones an adult woman would have. They possessed horns at the top of their heads, above which they acquired a halo with a central gem and 3 smaller crystals on both sides, along with a pair of large wings on their backs. Their facial features were hidden from sight by an LED mask each of them had, with it being capable of showing various expressions. Their attire seemed to be uniformal, mostly having black, gray, and white as the attire's coloration, with the only exception being that some of the individuals' LED masks acquired a red coloration at the eyes and the mouth area. All of the individuals were armed with weapons, most of them holding spears that were made out of holy material in their hands. They were the beings that all sinners and all hellborn demons of the realm of suffering feared the most. They were the individuals who came down every year from heaven and performed an annual genocide in the Pride Ring, killing everyone in their sights who was outside the streets. And worst of all, they enjoyed it. The killing, the bloodshed, the torture, everything. They were the soldiers of the Almighty's realm, the exorcists, also known as the exterminators. As they witnessed the city from the sky, one of the exorcists flew forward, getting in front of the group. Her look was mainly the same as the rest of the exterminators, although there were some differences. Instead of being white, the color of her halo was black, with her right pupil obtaining the same color as well, which, in the case of the rest of the exorcists, was white instead of black, thus signaling that she had a higher ranking than the rest of the exterminators that were present there. The last visual difference in her appearance was her wings, which were striped instead of pale. Her weaponry was also different, with her having a sword created from holy material instead of a spear, with it being positioned on her left side. Once the exterminator got in front of the other exorcists, she moved her body and turned around, facing her fellow soldiers. "All right, soldiers, listen up," she ordered, making everyone in their group set their eyes upon her. "I'm going to explain the situation again," she said, then went on with her speech. "Our latest observations say that our target is in the city now, so this is the perfect time for us to strike. However, we only have time until the bell of the main tower rings and the defensive pentagram reforms, so we must be quick," the exterminator told, slowly flying from one side to the other as she expressed this. "In order to accomplish our mission as fast and efficiently as possible, we're going to form teams of 5 to cover more ground in the city," she announced, then continued. "Remember, Lord Adam had asked us specifically to complete this mission, so we must not disappoint him," she stated as she went moving left and right in the air with the help of her wings, reminding her fellow group members to this crucial information, with them agreeing with her remark. "We're free to use any form of force and violence towards the citizens," she declared, making her fellow soldiers become excited at the mere thought of them being allowed to hurt other beings that were not angelic. "But remember," she told, stopping in the middle and holding up her right hand and her right index finger, "we must not forget the main point of our mission," the exterminator stated, lowering her hand and turning around, showing her back to her soldiers and looking at Pentagram City. "Find the abomination and eliminate it," she finished, thus giving a clear permission to her soldiers to begin the mission. With this, the rest of the exorcists moved their wings, formed teams, and scattered all across the city, with the leader of the group joining one of the 10 teams as well, thus starting their search for the special threat they needed to take care. Meanwhile, as the exterminator began their mission, Izuku and Mello went on running on the streets of the capital city of Hell while they were watched over by Shadow, laughing joyfully and having so much fun while they were doing this act that they didn't the crucial fact that they got lost and failed to pick up the sound of the cracking and breaking pentagram with their auditory organs. They continued their lovely, silly race for around 10 minutes, when, as they passed by an alleyway, our dear heroine spotted movement from the corner of his left eye, causing him to stop in his tracks and take a quick look at the source of the movement, with his shadowy friend proceeding to do the same act as well, floating at his left side. Hearing her friend end his running, Mello quit her movement too, turning her head in his direction and witnessing him and his shadowy helper with her eyes. "Why did you stop, Zuzu?" the young imp girl inquired as she walked up to her best friend and to her favorite shadow. "The mall is not here," she stated as she got next to Izuku, observing him in the process. Seeing that he didn't focus his attention on her when she talked to her, she decided to move her head and set her eyes upon the alleyway, earning a glimpse of the location her Cambion friend was looking at. And when she did, she was quite surprised by what she saw. Inside the alleyway, they could observe what a normal alleyway had: a metal dumpster at the right side of the alleyway, some graffiti painted on the wall, a couple of posters on the walls, nothing out of the ordinary. The reason why it was special and why it made our young protagonist and his first demonic friend place their attention on it in the first place was that at the end of the alleyway, they were able to witness a group of 5 strange-looking, blackish, grayish-colored, curved-horned, winged beings that obtained some kind of white-colored, glowing, circle-shaped object above their heads, with the one being who stood in the middle having a black one above instead of a white one, and spears in their hands as well, with the one with the black object having a sword at her left side, forming a half of a circle, thus indicating that they surrounded someone. Recognizing this, due to their curiosity, both Izuku and Mello looked at each other, nodded their heads, and proceeded to quietly sneak to the metal dumpster while Shadow floated after them in silence. Once they reached the dumpster and hid behind it, all 3 moved their heads and peeked out from behind the dumpster, focusing their attention on the group of individuals who were the main reason they went inside the alleyway, not knowing that the ones they desired to witness in their act were the biggest threat to the sinners of hell, the exorcists. But at the moment they did this, they were both taken aback and were startled by the sudden, painful scream of a 6th individual, meaning that it came from the demon those beings surrounded, making our dear hero, the young imp girl, and their shadowy guardian to become terrified. Although they couldn't see it clearly, they were still able to witness the demon who was encircled by the exterminators and who let out this painful scream, with him sitting on the ground and leaning against the wall, acquiring numerous, burned, bloody injuries, which were inflicted by the exorcists, on his body. The demon's look was nothing special. He was normal-sized, had a pair of pointy horns on his head, 6 eyes, and 4 arms on his body, with one of them missing due to an exterminator cutting it off as a part of his torment. His attire consisted of a row of spikes on his head, starting between his horns and ending at the back of his head, a black-colored, punk-styled sleeveless shirt that was ripped at the bottom area, thus revealing his belly, and dark blue trousers that were also ripped as well, mostly being like that at the thighs and at the end of the clothing. As he continued to let his suffering known, the exterminator who plunged the sharp end of her spear into the demon's right upper arm removed her weapon from the sinner's body, allowing another team member of hers to take her turn in the torture of that unfortunate demon, moving her spear into his right side, causing the sinner to experience even greater pain and making him release another scream of pain into the air, unsettling our trio even more as they witnessed the whole thing happen. This whole situation went on for 1 or 2 minutes, with the exorcists creating wound after wound on the demon, causing him to scream even louder from his suffering, which the angels listened to with delight, as our young overlord, his imp friend, and his shadowy companion observed the scene with bigger and bigger discomfort, until at one point, the individual in the middle lifted her right arm, signaling her teammates to stop what they were doing. "All right, that's enough," the leader of the mission and the whole angel group commanded, ordering her fellow to stop their act, making one of the exterminators get her spear out of the sinner's body, who was at the brink of death at this point. "You had enough fun for now. Now, we must focus on our mission," she declared as she lowered her right arm, upsetting her teammates with the fact they couldn't torture the demon anymore, but despite this, nodding and agreeing with the statement of their team leader. Please, into me," the sinner begged as blood escaped from his mouth, being at the edge of dying, causing all the exorcists to set their eyes upon him. "As you wish," the main exterminator responded, then moved her right hand towards her sword, grabbed its grip with her hand, drew it out of its scabbard, touched its grip with her other hand, and raised it into the air, preparing for what she was about to do as our trio witnessed her in fright and fear. Then, with a swift move, she struck down with her weapon and cut the demon's head clean off, decapitating him and causing his head to fall down from his neck and roll on the ground, absolutely shocking and horrifying Izuku, Mello, and Shadow with her act. Demons. What a waste of time, the exorcist noted coldly as she observed the corpse of the dead sinner. By witnessing all of this happen, our main trio was 100% sure that they had no reason for them to be there anymore. So, in complete frightfulness, our young protagonist and his demonic friend began to walk backward as quietly as they could, with Shadow doing this by levitating, trying to leave the location without them being noticed. Unfortunately for them, moments later they started their escape operation. Their plan failed instantly when, as she was taking steps in the direction behind her back, Mello accidentally placed her left hoof on an empty plastic bottle, letting out a crushing sound as she stepped on it. At that moment they heard this sound, all three of them looked down in panic in order to witness what was the cause of this noise, and after they saw the empty bottle, they instantly moved their heads upwards, hoping that the beings they witnessed killing someone didn't hear this. Unfortunately, this was not the case. When they did look up and back at the entities, they froze in fear by what they saw. Those exterminators were not looking at the body of the deceased demon. They were looking at them. And as they did this, the leader of the operation realized that the small, green-haired, deer-eared boy was the one who they needed to get rid of. So, after getting this information inside her mind, she adopted a serious expression and opened her mouth, beginning to speak once she unlocked it. "Kill them," she ordered as she drew her sword out and pointed at the group with it, terrifying them even more with her demand. After she announced her demand, using her wings, one of 4 exorcists that were in her team and were below her ranking immediately dashed forward and positioned her spear in front of her body, with the sharp end of the weapon pointing in the direction of our deer, flying towards him, his best imp friend, and shadowy friend with immense speed and clear murderous intent. Recognizing the dangerous situation, Shadow had to act quickly. He threw his master's belongings into the air with a quick move. He pushed his master and his friend out of the way right at the moment when the exorcist was about to pierce her spear through Izuku's body, saving him and Mello from certain death. As he witnessed the angel stopping in her advance, getting a little bit of relief due to knowing that he saved his master's life, Shadow turned his head and focused his full attention on our young Cambion, just to check if he was all right physically. But when he did, he became horrified by what he observed. Despite saving his master from dying, there was still damage inflicted on his body. On his right shoulder, the clothing was ripped and a bleeding wound was foundable, thus showing that Izuku was injured. Izuku felt all of it. All the agony caused by the wound and all the burning pain around his injury which was made by the holy weapon of the exterminator. It was so painful for him that he couldn't resist crying as he placed his left hand on his wound. "Zuzu!" Mello cried out in worry as she set her eyes upon her injured and crying friend. By seeing his master's state and acquiring pure anger towards the one who hurt him, Shadow instantly changed his form and transformed into his defensive self, with his green aura turning into red, his green eyes transforming into red ones, his antlers becoming larger, and his short claws changing to long, sharp talons. Then, once transforming fully, he moved his head and placed his attention on the exorcist. As she was about to attack our young overlord and the young imp girl again, Shadow flew to her and performed an attack on her face, inflicting claw after claw on her mask and buying time for the duo to escape. Witnessing the opportunity, Mello helped her friend up as fast as she could, and after that, both of them ran out of the alleyway, getting out of the vision of the exterminators. Once seeing that his master and his demonic friend had fled from the location, Shadow stopped his attack, reverted back to his original form, picked up his master's all-might toy and voodoo book, and floated after the escape due, him vanishing from the area as well. After them, the main exorcist demanded with a serious tone, "We must not lose sight of the abomination," she declared, ordering her fellow soldier to go after the fleeing trio. With this, all the exorcists in the team proceeded to leap into the air by using their wings, and once they saw our main trio running on the street, they flew after them, beginning their deadly chase. Meanwhile, as all these events occurred, on the other side of the city, In a big building, inside a reddish, pinkish-colored room that had windows at both sides and a pair of lamps on the ceiling, around a long, large table, all Overlords of the Pride Ring were placed. Attending to the meeting, Alastor talked about his son, with their meeting, which was about how they should exploit this year's upcoming extermination day more beneficially, actually being near to its end. Observing from the point of view of someone who had entered the room through its door, the sitting order was the following. At the left side of the table, closest to the corner of it, the leader of the cannibal colony, Miss Rosie, was positioned, wearing her casual yet elegant attire, and the seat in front of her being occupied a large, dinosaur-based female overlord named Miss Zilla, who was one member of Lucifer's inner circle and had lawn green-colored hair that was pink at some ends of her hair, lawn green scara, black, narrow pupils, pink skin, a tail with lawn green-colored feathers at the end, and distinctive claws on her feet, similar to a velociraptor or any kind of dromaeosaurid. Her attire consisted of a little bit of dark pink-colored jacket which had light green fur at the neck and at the wrists, a black shirt that exposed her belly area and obtained a huge, toothy smile with lawn green teeth at the BRSTS as a decoration, and black jeans. At her left side of Rosie, her good friend and the radio demon himself, Alastor, was sitting, having his microphone in his hand and acquiring his well-known toothy grin. In front of him, at the other side of the table, a male overlord was located who had eyes that only consisted of light blue-colored scara, a head that resembled a skull burning in a light blue-colored fire, with the head obtaining a pair of large antlers that were curving downwards. His clothing included a bluish, blackish-colored suit, which didn't have anything under it, thus revealing his strange torso that allowed everyone see his torso, which was the same light blue flame that enveloped his skull, jeans with the same color as the suit, and majestic shoes. Next to Alastor, another female demon was foundable, with her having white hair which was kept in a ponytail hairstyle called the socialite, eyes with red scara, white irises, and black, narrow pupils, two small black horns at the top of her head, and white skin. Her attire contained red glasses on her face, a white lab coat, black gloves that started between her shoulders and elbows, and black jeans under her lab coat. She was the only Med soul present in the room who didn't have someone sitting in front of her. She was Odette Carmine, one of the two daughters of Carmilla Carmine. At her left, the next overlord was not other than one of and the only female member of the three V's, Velvet, who was leaning on the table with her elbows and had quite a bored expression on her face at the moment. She was a slim demon with slightly gray-brown skin. She had long, curly hair tied into large pigtails which are velvet on the tips and pale blue at the ends, with white swirl streaks on her pigtails and on her bangs with black hair ties holding her hair up. Her eyes acquired white irises and red scara, and she seemed to be wearing white clown eyeliner with burgundy eyeshadow and black lipstick with a strip across the center of her mouth. She wore a black turtleneck crop top with two hearts on the chest and a dark bluish-gray coat with a fur collar that had red hearts. She had loose blue and red striped pants with a heart-shaped buckle belt and heeled blackish shoes with white puffs on the top. She also obtained two skull earrings on each side of her head and fingerless black striped evening gloves, with the alternate colors of the right and the left being white and red, respectively. In front of her, at the other side of the table, Clara Carmine, the second daughter of Carmilla Carmine, was obtaining a chair, acquiring white puffy hair, a pair of tiny black horns on her head, a little bit brighter skin tone than Velvet, red scara, white irises, black, narrow pupils, and black lipstick. Her clothing involved a black sleeveless shirt, dark gray jeans, and black shoes. At the end of the table, which was closer to Velvet, the organizers of this whole meeting were sitting, with a screen with statistics about the number of deaths at the annual cleanse each year projected by a projector, which was connected to the ceiling, behind their backs. At the left, a male, spider-like overlord named Zestial Mord, a tall demon who stood around 7.4 feet and was another member of the King of Hell's inner circle. He obtained dark gray skin, for pupilless eyes with greenish-yellow scara, and sharp fangs in his mouth. His mouth had a bright greenish-yellow coloration. He had a very lean frame with a pencil-thin neck and arms, and he sported long claws that were sharpened to a point. He acquired two other large arms that were attached and stretched across his cloak, as his hands laid at the ends of his cloak, while 8 smaller spider legs stuck out from the front of his suit in the formation of a spider. He wore a lopsided, black top hat with a feather attached to it featuring yellow and red stripes, with a skull on the brim. He was also wearing a large black widow spider as a pendant or bow tie, with green stripes on its legs. Most of his body remained concealed in an organic, black cloak that stretched out from his back, which was capable of opening up with a wide span similar to that of the hood of a cobra and contained numerous red eyes across his yellow skin. Underneath his cloak, he obtained a dark purple suit, a maroon-colored undershirt, and long shoes with maroon, white, and black stripes. Next to him, the second arranger of the meeting and final member of Lucifer's inner circle, the female overlord labeled as Carmilla Carming, was occupying a seat. She was a tall and slender demon, adorned with gray skin and red eyes accentuated with white irises. She had long white hair, which was kept in a shape that resembled horns with sleek black stripes. She acquired large hands, with fingers extending up to an impressive 5 feet in length, each tipped with long and sharp claws. She was clothed in a black and white dress, with the black color occupying the most places on the dress with the exception of the arms and the lower part of the dress, which covered her but entirely, where the white color dominated from between the shoulders and elbows to the end of the fingers, black jeans, and elegant black high heels that were sharp and pointy at the end. In front of the organizers, at the other end of the table, the television-headed overlord, Vox, who was wearing his casual clothing, and the director of the adult film studio of Hell, the moth-based male overlord, Valentino, were sitting, witnessing the group with bored faces. Valentino was a tall, slender demon with grayish-lavender skin and cerise-pink eyes, over which he was wearing gold-rimmed heart-shaped sunglasses with cerise-pink lenses. He had a wide mouth full of sharp, red-colored, pointed teeth, and possessed a single golden fang that sat at the left part of his mouth, being positioned far from the center of his mouth. He acquired long black-heeled boots, a floor-length vivid red coat, which featured a white fur trim at the wrists, as well as black and white striped fur trim down the coat center front to the bottom hem. He also obtained a large fluffy white collar, decorated with small red love hearts wrapped around his neck which plumed up from his coat's breakline. His coat was pinned with a gold chain and gold love heart-shaped brooch fastenings at the biarthus. He accessorized with a matching vivid red top hat that had a wide, asymmetrical zebra print hatband. 2 appendages sprouted from the band of the hat. On his left, 1 black spiked antennae, and on the right side, a large black and white striped feather. As he and his business partner kind of boyfriend, who was acquiring a chair next to him, witnessed the whole group with boredom, Carmilla opened her mouth and began to speak, revealing her feminine voice which, despite being womanly, still demanded fear and respect from the sinners and the hellborns of Pentagram City. "So, are there any questions?" Carmilla wondered, questioning the overlords present in the room about if they had something to ask about the things they discussed in the meeting. "Actually, yeah, I have one," Vox stated, causing everyone in the room to set their eyes upon him. "For you, Radio Demon," he said, placing his vision on the cannibalistic serial killer. "Ah, for me." Alastor cooed, speaking to his rival in this matter to tick him off due to him being disgusted of him and his modern technology. "How kind of you, my friend." "I'm not your fucking friend, but whatever," the TV demon remarked, then began his speech. "So, some moths ago, when you were your little cockroach helper, who was that little sinner behind you?" he queried as he leaned on the table with elbows, put his hands together, and placed his head on them. "Care to elaborate?" "Oh, my dear Vox, I assure so that you have nothing to do with that," the radio demon replied smilingly while trying to contain his rage towards Vox for him asking about his son. "But why is that? Are you hidin' something, or what?" Vox asked, becoming a tiny bit frustrated due to his rival not answering his question properly. "No, my friend, of course not," Alastor stated, making Vox angrier with his reply. "Then why are you not answering my question?" the television-headed overlord inquired. "I have already told you, my friend. You have nothing to do with that," Alastor declared, never losing his iconic smile, while his old friend, Miss Rosie, realized that the reason why her friend was not answering the TV demon's question was due to that, despite him not knowing that, he was asking Alastor about Izuku, his only son, making Rosie understand Alastor's behavior and her becoming a little bit angry as well for Vox asking about our dear hero. Now, listen here, ya outdated piece of shit. Vox started furiously, lifting up his head from his hands and pointing at the radio demon with his right index finger, thus beginning an argument with him. As they went on with their argument, which consisted of Vox repeating his question, Alastor answering it not properly on purpose, Vox becoming angrier at this, and repeating the cycle over again, Velvet just turned her head away from them and witnessed the window at the other side of the room with boredom, waiting for the meeting and all this bullshit to finally end. But as she proceeded to do this, she saw a particular winged, black-colored body dash from the sky and pass by the window, making the overlord of social media shoot her eyes wide in surprise. But right after that, she became really excited immediately due to something interesting and exciting finally happening, resulting in her standing up from her seat and beginning to walk towards the window in order to get a better look at the situation that was unfolding outside the street, causing Vox and Alastor to stop their arguing and making everyone to focus their attention on her. "What's the matter, baby doll?" Valentino wondered from Velvet, who didn't respond to his question as she approached the window. When she reached it, she moved her head forward to the glass part of the window and looked outside, observing the streets of Pentagram City and the situation that was going on there. And when she did, she adopted an even greater smile on her face in joy as she witnessed a bunch of exorcists outside, killing and torturing sinners on the streets. "Guys, check this out," she exclaimed in delight. The extermination day had come earlier this year, Velvet announced as she continued to look at the exterminators doing their jobs, causing every overlord in the room to widen their eyes in absolute surprise by telling them this. "Oh, just look how they are when they disembowel someone. How is that possible?" Carmina wondered as she stood up from her chair and walked up to the overlord of social media, checking that if she was telling the truth or not. The annual cleanse should happen 6 days later, not now. Miss Zilla stated as she too got up from her seat and approached 2 female overlords at the window, desiring a view of the events on the streets as well. What an unexpected event. This had never occurred before. Rosie noted, then continued, "What do you think about this, Alastor?" she asked with a smile on her face as she turned her head in the direction of her old friend, waiting for an answer from him. But at the moment she placed her attention on him, she instantly lost her grin and was rewarded with a sight as she really rarely witnessed in her life in hell, and when she did, she knew that nothing good was about to happen. The big smile of the radio demon, the smile he was most known for, and the grin he was most recognizable of, had disappeared. Not only that, his joyful smile was replaced with an expression showing pure, actual worry, making Rosie, after a little bit of thinking, realize the one reason why Alastor was looking like that. Izuku, the young and sweet cinnamon roll she met, was out there, resulting in her becoming worried for our young Cambion as well. Knowing that his dear boy was out there due to their usual program being spending time in the park at the playground with Mello and her mother, the radio demon grew extremely anxious for his son's safety and well-being, causing his fatherly instincts to go off, put his staff on the table, and stand up from his seat, covering his anxiety with a small smile and causing every overlord to focus their attention on him. "I apologize in advance for doing this, my dear friends, but something important came into my mind that I must take care of," Alastor explained as he quickly positioned the chair back to the table and grabbed his staff with his left hand, starting to walk towards the exit of the room with rapid steps. "But the meeting isn't over yet, Alastor," Carmilla declared as she observed the radio demon almost getting to the door. "I must go because my dear boy is still out there," the radio demon stated as he opened the door with his right and ran out of the room, with Rosie rising from her seat and rushing after him, leaving all the overlord in the room totally confused with his out-of-character behavior. After 1 or 2 minutes when he reached the exit of the building, Alastor opened the door and jolted out of the building, losing the little smile he used as a cover and getting out to the streets and earning a glimpse of the situation that was unfolding there, allowing him to see the dead bodies of sinners lying on the ground lifeless. As he witnessed the scenery, Rosie caught up to him, causing her to set her eyes upon the bodies of the deceased demons, making her even more worried for Izuku's safety. "Oh no," the head of the cannibal colony said anxiously as she set her pitch-black eyes on the bloody aftermath of the exorcist's murders. I must apologize for asking this favor from you once again, but I need your aid. Alastor announced as he poofed his staff away and snapped with his fingers, summoning his own and 5 other shadows in front of him. You have to help me find dear boy. I promise you, and I will reward you with all the souls you want to devour and torture, but you must help me find my boy first. 'Tis everything to me, the radio demon requested from his shadowy helpers, confessing his fatherly love for his son to his shadows. Hearing his order, in response, all the shadows nodded with their heads in understanding, turned around with their bodies, and flew away into separate ways, looking for our young protagonist, his demonic friend, and his shadowy helper as Alastor witnessed them leave with an anxious expression on his face. Don't worry, Alastor, Rosie said, comforting her friend and getting next to him. I hope so, my dear Rosie, I hope so. Alastor replied, looking at the leader of the cannibal with a worried yet hopeful expression, being for her trying to calm him down. Then, both he and her moved their legs and set off into one of the many directions on the streets of Pentagram City, thus beginning their search for our young Overlord, his best imp friend, and his shadowy guardian. At that point in time, our main trio had been running away from the deadly team of exterminators, successfully dodging and avoiding attack after attack, resulting in the exorcists becoming more and more agitated and ticked off. As our main group continued their flee from their attacks who were following them in the air by using their wings, 2 of the exorcists got to them, landing nearly next to each other and positioning themselves in front of them, blocking their way. Witnessing this, Shadow acted quickly, moved his hands and threw his master's all-might action figurine at one of the exterminators' faces and tossed his master's voodoo at the other exorcist's mask, distracting them for long enough to allow his master and the young imp girl to slide under the exterminators, thus escaping their blockade and let them go on with their escape on the now not used concrete road, with Shadow following them as soon as he could after he gathered his master's belongings. This was the moment when one of the 2 exorcists had enough. She was totally fed off being ashamed due to her and the other being so incompetent that they couldn't end 2 small children's lives. So, in order to finish their mission and redeem herself for her incompetency, she tightened her grab on her spear, lifted her hand in which she was holding her weapon, aimed with it, and threw it into the air, doing it with a trajectory that would surely hit at least one of the youngsters. The exterminator didn't have to wait for so long to see the results. As they ran away from their pursuers, Mello moved her head and looked back at the ones who were chasing, checking that if they resumed to follow them or not. But at the moment she did this, before she could even process it, she saw the spear flying towards her with such speed it was inevitable for her to avoid. And then it happened. The spear struck her. Fortunately, the holy weapon missed her head, thus not killing him, but it still caused significant damage. As the spear hit her, it seriously injured her left eye, causing it to obtain a huge vertical cut in the middle and making Mello fly forward a little bit and roll on the concrete road thanks to the impact of the spear, shocking both Izuku and Shadow with this. Mello, our dear heroine, cried out in fear of losing his best imp friend as he and his shadowy companion rushed to her side in order to check her state. When they got to her, they witnessed the bleeding, large injury on her left eye that prevented her from opening it, with the wound due to the effect of the holy spear, making the young imp girl experience a burning pain around it. Are you all right? Izuku wondered in panic as he and Shadow helped her sit up on the ground while she covered her black-colored blood-leaking injured eye with her left hand and tears rolled down her cheeks. But as he and his shadowy friend aided the young imp girl, all the 5 exorcists landed in front of them a few away, with the exterminator who hurt Mello in the first place being the one who was the closest to our main group, making our trio to look at them with fear. After they touched the ground, the exorcist nearest to our young protagonist, his demonic friend, and his shadowy helper leaned downwards and picked up her tiny bit bloody spear from the ground with her right hand, beginning to approach our main group slowly as they couldn't do anything, just observe her getting to them closer and closer with step after step. Once the deadly angel finally got to them, the exterminator grabbed her holy weapon with both of her hands, lifted her weapon up, and prepared herself for the act she was about to accomplish. Realizing what was about to happen, Izuku hugged his best imp friend tightly in fright and vice versa, both of them closing their eyes in utter fear, not wanting to witness their end as Shadow looked at the angels with pure fury, not being able to protect his master and his demonic friend anymore. Then, the exterminator struck down with her weapon, causing our young Cambion and the young imp girl to pull each other even closer, shutting their eyes and screaming in terror, with Mello even extending her left arm towards their soon-to-be executioner with her open-palmed left hand in attempt of protecting her and her friend, while the main exorcists formed a smile on her face as she set her eyes upon the situation with satisfaction, knowing that they succeeded with another mission and didn't disappoint their leader, the Archangel Adam. But then, something shocking happened that no one, literally no one, would have expected. Out of Mello's left hand, a huge blast of fire was shot, taking all the exterminators aback in absolute surprise and causing the main and two other exorcists to leap to the side, dodging the fire. But the other two deadly angels were not that lucky. When the huge flame touched their bodies, their clothes and the feathers on their wings incinerated instantly, making them experience immense pain as the fire consumed their skin and flesh, causing them to drop their weapons and scream in agony. A few seconds later, the flame vanished, allowing everyone present in the scene to witness the really badly burned, smoking, dead bodies of the exterminators lying on the grounds, shocking the remaining exorcists and our main trio, with the members of the latter having absolutely no idea what just happened. However, their observation was cut short by something swooping down from the sky and picking them up from the road, flying back high into the air once they were in the being's hands. For a short moment, Izuku and Mello closed their eyes from this sudden act, opening them slowly after a few seconds. When they did this, they shot their eyes wide at the moment they saw that they were in the air, being kept there by black-furred hands that our young protagonist was sure he had seen before. They became even more surprised when they heard the voice of the one who took them into the air in the first place. "Ya kids got yourselves into a hell of a shit show," the demon remarked with a serious yet bored tone, causing our trio to move their heads and witnessed that not other than Husk, the anthropomorphic cat sinner who served as our young Overlord babysitter at that day, making our dear heroine's eyes to produce tears of relief by seeing him. "Uncle!" Izuku exclaimed as a small smile popped up on his face and the previously mentioned tears flowed down on her cheeks like a waterfall. "Good to see you two in one piece, kid," Husk answered. Then with his eyes, he attempted to do a quick rundown on both our young Cambions and on the young imp girl's physical state, checking if they had any injuries, which of course, they acquired. "Hold on, kids. I'm gonna get ya a doctor ASAP," he announced as he went on with his flying, while Shadow tried to get out of the alcohol-loving cat demon's grip in order to give more space for his master and his best imp friend, resulting in him and the two other members of the group to fastly look at him, with the former doing it with panic. "Oi oi, stop. You're gonna fall," he exclaimed while becoming panicked. But he was not capable of stopping the Shadow from doing this act, because at the moment he said this sentence, Shadow escaped his grip, causing him to just simply float and fly next, catching Husk by surprise. "Oh, right." Husk noted a tiny bit dumbfoundedly thanks to him completely forgetting that Shadow's main method of movement was levitating. But he was taken out from his surprised state when a winged figure darted down between him and Shadow, descending from a higher part of the sky and missing them completely, making all members of the group look up to the location where the attack came from, thus allowing themselves to set their eyes upon the remaining three exterminators chasing after them, with the third who made that unsuccessful attack joining back to them, causing Husk to obtain a serious look on his face and resulting in the other three members of the group, even Shadow, acquiring a fearful expression. "Get them," the main exterminator shouted in anger, pointing her sword at our group. "Kill them and avenge our sisters." "Hold tight, kids. This gonna be a bumpy ride," the anthropomorphic feline sinner declared, flapping his wings and speeding up, which their pursuers did as well, trying to get to the one location where they were the most safe from those heavenly monsters as soon as possible, the radio demon's residence. Thus, the deadly chase between the exorcists and our main group had begun while they flew over Pentagram City fast, not noticing that one of Alastor's shadows, a certain imp mother, and a particular tiny, female cockroach sinner spotted them in their current situation, resulting in the former going and reporting back to its master, and the latter too leaving the alleyways that served as their hideouts and beginning to follow them while containing worry for their beloved nephew's daughter's health. During their chase, the exterminators proceeded to attack Husk and our youngsters on numerous occasions, with all the attempts, fortunately, failing miserably thanks to Husk dodging every attack perfectly. This went on for around 5 or 6 minutes, until at one point, one of the two exorcists who held spears raised her right hand and threw her spear at the gambling-addicted cat demon, now hitting him and piercing through his right wing, with the holy weapon stopping in midway. Husk yelled in agony as he felt the enormous pain in his wing as he struggled with his flight, causing him to lose a tiny bit from his hold of our young Overlord and his best imp friend, which was enough for Mello to let go of her grip and fall towards the ground, making her scream in fearfulness as she did this, shocking our group and allowing the exterminators a chance to kill her in midair. "Mello!" Izuku exclaimed in horror as he witnessed his friend descend in the direction of the ground. "I'm on it," Husk stated, moving his wings and swooping down in an attempt to catch and save Mello from certain death while the exorcists did the same act, although for the opposite reason, which was, of course, not other than ending her life. But as all of this happened, another unexpected event occurred that no one saw coming. As she fell towards the ground, out of the young imp girl's back, two bat-like wings sprouted that were middle-sized compared to her size, being perfect to keep her in the air, making Mello's dress have two large holes in the back area, causing her to observe her black-blooded, newly grown limbs with a mixture of pure surprise and awe, and resulting in the exterminators accidentally miss their attack. As the young imp girl looked at her new wings, Husk caught up with her and grabbed her with his left hand, holding her under his right arm next to her friend until he pulled the holy spear out of his right wing, trying to ignore the huge pain he experienced and tossing the weapon away once he successfully removed it. Then, he carefully placed Mello under his left arm and held her with it, attempting to move his wings to become faster and take the youngsters and himself higher in the air after he was done with the previous act. But unluckily for them, they were not going higher. In fact, due to Husk's injured wing, they were descending, with their speed of coming down a little bit increasing with almost every passing second. But every bad had some good in it because, as they got closer and closer to the ground, Husk noticed their destination, Alastor's house, with his visionary organs, being just a few houses away from their location. Recognizing this, Husk had to act fast. He turned in the air, showing his back to the ground, and hugged the two children to his body tightly, with our young Cambion and his demonic friend doing the same, and Shadow even wrapping his pitch-black body around the trio in an attempt to keep the kids in place even more. "Brace yourselves," Husk declared as he covered the children with his wings, shielding them from the upcoming impact. And then it happened. They impacted with the solid surface, but instead of hitting the ground, they landed on the roof of a house next to the radio demon's home, causing Husk to hurt his back and right leg badly and making his body bounce from the house's roof to Alastor's residence's roof, thanks to the speed his body hit the other house's roof, and roll on the roof, falling on the grassy ground and bringing down some tiles with him as well. Shortly after Husk touched the ground, he slowly moved his wings and uncovered the children, revealing that aside from their wounds caused by the exorcists, they were completely fine, making him a little bit relieved by seeing this. "Are you all right?" he queried as he set his eyes upon the two youngsters, with them looking at him and nodding by using their heads in response. "Good," the anthropomorphic cat sinner replied, then continued, "Now, go inside. I'll catch up to ya," he requested, with Shadow unwrapping his body from the trio's bodies and our young protagonist and the young imp girl getting up, turning around and running in the direction of the front door, with Shadow leading the way, while Husk stood up from the ground and began his way towards the door, limping with his right leg in the process. When the entrance of the house was noticed by his visionary organs, allowing him the scene of Shadow putting down Izuku's all-might figure and voodoo book on the ground and extending his right hand towards the door handle as our young Cambion and his best imp friend observed him in this act. With his auditory organs, Husk picked up the flapping sound of multiple wings getting closer and closer to their location, making him look up to the sky and witness their approaching chasers, causing him become stressed and alarmed yet again. "Open the door and get inside," Husk demanded as he quickened his steps towards the door, resulting in Shadow unlocking the door and opening it wide, allowing every one of them to get inside. Once every member of the group was inside, Shadow, Izuku, and Mello instantly jolted inside the living room, with Husk going after them as fast as he could after he closed the front door fully. After he got to the living, accompanied by our dear heroine, his demonic friend, and his shadowy helper, he hid behind the wall that was positioned at the right side of the doorway. But as our young protagonist and his best imp friend were about to let out a sigh of relief due to them thinking that they finally lost their pursuers, the anthropomorphic feline demon pulled them close to himself with his right hand, placing his left index finger in front of his mouth, signaling them to be quiet, confusing them with this sudden act. However, their confusion vanished when they heard 3 thuds from outside, making them indicate that 3 somethings landed outside the house, causing them to become enveloped with fright thanks to them already knowing who were the ones who got to the house. Shortly after they heard those thuds, they heard the handle of the entrance slowly being moved downwards, resulting in the door being opened leisurely with a creaking sound. Once the door was unlocked completely, thus revealing that the one who opened it was not other than the main exterminator, the exorcist looked around and stepped inside the home of the radio demon, closing the door behind her back, preventing anyone from escaping. Then, with an evil smile on her face, she drew her sword out and started to approach the living room with slow steps, knowing the fact that they were hiding there due to the droplets of blood Husk's wounded wings left behind led her that way. As the angel patiently got closer and closer to their position, which was indicated by her shadow and the sound of the wooden floor creaking under her feet, Husk prepared himself to protect the 2 children at any cost, even if it would cause him to die. But before any of them could do anything, suddenly, the bell of the city went off, surprising them and signaling all the exterminators, including the main one, that it was about time for them to leave. With a frustrated look on her face, the main exorcist looked in the direction of the living room, then turned around, ran to the exit of the house, unlocked it, and flew out of the house, regrouping with all of her fellow soldiers above Pentagram City and going back to heaven with them before the defensive pentagram of the capital would have reformed, which it did right after they left. Knowing that it was now 100% sure that this event had finally ended, Husk let out a tired but relieved sigh, sitting down on the floor and letting go of his grip on the 2 youngsters, with them observing him with a relieved expression as well. But, unluckily for them, this short moment of peace ended quickly when they heard someone barge through the door and enter the building, causing the alcohol-loving cat sinner to become alerted once again and making our young overlord and the young imp girl acquire fright yet again, fearing that their pursuers came back for them. Fortunately, this fear disappeared immediately when they heard a familiar voice that sounded like someone was speaking through an old-fashioned radio. "Izuku! Izuku, where are you?" Alastor questioned in worriness, being so anxious for his son that he called him by his name. Hearing his father's voice, Izuku rushed out of the living room and jolted into the small hall of the house, with him being followed by Mello, Shadow, and Husk. When he got there, he saw that not only his dad, but also his aunt, Miss Rosie, and Mrs. Darkflame in the scene as well, probably being together due to their search for them. Seeing his father, Izuku instantly began to run towards him as the tears of happiness and relief rolled down his face, with Mello doing the same act with the exception of her jolting towards her mother. "Daddy!" Izuku exclaimed as he ran towards his demonic parent, gaining his attention. "Izuku!" Alastor yelled as he rushed towards his son, being relieved that he was still alive. "Mommy!" Mello shouted as she jolted in the direction of her mother, making her set her eyes upon her daughter and causing her to cry as well in relief. "Mello!" Mrs. Darkflame exclaimed as she ran towards her daughter. Once both of the parents got to their children, they crouched down to their level and embraced them with the biggest hug of their lives, with the kids returning the gestures as well. "Thank Lucifer, you're all right," the radio demon declared as hugged his only child. "Th hurt him, daddy. Th hurt him, Mello, tt2. Izuku stated as grabbed onto his father's suit. "IW is so as a scared caddy." "I know," Alastor said, then continued, "but don't worry my boy, I'm here now. And I promise you that I'll never leave you like this ever again," he announced, blaming himself and feeling shame for being so thoughtless and careless for abandoning his son as Rosie and Nifty witnessed the whole scene with sorrowfulness and his dear boy hugged him even tighter and cried even harder after he said this. After the incident, my dad and my auntie treated my and my uncle's injuries instantly, and hence, Dark Flame took Mello to the doctors. Fortunately, her eyeball didn't suffer significant damage, but due to the wound, she lost her vision in her left eye. They also checked why she had grown wings and why she could use fire suddenly, but as far as I know, they found nothing. Izuku stated in the present as he took off the right side of his coat and pulled up the right sleeve of his dress shirt while all the demons in the room listened to his story in complete silence, showing off the place of the scar of the wound he got on the day of the incident as he looked at it. This scar is the only thing that reminds me every single day what happened on that day. I still don't know why those things were in hell at that time. He told as he pulled down the sleeve and placed the right side of the coat back on his body. I have nightmares about that incident to this day. Sometimes, me and Mello escape from them, but sometimes, we don't. It doesn't matter how much time passed, they still continue to haunt me, our dear hero said as he thought back to all the horrible nightmares he had over all the years. Then he moved his head upwards, looking at the ones present in the room. This is how I met my uncle, he declared, finishing his tale as he observed all the demons in the room, with them just looking at him in complete silence as he ended his story, confusing our young Cambion with their strange act. What? Out of nowhere, Charlie leaned forward in the blink of an eye and gave him a huge, comforting hug, catching him off guard and making his face really light up. See, Charlie? Izuku questioned as he flattened his ears and tail, and his head became as red as a tomato. I'm so sorry YUH had to live this, Charlie said as she hugged her friend and cried her eyes out in absolute sadness, causing his blush to instantly vanish when he heard what she said. Dude, that's really effed up, Angel remarked, regretting his joke from earlier and developing even more love for Husk after he heard all the things he did to protect him and his imp friend from dying, while Serpentius was already thinking about testing one of his weapons on an exterminator for them messing up his precious pupil. You don't need to say sorry, Charlie. It's not your fault. Izuku responded as hugged his royal friend as well, patting her back in the process. In fact, I should be apologizing for acting strange around Miss Vaggie, he stated as the Princess of Hell released him from her nice gesture and looked at him. W.I. Princess Charlotte wondered as she wiped tears away from her face. Well, our young Overlord started as he scratched the back of his head. It's mainly thanks to how much she resembles those things, he said, then continued. It's not like I blame her for this or anything like that. Izuku declared, golding up his hands and attempting to avoid misunderstanding. I know it's mainly my fault and even understand why she behaved towards me like. I too wouldn't so happy if a half-demon half-human who is the son of the feared radio demon just came into my house and wanted to stay here every weekend, he said, then lowered his hands and went on with his speech. But I couldn't help but shake when I'm around her. Because every time I look at her face, I see them. Izuku explained as he looked at the floor of the hotel woefully, resulting in everyone in the room, even Serpentius, showing sympathy for him. Witnessing how sad our young protagonist was, Fat Nugget stood up in his owner's lap and jumped down from his lap, surprising him. Fat Nuggets? What are ya? The gay porn star inquired as his pet pig made his way to our dear heroine and climbed to the sofa with a tiny bit of difficulty, positioning himself between him and the Princess of Hell and looking at him. Oh, hey Fat Nuggets. What do you? Izuku started with a tiny smile, but was cut short when, in order to comfort him, Fat Nuggets just walked onto his lap and sat down in it, surprising our young protagonist. What in the? He queried as the pet pig snuggled to his and witnessed him with his pig eyes, oinking happily, causing Angel to chuckle at this and making Charlie coo by seeing this. Out of jealousy, and in an attempt to cheer up Izuku, Kiki jumped from the table to the sofa, climbed up to our dear hero's head, nuzzling her own head to his head while purring, with Izuku even scratching her chin gently, then observing Fat Nuggets with a jealous look, with the pig doing nothing, just cutely setting his eyes upon her, resulting in Charlie barely being able to hold herself back from the cuteness she saw. Fortunately, both of the pets' plans were successful, thus cheering up Izuku once again, turning to his usual, joyful self. However, this wholesome scene ended quickly. A demon who they didn't expect to be there opened her mouth and began to speak, thus showing off her location. It's not your fault, Vaggie declared, coming out from behind the wall she was hiding while holding 2 bags of food, causing everyone to look at her, with Izuku doing it with panic. "And Miss Vaggie. It's nice to see you," Izuku said, greeting the female moth sinner nervously. Sorry for asking this, but how much did you head from my story?" "All of it," Vaggie replied as she approached the group, making Izuku even more nervous with her answer. "Oh, okay," our young Cambion answered, afraid that now she was going to something him after she heard his tale. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I'm not a monster," Vaggie noted as placed down the 2 bags on the floor. "Besides, they hurt me too," the moth-based demon stated as she turned and began to take off her shirt, causing Izuku to become immediately flustered and wanting to stop what she was about to do. "And Miss Vaggie, what are you?" Izuku started in panic, but stopped in his speech when he saw the numerous amounts of scars that were similar to his on her back, shocking her and everyone in the room with the exception of her girlfriend, who had known about it for a while now. "It happened in the first year I came to Hell. I was careless and it almost cost my life. I only managed to escape with the skin of my teeth," Vaggie explained, then pulled her shirt down to its original form and turned around, walking to our young protagonist. "So, if you're wondering, no, I don't think the story you told us was a lie. I know, because I experienced it from firsthand," she said, then continued, "and as I listened to your story, I began to think that I was maybe a little bit too harsh with you," she told with as she got to the sofa and set her eye upon on Nifty, who instantly understood her request from just looking at her and got off from the furniture, thus allowing her to sit down on it, which was exactly what she did, while surprising not just Izuku, but Charlie too with her behavior. "Don't get me wrong. I still trust you one bit," she clarified, "but by seeing how happy you make Charlie with I realized you really want to help us. And I'm ready to start again with a clean slate," she explained, lifting her right hand and offering our young overlord a handshake. "What do you say?" Izuku just stared at Vaggie in shock, not believing what she had just done and said. She not only revealed that she was also attacked by those things, but she also said that she acknowledged his help for Charlie and actually is kind of grateful for it. It was like she was a completely different person for him. And due to all of this and him meeting a kind of nice side of her, he could not refuse her offer. So, with the choice of action already decided in his head, he lifted his right hand and touched her hand, shaking it. "I'm in," Izuku answered as he shook Vaggie's hand, doing the mature thing of accepting her offer. "Good," Vaggie said, then pulled Izuku closer to her by his hand, looking him in the eye. "But if I see one single attempt of you trying to sabotage the hotel or hurt Charlie, I will sure you regret it," Vaggie warned, threatening him. "Understood." "Why, Sim?" Izuku replied anxiously. "All right. It's settled then," Vaggie remarked, forming a small smile on her face, with Izuku being even more surprised by seeing her smile for the first time. But despite all the things that happened between them, he couldn't resist but also, knowing that there was finally no tension between them anymore. As all of this occurred, Charlie couldn't help but also morph a grin on her face, being proud of her girlfriend for losing her hatred for Izuku and knowing that they finally settled their differences. And thus, at last, after 9 whole months, there was nothing that could prevent them from trying to rehabilitate sinners and accomplish her dream as one true team. The Morning Stars. The royal family. The highest and most powerful family in all of Hell, and the family that has absolute control over the realm of suffering. The head of this family is none other than Lucifer Morningstar, the fallen angel who rebelled against the Almighty himself and fell down to the fiery pits of Hell eons ago, now ruling over Hell as its one true king. The second most powerful demon behind Lucifer is Lilith, the first sinner who was created by God from the same dust as her first and previous husband, the first man ever made into existence, Adam, whom she had to serve as his wife for all eternity. It looked like this was her fate, until one day, in the Garden of Eden, she met a certain archangel, who was the most beautiful and most powerful angel amongst angels, and fell in love with him sharing the emotions towards her as well. As time went on, they continued their relationship in secret until one fateful day, while they were doing the good old birds and bees, Adam found out about them and their love, causing him to become enraged and to feel that he was betrayed. After what he witnessed, Adam went to the Almighty and reported everything that he saw to him. In response, God gave horns to Lilith to make her disgusting for her actions and banished her from the Garden of Eden, not allowing her to step inside it ever again and thus, not letting her see Lucifer. Hearing about the banishment of his one true love, Lucifer gathered his closest fellow angel companions such as Satan, Beelzebub, Mammon, Asmodeus, Leviathan, and Belphegor, who were angels at that time as well and were like a family for him and were also fed up with the strict lifestyles they were allowed to in heaven, and rebelled against his father, resulting in him and his fellow angel friends to get kicked out of heaven, with Lucifer just for one reason, to reunite with his love. And now, the two lovers are together forever, with Lilith now controlling hell with her loving husband as his wife and the queen, while the 6 other fallen angels became the rulers of their own rings based on their sins, with Satan getting the ring of wrath, Beelzebub having the ring of gluttony, Mammon earning the ring of greed, Asmodeus obtaining the ring of lust, Leviathan acquiring the ring of envy, and Belphegor gaining the ring of sloth, while, unbeknownst to all of them, Adam has been plotting and waiting for the perfect opportunity to unleash his revenge on Lucifer and Lilith what they did. And last but not least, the third and final member of this family is Charlotte Morningstar, the daughter of the king and queen, and the princess of hell, who always tried to achieve something that would make her parents proud. And now, at this time of her life, she attempted to accomplish her dream of redeeming sinners and getting them into heaven, thus stopping the yearly occurring extermination day once and for all. She knew this was not going to be an easy task, but she liked the challenge. She searched for everything: human habits, lifestyles, different time PRDS, every single thing for one single reason: to make the treatment of her future patients as effective as possible. In fact, on that Wednesday afternoon, when she visited her parents, this was the exact activity she was performing. Inside the palace of the royal family, in the giant main library, where numerous rows of large, long bookshelves followed each other, Princess Charlotte was sitting at a huge, well-made, dark red-colored wooden table with an opened book titled Human Habits During Different Holidays in her hands, and 2 towers of other human-related books at her right-left side, with the ones at her right being the books that were waiting to be unlocked by her, and the ones on her left being the ones she had already read. While not far from the books, a plate full of delicious donuts was placed, offering anyone in the room to take a bite out of those tasty delicacies. As she was focusing her attention on the book she was reading, her 2 personal bodyguards, Razzle and Dazzle, approached her by using their wings while they were carrying a bunch of books related to humans that they struggled to hold in their hands due to the weight of the books. Both Razzle and Dazzle had similar red fur, long black and red horns, and yellow eyes with red irises. Razzle's eyes were reptilian-like with thin vertical pupils, while Dazzle obtained larger visionary organs with pupils that were round and circular. Both of them possessed dragon-like wings, and their tails were long with a tuft of fur at the end of each shaped into a point. Their hands had a close resemblance to hooves, and their cheeks acquired pink spots, as well as what appeared to be freckles located beside their eyes. Inside their mouths, Razzle had a normal-looking tongue, while in Dazzle's case, he obtained a more snake-like one. Razzle's fur was a light shade of red, while the stripe going down his snout was darker in comparison, whereas Dazzle's fur was the exact opposite, dark red with the stripe being a lighter shade of red. The only attire they acquired was a black and white suit and a red bow tie, sharing the coloration of their fur and body. As Razzle and Dazzle reached the table, they placed the books in their hands on the pile of books at the right, gaining the attention of the one they needed to guard. "Thank you, Razzle and Dazzle." Charlie remercied smilingly as she observed her guards, who smiled back at her when they heard his thank and saluted to her in a kind manner, being happy to help the Princess of Hell in anything she needed. Then, Razzle and Dazzle turned around and flew away in the direction they came from, going back to the bookshelves in order to find more books on the kind of topic Princess Charlotte needed. After her guards left, Charlie moved her head and placed her attention on her book once again, continuing to read with 100% focus and determination. She was so focused on her activity that her auditory organs didn't pick up the sound of footsteps getting nearer and nearer to her with every passing second, stopping and going silent once the entity got next to her. Then, the being opened her mouth and began to speak, revealing her presence to the princess. Looks like you've got lots of work for yourself, honey, the individual remarked as she got next to Charlie, causing her to turn her head in the direction she heard the familiar voice coming from. And when she did this, she adopted a soft smile when she saw that the one on her left side was not other than her mother and the Queen of Hell herself, Lilith. Lilith was a gorgeous, slender, curvaceous woman with a height that was higher than her husband's and daughters, standing approximately at the height of 6 feet and 6 inches, or 198 centimeters. She had pale skin, thin eyebrows and silver-gray eyes, long black eyelashes and extremely long, light blonde hair with thick honey-blonde streaks reaching down to the floor. She also possessed a pair of long magenta horns on the top of her head, being capable of changing shape depending on the scenario. She sported a white pearl necklace around her neck, exquisite black high heels, and an elegant dark purple dress, which was the same piece of clothing she wore when they made a family. Portrait back in the early 1980s. Seeing her mother in her sight, the Princess of Hell, with the same soft smile she formed on her face, unlocked her mouth and began to talk, starting a conversation between her and her female parent. "Hi, Mom," Charlie greeted, saying hi to her mother, then continued, "Yeah, it's a lot, but I can handle it," she stated. "Is Dad still having the meeting?" she inquired, asking that due to her father being the king of all of Hell, the most of his days were spent with different meeting and other political stuff that was needed for him to control his kingdom without an issue. "Unfortunately, honey, he is," Lilith answered, confirming her daughter's guess. "He must be pretty bored and tired of it at this point." "Sure he is," Charlie remarked, knowing that her father really hated doing meetings. Then, she turned her head away from her mother and focused her attention on her book yet again, causing her mother to become curious about her act. "What are you reading?" the Queen of Hell wondered as she looked at the book her daughter was studying. "A book about human traditions around the living world," Princess Charlotte announced kindly as she witnessed and read the words in the book she was holding. "Did you know that there's a place called India and they have a festival named Diwali, where they eat traditional foods, shoot fireworks, and make lantern displays to celebrate good winning over evil?" she inquired kindly as she turned her head towards her mother. "No, I did not," Lilith replied with a motherly smile, hiding her concern about her daughter's dream with it. Then, Charlie moved her head and positioned her full attention on the book in her hands, going on reading it with concentration. Just as she began to continue this, her 2 small bodyguards came back from their repeated journey, carrying a bunch of other human-related books in their hoof-like hands and putting them down on the tower of books that was at the right, earning the attention of both of their superiors in the room, with the younger whom they had to protect at any cost rewarding them for their act with a sweet smile. "Thank you, Razzle and Dazzle, this should be enough," the Princess of Hell thanked as she observed her guards smilingly, then continued, "Go on. Take a break. You deserve it," she declared kindly, allowing the 2 tiny demons to rest. In response, after hearing this, both Razzle and Dazzle nodded by using their heads with a smiley expression on their faces, and with the help of their wings, they flew off in the direction of the plate full of donuts, each of them taking one from the plate and beginning to munch on it when they reached it. Once Razzle and Dazzle started to consume their treats, Charlie moved her head away from their direction and once again, she went on with the reading of her book, proceeding to memorize every piece of information it possessed. While she did this, her mother didn't act anything, just watched as her daughter read the book in her hands, still worried for her daughter due to the little protect of hers. And she didn't leave her concern unsaid for too long. So, with the intent of revealing her worry to her only child, she opened her mouth and began her speech, drawing the attention of her daughter. "Are you sure about this whole redemption thing, honey?" the Queen of Hell inquired, then continued, "I know this dream of yours is very important for you and I know you want to help sinners, but it just sounds so absurd. Unrealistic," she noted, going on with her speech. "People don't fall to hell without a reason, honey. I just don't want you to find it out the hard way," Lilith responded, finishing her sentence as her daughter listened to her speech in complete silence. To be honest, Charlie was quite used to this. Someone showing pity to her, or telling her that it is impossible for her to fulfill her dream was something that she experienced almost on a daily basis. To top it off, she received this kind of treatment from her own parents almost every time she paid them a visit, with her getting the former type of treatment mainly from her mother and the latter kind of approach towards her plan being acquired mostly by her father. Truth be told, she was not angry at her mother for this. In fact, she really appreciated her mother's worry for her, but I still frustrated her a tiny bit that even her own mother didn't believe in her dream and its success. And because of this, and to show everyone that they were wrong about her project, she could never give up her dream of helping sinners become redeemed and getting them into the realm of the Almighty. "I know, Mom, but I can't give up," Charlie declared with determination and seriousness. "My people need my help, and I just can't turn my back on them and leave to die at the end of every year. And that's why," she continued, moving her head and witnessing her mother with a serious look on her face, "no matter how long it takes, I'll show them that they are not worthless and every one of them has something good deep down inside and deserves a second chance. And even if I just manage to convince a single person that there's redemption for them, I will know that I have finally achieved something," the Princess of Hell announced composedly as she looked into the eyes of her female parent, thinking about the two individuals in her life who truly believed in her cause, her loving girlfriend and her young Overlord friend. "Are you sure, honey?" Lilith queried a little bit worriedly. "Yes, Mom, I'm sure," Charlie answered decidedly. "All right, do as you wish, honey," the Queen of all of Hell noted with a little bit of worry as she and her daughter observed each other in quietness, while Razzle and Dazzle witnessed the whole scene as they consumed their donuts. With their conversation being done, Charlie moved her away from her mother and went on with reading her book. Meanwhile, her looked at her doing this. Act in silence. Then, after a few moments of observing her daughter, Lilith, with a little bit saddened expression on her face, decided it was time for her to give her daughter a tiny bit of privacy and leave her to be herself. So, after making this decision in her head, the Queen turned her body around and moved her legs, beginning to slowly get more and more distance from her child with each step she performed. As her mother made her way further and further away from her, the Princess of Hell continued to study her book, almost finishing the chapter about this so-called Indian celebration, when, as she reached the last sentence, her eyes got the attention of a holiday that was mentioned in the chapter and the book remarked it as somewhat similar to Diwali. The book called this holiday Christmas. Other than this brief mention, the chapter inside this book didn't say anything about this celebration, but this short explanation of this holiday being kind of the same as the main topic of this chapter of the book was enough to grasp Charlie's curiosity and imagination. What was this celebration? What do humans do during this holiday? What do they celebrate on this holiday in the first place? She needed to know, she had to know. And to her luck, one of her parents, who was one of the oldest beings in the realm of suffering, was in the room. So, she turned her head in the direction of her mother and opened her mouth, letting her question known. Mom?" Princess Charlotte started, gaining the attention of her mother, making her move her head towards her direction. "Yes, honey?" Lilith queried. "What is Christmas?" the Princess of Hell wondered curiously, widening her mother's eyes with her sudden question. "Oh, it's just a silly human holiday, nothing special," the Queen of Hell stated, ensuring her daughter that this human celebration was nothing to fuss about, meanwhile planning to get rid of the book due to it talking about a holiday connected to heaven. Her and her husband's countless amounts of servants had gathered thousands of books from the mortal realm for hundreds of years, with the only rule they had to follow being that they books were not allowed to contain anything related to heaven. But yet, one had a holiday connected to the realm of the Almighty. This was the reason behind her upcoming action of throwing out the book in her own way. "Oh, I see," Charlie responded, not satisfied with the answer she received. She had to know more about this celebration, one way or another. And while she was thinking about this, a sudden idea appeared in her head that could serve as a solution to her problem. Since this holiday was a human one, she could just ask Izuku about it. He must have known more about this Christmas. He had to. As she settled her idea inside her mind, she moved her head and looked at the watch on her right arm in order to check what time it was. And when she did this, she shot her eyes a little bit wide by seeing that the time had flown by so fast it was about time for her to leave and go back to the hotel. Reasoning that the time of her visit was about to reach its end, she looked away from her watch, closed her book, and stood up from the table, with her mother and her two personal guards witnessing her in this act in the process. "Oh, you're leaving?" Lilith wondered. Yes, sorry for that, Mom. But I need to go back to the hotel. Charlie declared as she pushed the chair she sat on back to the table fully. I don't want to make Vaggie for being away for so long. She added as she thought about her loving girlfriend and hoped that she was all right and didn't turn the hotel into nothingness during an argument with Angel Dust or Alastor. Oh, it's not a problem at all, honey, the Queen assured. You know you're free to come and leave whenever you want, she stated as she observed her daughter with a smile. Thanks, Mom. Charlie remercied as she began to walk in the direction of her female parent, but when she was about to start this, her movement was interrupted by two entities wrapping their arms around her body and embracing her with a hug, making her look down in surprise and witnessed the sight of Razzle and Dazzle hugging her, possessing sad faces in the process. This caused the Princess of Hell to acquire a small smile by seeing her guards not wanting her to leave, making her also a bit upset by the fact that she won't see them for a week. Ah, don't worry guys, I won't be gone for a long time, Charlie ensured, her guards still obtaining that upset look on their faces, causing Charlie to morph her smile into a sweet, apologetic one. Hey, I promise you that next time I come to a visit and I'm about to leave, I'll let you come and stay with me at the hotel for the few days, okay? Princess Charlotte suggested, hoping that with her idea, she could bring back to joyful, original selves of her and her parents' personal guards. Thankfully, her plan worked, with Razzle and Dazzle vanishing their upside-down smiles into real, delighted ones and hugging their princess's body closer to themselves, with Charlie doing the same act as them. Their adorable scene continued for around a few more seconds, when the cough of the Queen of Hell interrupted their act, making all three of them look at her. Anyway, Lilith coughed, starting her speech as Razzle and Dazzle released their grip on Charlie's body. I will go and get the limousine for you. In the meantime, do whatever you desire, honey, she stated. No, Mom, you don't need to, the Princess of Hell opposed, then continued. I will handle it, she announced as she walked towards her mother. As you wish, honey, Lilith replied as her daughter got to her and embraced her with a hug, taking her by surprise. However, this surprise disappeared almost instantly, with the Queen of all of Hell wrapping her own arms around her daughter's body as well, returning the kind gesture. I love you, Mom, Charlie declared, calmly and nicely as she hugged her female parent. I love you too, honey, Lilith responded, assuring her daughter that she loved her too. Meanwhile, Razzle and Dazzle witnessed the wholesome situation delightfully as they munched on their donuts. After a few seconds, both royals released their grip from each other's bodies, freeing themselves from the hug. Then, Princess Charlotte moved her legs and continued her journey towards the exit of the main library, which played the part of it being the room entrance as well, while turning her head and waving at her mother and her guards. Bye, Mom. By Razzle and Dazzle. Charlie waved as she was about to arrive at the majestic dark red-colored wooden doors of the main library. Tell Dad I said, hi, she requested from her mother while she grabbed one of the handles of the exit of the library and pushed it downwards. I will, Lilith assured, waving at her daughter as she opened one of the doors wide enough for her to exit the room, while Razzle and Dazzle also waved at their princess, saying goodbye to her. With this, the Princess of Hell stepped out of the main library, closing the door behind her back. After she left, Razzle and Dazzle put every book back in their place, with the exception of the one book the Queen ordered them not to take back. Once the two guards gathered as many books as they could into their hands, Lilith grabbed the book in particular, and by using a bit of her demonic strength and abilities, she incinerated the book in a second, doing this with absolute disgust due to it mentioning a celebration that was really special for heaven. After that, she walked away from the ashes of the book, which were on the floor, and went deeper inside the library, minding her own business. And as all of these events occurred, Charlie walked through the giant main hall of her family's palace gleefully, knowing that within a few days, she would know more about this Christmas from her young Cambion friend. As usual, the remaining 2 days until the weekend passed by so quickly that neither Charlie nor everyone else in the hotel noticed it, thus making them reach the morning of a Saturday, one day before Christmas, which, of course, Charlie didn't have knowledge of. On that Saturday morning, every member of the main cast was present in the lobby area of the hotel, with the exception of Serpentius, who was most certainly inside his airship with his egg boy minions and was in the middle of drawing the blueprints of a wheeled cannon-like weapon that could make his pupil's jaw drop by how magnificent it was, and Angel Dust, who was probably at the pawn studio of a certain lustful moth-based, abusive, male overlord and was likely making his living by doing the type of work that on the surface he enjoyed, but deep down hated with his very soul, mostly thanks to the behavior of the overlord he was working to. The demons who were in the lobby were doing the usual act they did in the morning. Charlie and Vaggie were chatting with Alastor about the state of the hotel and were discussing the radio show that her young overlord friend recently suggested holding in order to help her advertise her rehabilitation center more easily and try to get its existence and what the hotel offered to a larger audience. Mostly the demons in the cannibal colony, due to the colony being stuck in between the 190s and 1930s technologically, which the Princess of Hell was really grateful for and her girlfriend was not a fond of, due to it being the idea of the son of the radio demon in the first place. Nifty was cleaning the furniture in the lobby with her duster while Husk was standing behind the bar counter of the caviar bar, holding a wine glass in his left hand and polishing it with a red-colored towelette in his right hand, and Kiki was lying and sleeping peacefully on the bar counter, not disturbing the job of the anthropomorphic cat sinner. It looked like these acts would continue for a while, when suddenly a red-colored, circle-shaped portal appeared and opened in the middle of the lobby, causing everyone to focus their attention on it, all of them knowing who was about to step out of it, much to Vaggie's frustration and Charlie's, Alastor's, and Nifty's delight. Out of the portal, the 14-year-old Izuku Midoriya stepped out, wearing the same style and type of clothes his father gave him on the day they first met, although in a larger size to fit his teenager body. Once he got out of the portal fully, Shadow came out of his hiding place and showed his presence to everyone while the portal closed itself without hesitation, vanishing from sight. After the portal closed, with his well-known broad smile full of yellow-colored, sharp teeth, the radio demon stopped his conversation with the Princess of Hell and her girlfriend and began to walk towards his son, attempting to welcome him into the hotel once again, just like on every Saturday morning. "My dear boy," Alastor greeted as he approached our protagonist, who turned his head in the direction of his father once he heard his voice and also formed a smile on his face by seeing his demonic parent. "Hi, Dad," Izuku said happily, observing his father as he got closer and closer to him with every step. "It is delightful for me to see you again." "Truly it is," the cannibalistic serial killer stated, arriving next to his son. "Tell me, have you prepared yourself for today's physical practice?" he inquired from him. "Yes, Dad," our young overlord declared with both excitement and determination. "Splendid," the radio demon announced, then continued, "because today, we are going to enhance the little shadow control ability of yours. I hope you're excited." Oh, can I join too?" the little cockroach female demon wondered with enthusiasm. "Of course you can, my dear Nifty. In fact, I was about to ask for your aid for this certain type of practice," Alastor answered, allowing his servant friend to be part of their group. "Really?" the cleaning-addicted female sinner wondered excitedly. "Yay!" she cheered with delight. "Hi, Auntie," Izuku told to his aunt, saying hi to her. "Hi, Izuku," Nifty welcomed, greeting her nephew with a sweet smile. "Care to join us, my dear Husker?" the radio-loving overlord inquired, looking at his other servant friend, with our dear hero, his shadowy companion, and his aunt sharing the radio demon in this act. "The more of us come, the more we could help my dear boy with his training. Since I don't have a fucking choice, I need to come whether I want or not." Husk replied grumpily as he put down the wine glass and the red towelette on the bar counter and stepped out from behind the counter, walking to our group and joining them, thus becoming their next member. "I have to help the kid either way." "Then it's settled," Alastor declared joyfully. "We shall go outside and assist my dear boy in his training together," he stated, then went on with his speech. "Is that good for you, my boy?" he queried from his son as he witnessed him. "Yes, Dad, it's fine," our young Cambion responded nicely. "Wonderful," the radio demon announced. "Then let us go inside and begin your training," he expressed, turning his body in the direction of the hallway that would lead him to the entrance of the backyard of the hotel. "Whatever," the anthropomorphic cat sinner remarked with boredom as he followed his boss, then continued, "But after ya are finished with your voodoo bullshit, the kid's gonna train with me," he demanded. "As you wish, Husker," the cannibalistic serial killer said, accepting his servant's friend's demand while Izuku, Shadow, and Nifty also followed him, not wanting to become separated from the group. As they began their journey towards the backyard of the Happy Hotel, both Vaggie and Charlie just watched their leave with their visionary organs, with the former doing it with relief, knowing that she wouldn't see our dear hero until the afternoon of the day, and the latter performing this act in silence, thinking about whether she should ask her young Overlord friend about this Christmas celebration. Of course, she didn't intend to interrupt his training that was about to start, but there was still an opportunity for her to ask her question before this practice of his would really begin. So, after making her choice of actions in this situation, he moved her legs and proceeded to approach her friend, much to her girlfriend's surprise and a little bit of anger after she realized who she was going to walk up to. Izuku? The Princess of Hell started, revealing her presence to her young Cambion friend, making not only him but also the rest of the group turn their heads in her direction. "Oh, hi, Charlie," Izuku greeted, saying "hi" to his royal friend. "Hi." Princess Charlotte welcomed, greeting her friend. "Ellison, sorry to interrupt your training, but..." She apologized, then went on with her speech. "Do you have a minute?" she queried as she got to our protagonist. "Of course." Izuku answered nicely. "It seems to me that you're going to have some chat, so I won't bother you," Alastor stated as he placed his right hand on his son's left shoulder, then continued. "Talk with the princess as long as you desire, my boy," he declared with his wide, iconic smile. "Thank you, Dad," our dear hero remercied smilingly, being grateful for his father's kindness. "You're welcome, my boy," the radio demon replied, then removed his hand from his son's shoulder, turned around, and went on with his journey in the direction of the backyard of the hotel while accompanied by his only child's aunt and uncle, leaving his son and his son's shadowy friend with the Princess of Hell. "Come after us once you have finished your little chat." "Okay, Dad." Izuku exclaimed joyfully. "I will," he said as he observed his father and other two demonic relatives leave and go towards the entrance of the backyard. After his father, aunt, and uncle disappeared from his sight, our protagonist turned his head back to its original form and set his upon on his royal friend, with Shadow doing the same. "So, what did you want to ask from me, Charlie?" Izuku questioned as he and his shadowy companion looked at Princess Charlotte, with the former doing it with a smile on his face. "Well, while I was reading a book at my home, I came across a human celebration called Christmas, and since the book didn't say anything more about it, I was thinking that you could explain to me what exactly it is." Charlie explained. "Can you do that for me?" she requested kindly. "Sure." Izuku responded nicely, offering his help to answer his friend's question and beginning to explain the definition of Christmas. Christmas is a holiday when people celebrate the birth of the Son of God, Jesus, and decorate pine trees, and give gifts to each other to show how much they care about each other and to honor Christ. He explained, surprising Charlie with his explanation. "Really?" Princess Charlotte quizzed in surprise by hearing what Christmas was. "I never thought it would be like that." "Thank you, Izuku," she remercied. "You're welcome, Charlie," our young overlord said, happy to help his royal friend with anything she needed. But after he told this sentence of his to her, as he thought about her inquiry, he suddenly realized what exactly she asked from him, making him widen his eyes in shock due to the information he received by thinking about the type of her query. "Wait, you never heard of Christmas before?" he wondered in pure shock. "No, I didn't," the Princess of Hell replied causally, shocking her young Cambion friend even more with her answer. "The only holiday in hell that's similar to it is Krampus Day when Krampus comes and gives present, but this celebration is mostly celebrated by the imps and other hellborns," she clarified in detail as her friend listened to her words, with him already knowing about Krampus and his purpose in hell thanks to his best imp friend, Mello, who talked about Krampus on the day of a certain incident. "So, you never celebrated it?" our dear hero questioned in total shock. "No, never," Charlie answered with a relaxed, casual tone, having no clue if it was an issue that she never celebrated Christmas or not. I see," our protagonist puzzled, still processing the fact he heard in shock, which didn't unnoticed by his royal friend. Is that a problem? I never heard of it? Charlie queried with worry. No, it's not. Izuku protested. I'm just a little bit surprised you didn't know about Christmas, that's all, he clarified, not wanting to make his friend more anxious. Oh, okay. Princess Charlotte remarked, then turned her body around, moved her legs, and began to walk back to her girlfriend, who just witnessed their whole conversation from afar in silence. Thank you again, Izuku, she remercied, thanking for Izuku's aid as she observed him with her eyes and got closer to her girlfriend with each step. Why, you're welcome, Izuku said as he witnessed Charlie join back to her girlfriend's company and walk away with her girlfriend in the opposite direction his demonic parent and relatives went, entering another hallway and beginning a conversation with Vaggie as they went probably towards their room, thus vanishing from the sight of our young Overlord's visionary organs and leaving him all alone in the lobby area. After his royal friend left, our dear hero also moved his body around, and with Shadow by his side, he proceeded to run in the direction of his father, aunt, and uncle, trying to get to their position as fast as he could. Meanwhile, as he performed this act, an army of thoughts appeared in his mind about Charlie's former experiences, or rather lack of experiences with Christmas. How did she not know what Christmas was? Of course, the answer was kinda obvious, with the place she grew up literally being hell, the home of all demons and sinners, and Christmas being a celebration connected to heaven due to Jesus being the Son of the Almighty, but it still baffled that the princess of all of hell, who was the daughter of the king and queen of hell, who were, as far as Izuku was informed, among the most powerful and most ancient entities in the realm of suffering, making Izuku think they could have at least tell some things to their daughters about humans and their traditions. As he thought about this, after around 2 minutes, thanks to his running, he finally got the sight of his father, aunt, and uncle walking down the hallway in the direction of the entrance of the backyard of the hotel, causing him to unlock his mouth in order to get their attention. I'm here, Izuku exclaimed as he rushed towards his demonic family members, making all 3 of them look behind their backs once their auditory organs picked up his shout. My dear boy, you're back, Alastor announced in delight as he observed his child and his shadowy friend reach their position and got next to him, stopping in his tracks, with Nifty and Husk performing the same act. Tell me, did you enjoy the little chit-chat of yours with the princess? Yes, Dad. I did, our young Overlord replied joyfully, hiding his sadness towards Charlie for her never experiencing Christmas in her entire life. I'm glad to hear that, the radio demon remarked with his iconic grin, then went on with his speech. Now, let us continue our journey to the backyard to begin your training at last, he declared. Okay, Dad, our protagonist responded, then he, his shadowy companion, and the rest of the group proceeded to carry on with their journey towards the direction of the backyard of the hotel. As they went on with their way, Izuku couldn't help it, but he was just able to make himself stop thinking about Charlie and her situation regarding Christmas and to feel bad for him being incapable of doing anything about it, making his flatten his ears and tail a tiny bit. However, this upsetness of his didn't go under the radar of his demonic parent, causing him to open his mouth full of yellow-colored, sharp teeth and let his concern known. What's the matter, my boy? Alastor wondered, observing his son. You seem distracted. What? Izuku baffled, then suddenly realized what his father asked. Oh, nothing, Dad. Are you certain, my boy? The radio-loving Overlord questioned. Because your ears and tail say otherwise, he pointed out, thus resulting in his son acknowledging the fact that his cover had fallen. Well, it's just that Charlie asked me about what Christmas is, and she told me that she had never celebrated it, our dear hero revealed, not surprising his father with his explanation. That's not surprising, Alastor noted, then continued. Hell is not particularly the perfect place for holy holidays to be held, he remarked, pointing out this fact to his son. I know, Dad, but I just wish that I could at least do something about it, Izuku expressed in sadness, crossing his arms and looking at the dark red-colored floor as he walked in the direction of the backyard, starting to accept the fact that there was no solution for Charlie's not rather close connection to Christmas to be changed, while his father moved his head away from him and observed the hallway as they got closer and closer to their destination. But as Izuku thought about this, an idea appeared inside his mind. An idea that not only was perfect for the time of the year, but it could also solve the Princess of Hell's situation about Christmas, thus making her experience Christmas for the first time, but it was also suitable for everyone in the hotel to show her their gratitude for how hard she worked for everyone's sake. So, with his idea being complete in his head, Izuku opened his mouth and spoke up, ending his walk. "Wait!" Izuku started, causing every member of the group to stop in their tracks and set their eyes upon our young Cambion. "I know this will sound strange, but what if we make a surprise Christmas party for Charlie?" he suggested as he witnessed his demonic relatives with his visionary organs, being a little bit nervous about their opinion regarding his idea. "A Christmas party in hell?" the radio demon repeated as he thought about the concept. "I have to admit, that is quite a unique and original idea, my boy," he noted. "Really?" our protagonist questioned in happiness after hearing his father's remark, causing him to straighten his ears and tail in response. "Sure," Alastor replied joyfully. "So, are you in, Dad?" Izuku inquired a bit anxiously. "Of course, my boy," the radio-loving Overlord answered in delight, resulting in his boy becoming relieved and joyful due to knowing he had his support. "I'm in too," Nifty announced, joining her nephew's plan. "And you, my dear Husker?" the cannibalistic serial killer inquired from the anthropomorphic feline demon, observing him with his eyes, with Izuku, Nifty, and Shadow performing the same act. "I don't really care about this sheet," Husk responded grumpily. "Do whatever you want, kid," he stated, thus signaling his nephew that he also supported his idea in his own special way, with Izuku getting his uncle's message due to being used to his usual behavior. "Thank you guys," Izuku thanked with gratefulness for his demonic relative's helpfulness. "You're welcome, my boy," Alastor said, witnessing his only child with his broad smile. "Now, let us discuss and plan this surprise Christmas celebration in more detail after you have finished your training today. Is that all right for you, my boy?" "Yes, Dad, it's good," Izuku replied delightfully, knowing that he had the aid of his hellish family members. With this, our young Overlord, his shadowy friend, his father, his aunt, and his uncle went on with their journey towards the entrance of the backyard of the princess's rehabilitation center, which they reached shortly after they ended their conversation. Then, after they got out of the building, they finally began our protagonist's training on that day, with his father's training being the first to be held. Just they discussed it. Once his training not only with his father, but with his uncle and aunt as well, with our dear hero enhancing his physical strength further outside the hotel during the former type of practice, and learning how to resuscitate someone by using the cardiopulmonary method in his room throughout the latter kind of training. Izuku took off his clothes, had a shower, put on his pajamas that he stored inside the dark red wooden wardrobe which was in his room, pulled his chair out, sat down to his table, and began to plan the surprise Christmas party for his royal, thinking about where it should be kept and which task he should give to who in the hotel. Meanwhile, Shadow just observed his master doing this in silence and with curiosity. After a few hours, the plan was complete, with Izuku planning to present to the residents of the hotel the next day, being a tiny bit anxious for their thoughts on his idea. Then he got into his bed, turned off the light that the small lamp emitted next to his bed, covered his body with his blanket, and fell asleep, with his shadowy helper changing into his shadow form, thus vanishing from sight and protecting his master in his sleep from anything that could hurt him. On the next morning, around 8 a.m., as soon as our young Cambion woke up from the realm of dreams, he jumped out of his bed and dressed up as fast as he could, wearing the clothes he had worn the previous day. Then, once he was finished with this, he ate his breakfast, which was jambalaya cooked by his father, that was placed on his table, positioned on a serving tray, and brought inside the room by his aunt. He was asleep. After that, he walked up to the door of his room, grabbed its handle, opened it, and with Shadow by his side, who came out of his hideout at this point, he stepped out of his room and started to go in the direction of the lobby, wanting to know where Princess of Hell was at that moment. A few minutes had passed, and Izuku and his shadowy helper reached the lobby area of the Happy Hotel, earning a glimpse of the situation that was unfolding there. And when he performed this act, he saw that aside from his aunt, his royal friend, and his snake-based demon inventor teacher, everyone was present in the room and were doing their usual tasks, including Kiki, who was laying on the table between the three furniture, and Angel Dust, who had his pet pig, Fat Nuggets, in his lap and was sitting at the bar counter of the caviar bar, possibly coming to the hotel at late night due to his work regularly taking that long, waiting for Husk to serve the drink he ordered and obtaining a bruise on the right cheek of his, causing Izuku to become worried for him due to him thinking that he must have gone into a fight, not knowing that the gay porn star's injury was inflicted on him by his abusive Overlord boss. Seeing that the lobby was not empty, our dear moved his legs and stepped inside while his shadowy friend followed him, causing everyone to notice his presence. Once his father set his eyes on our protagonist, he immediately greeted him and began to walk towards him, curious about how he slept. After Izuku revealed to his demonic parent that he slept well, he inquired from him where Charlie went, making his father tell him that the absence of the Princess of Hell was thanks to her paying a visit to her parents and she probably won't come back until around 4 p.m. Realizing that this was the perfect opportunity for him to discuss his idea about the surprise Christmas holiday for his royal friend to everyone, Izuku asked his father where his aunt and his snake-like sinner teacher were, with the former beings in one of the hallways and sweeping the floor with a broom, and the latter being inside his airship, as his father told to him. He asked everyone to stay in the room and don't stop what they were doing as he ran in the direction of the hallway his aunt was located, confusing everyone with his behavior, with the one exception being his demonic parent, him knowing 100% the cause of his son's attitude. Once he found both of the individuals and requested them to come with him to the lobby, with the wannabe Overlord being reluctant about this at first, but joined him anyway after our dear hero accepted his offer of helping him more in the making of the blueprint of the wheeled cannon he was planning to build in the future. He requested everyone to take a set on the 3 furniture, which was the exact thing they did. Then, Izuku walked to a spot where everyone could witness him, and once every single demon in the lobby set his eyes upon him, he revealed his idea of a surprise Christmas party for Charlie and talked about the 2 purposes of this surprise party and the role and the task of each main cast member in this. As he expressed, in his plan of making the surprise party, our young Overlord thought giving the job of cutting and bringing the pine tree to the hotel to Serpentius, with his decision being reasoned with the fact that with the help of his minions, the wannabe Overlord could be done with this task pretty easily. Izuku also asked his aunt to knit stockings and Christmas sweaters for everyone, and requested his uncle to handle the creation of the eggnog, since he was the bartender of the hotel, thus being the only one in the whole building who could mix drink professionally. For Vaggie and Angel, our protagonist imagined them handling the acquirement of both the Christmas ornaments for the tree and the Christmas decorations for the lobby, granting this task to them in the hope of getting them to become a little bit more friendly to one another given the fact that they were the cause of most arguments in the rehabilitation center. Finally, as the last part of the preparations, he announced that he and his father were going to make the food for the Christmas dinner, this being mainly due to the fact that most of the food was made and the main chef of the hotel, besides the female cockroach demon, was his demonic parent. As his last request, he asked every demon in the room to wear Christmas-themed clothes as their attire, wishing this for the thought that with this, they could make themselves fit more into the theme of the surprise party. Once he finished the presentation about his plan, every single demon, aside from the radio demon, Nifty, and Husk, just stared at him in dumbfoundedness and in total silence, taken aback by his idea. Of course, this quietness caused our young Cambion to experience anxiety, this being thanks to his assumption that the others disliked his plan. But to his surprise, everyone agreed to go along with his idea, including the snake-like demon and moth-based female sinner, with the former joining this. Because of the arrangement he made with his pupil about him helping him in the creation of the blueprint and in the building of the wheeled cannon, and with the latter not being fond of this idea, mainly due to the fact that it was thought by the son of the radio demon, but coming along the plan at the end when she acknowledged that all of this was done for her loving girlfriend. After hearing that everyone agreed to do his plan, Izuku adopted a joyful smile, becoming sure that the surprise Christmas party for his royal friend would be held with 100% certainty. And thus, once agreeing on starting their preparations instantly, everyone stood up from their seats, aside from our young Overlord of course, and went on their separate ways, with the notable Kingpin slithering back to his airship to gather his egg boy minions, the cockroach-like female demon running back in the direction the hallway she was previously, desiring for getting her knitting needles and lots of yarn, Vaggie and Angel walking towards the exit of the hotel and stepping out of it after they opened it, beginning their search for any Christmas decoration in the realm of suffering, and the radio-loving Overlord going in the direction of the kitchen of the rehabilitation center, with his son and his son's shadow also coming with him as well, with the former intending to lend a hand for his father in the making of the dishes that their future Christmas dinner contained. Everyone handled their tasks without much issue. After 2 hours of searching and with the help of his minions, Serpentius managed to find, cut, and bring a pine tree that had a perfect size to be a Christmas tree to the hotel, with most of the work being performed by his Egbois. Nifty also succeeded in her mission with ease, knitting beautiful and warm Christmas sweaters for every single individual in the hotel, including her nephew and the Princess of Hell, who was, of course, not present during all of this. In the case of the moth-based female sinner and the gay porn star, they had the hardest objective to accomplish. Aside from the red-colored pentagram that would be in the place of the star on the top of the tree, it took them nearly 4 hours to finally find a few boxes of Christmas decorations thanks to the fact that they were searching for those items in the literal fiery pits of hell. Even after they found the ornaments, they still fought for them against a small group of sinners, with the main for their conflict being that the group leader didn't allow them to have the decorations, just if they paid an insane amount of money for them. Luckily for them, Vaggie and Angel emerged from the fight victoriously, grabbing the boxes and bringing them to the hotel without a hitch, leaving the beaten-up demons in the street. For Husk, his task was the quickest one to be completed. He was done with every step of making the eggnog in almost an hour, thickening the eggnog with egg yolks, folding it with whipped egg whites, adding the milk and the heavy cream to it, everything. Although he really wished for an eggnog containing alcohol, he still had to make a non-alcoholic one due to his nephew not being old enough, which he didn't mind. Speaking of which, our dear hero and his father also had their pretty difficult work to do. In fact, their task was one that took the longest. And it was primarily thanks to the list of dishes they cooked for the dinner. As the main dish, Izuku and Alastor decided to go on the traditional way and chose to fry a whole turkey that they served with lemons, oranges, and limes, acting as decoration, thus making it an exquisite meal. As for the side dishes, they made maple roasted sweet potatoes, peppery roast beef, old-fashioned sweet potato casserole, chopped salad, and the radio demon's favorite, and Izuku's second favorite dish, jambalaya, but without venison, just as our protagonist loved. Heck, Izuku even made special cat and pig food for Kiki and Fat Nuggets to offer them a chance to eat with them together, and even prepared some gingerbreads just like his aunt him how to, with the gingerbreads resembling each resident of the hotel, although he didn't have time to put them into the oven due to how much work he and his father had with the dishes. Once they were done with every meal, they took every dish to one of the dining rooms that were large enough to fit everyone inside and acquired a table that obtained enough chairs and was big enough to allow every single resident to sit down around it comfortably. Then, they set the table for their upcoming Christmas dinner, placing the turkey in the middle of the table and positioning the rest of the meals on the two sides of the dark red wooden furniture, with the maple roasted sweet potatoes, the chopped salad, and the jambalaya being put on the right side, and with the peppery roast beef and the old-fashioned sweet potato casserole getting located on the left side, while Shadow assisted his master and his master's father with his help by putting some dishes on the floor and pouring the food prepared for Kiki and Fat Nuggets into separate feeding bowl. Around 1 p.m., after they were done with this, all three of them left that particular dining room and headed back to the hotel lobby, where they witnessed that by the time they finished their mission, the rest of the main cast, including the pets of the hotel, were already there and had placed down the green-leaved pine tree next to the fireplace, with the sinners of the cast wearing their Christmas-themed attires, waiting for our young Overlord and the cannibalistic serial killer to finally arrive and to begin to decorate the tree. Serpentius was wearing his fingerless gloves, a simple green-colored jacket, and a red-colored bow tie. Beneath the jacket, he acquired a long-sleeved light red shirt, pinstriped with black stripes. His hat's appearance was different, obtaining the shape of a Santa hat with it, being charcoal gray and having white fluff and ball, keeping its singular eye and mouth full of sharp yellow-colored teeth at their original location. The few of his minions who were in the room also had Christmas-themed outfits which were similar in style and color, with the exception of their hats, to their boss's clothing, acquiring red shirts under their green coats and having normal, red-colored Santa hats on the top of their shells. Nifty's outfit didn't have much changes from her usual attire. She still obtained her red-colored maid dress and her white apron, but as an addition, and to match the theme of the upcoming surprise Christmas party, she wrapped a black scarf around her neck and added 2 large bows to her outfit, with one on her waist right under her back and having red and white horizontal stripes, and the other being positioned in her hair and also possessing red and yellow horizontal stripes. In the case of Hell's most famous gay porn star, given his job and the style of clothes he favored in these situations, he was obtaining a CC Christmas outfit, wearing long, white fluffed red gloves, which were black at the hands and acquired the fluff around the wrists and at the beginning of the gloves, on all of his forearms, a red-colored skirt with white fluff at the end, and a short red shirt with white fluff at the beard area where his large fluff was. As the last piece of his attire, he wore a mistletoe in his hair, located above his right eye. The outfit of our dear hero's uncle had the slightest changes. The only 2 differences from his causal clothing were that he also had a mistletoe, just like angel dust, but it pinned to the left side of his top hat and got a red and white striped scarf around his neck. As for Vaggie, however, she had the biggest alteration in her outfit. Her bow in her hair was red and green instead of completely red, obtaining vertical stripes with the 2 colors previously mentioned. Her attire was different as well. Instead of her regular clothing, she wore long, black-colored thigh-high stockings and a black mini dress that some places possessed white horizontal stripes at the edge of the top part, at the stomach area, and in the middle of the lower arms, with the most foremost having black dots, the second stripe mentioned acquiring red snowflakes as decoration, and the most latter obtaining red dots. As the last part of her outfit, she had white-colored fluffs around her wrist, matching the attire. Seeing that everyone was wearing their Christmas-themed clothes, Izuku was about to rush back to his room in order to get a Christmas outfit for himself, while Shadow was eager to follow him, but he was quickly stopped in this act by his father, who, with a snap of his fingers, transformed his and son's clothes into new ones, with the radio demon replacing his coat with a black one that had slim red vertical stripes. He also gave this type of coat to his only child as well, although the coloration was a bit different, with the slim stripes being green instead of red, fitting our protagonist's style. Once Izuku got out of his surprised state and thanked his father's kind action, all 3 of them approached the others, joined them, and started to decorate the tree, hanging the stockings above the fireplace, and ornamenting the whole lobby with the decorations inside the boxes that the spider-based demon and the moth-like female sinner brought in and placed on the table between the 3 furnitures. Inside the boxes, they found everything they needed: the lights, the ornaments, the tree skirt, the wreaths, the garlands, every single decoration. And thus, they began their work, first decorating the lobby with the wreaths and the garlands, then adorning the Christmas tree with the lights, the ornaments, and the red tree skirt. Alastor even wrapped a few lights around his antlers, which he made larger and wider to perform this task, performing this act on his son due to him asking for it as well, although with just 2 or 3 thanks to Izuku not widening his antlers. At last, at 3 p.m., after they were done with everything, they stepped away from the tree and observed it, with our young Cambion opening his mouth and beginning to speak. "I think we did a good job, didn't we?" Izuku remarked as he looked at the Christmas tree, with everyone, including Vaggie, nodding by using their heads in agreement. But as they did this, the auditory organs of Vagatha picked up the faint sound of something that sounded like a car stopping at the entrance of the hotel, causing her to adopt a certain suspicion that the person whom they planned this Christmas party had earlier. But in order to prove her uncertainty, she decided to walk in the direction of the front doors, making everyone look at her in confusion at her sudden movement. Once she reached the door, she grabbed its handle, pushed it downwards, and unlocked one of the doors slightly, peeking out of the small space she created by this. But the moment she took a look outside, the moth-based female demon shut the door immediately, rushing back to the group to tell them what she saw. "Guys," she exclaimed as she came back to the group, "Charlie's here." "She came back earlier," she informed, shocking everyone with her news. "Quick, Dad, turn off the lights," Izuku requested from his father. "Don't say more, my boy," Alastor answered. Then, with a flick of his hands, he turned all the lights inside the lobby off, causing the room to fall into complete darkness, with the only light source being the light of the outside world shining through the glasses of the front doors. It was a good choice for Izuku to ask his father to turn off the lights. Because, at the moment the lobby turned dark, the entrance of the hotel had opened, releasing a low creaking sound in the process. Once unlocked fully, Charlie stepped inside the building with an expression that indicated that she was down in the dumpster emotionally, although the group didn't see this, just heard the sound of her footsteps, thus her getting in the hotel. And she was not alone. Behind her back, the Princess of Hell was followed by her demonic bodyguards, Razzle and Dazzle, who were there due to the promise she told them and followed her everywhere she went, protecting her from anything. After all three of them were inside, Princess Charlotte turned around and closed the door completely, letting out a tired sigh while still acquiring her gloomy expression, which she probably obtained due to her father talking about her hotel, her dream, and how hopeless it was, with her guards having a concerned face, worrying for their princess's well-being. Then, Charlie moved her body around and began to walk towards the lobby while crossing her arms and witnessing the floor in sadness, completely unaware of the fact that the room she was going to was as dark as the night. Once she and her bodyguards entered the lobby fully and started to approach the resting area of the lobby, with a snap of his fingers, the cannibalistic serial killer eliminated the darkness, making all the lights light up the room. Surprise! Every member of the group shouted, gaining Charlie's, Razzle's, and Dazzle's attention and taking them by surprise. "Merry Christmas, Charlie!" they exclaimed in a union. "Wah!" Charlie said in total shock, trying to gather all her thoughts from what she saw. "Gee guys, W, what is this? W, what are you doing?" Since you never experienced Christmas and all of us knew how to celebrate it, we decided to prepare a surprise Christmas party for you. Vaggie explained as she and the other members of the group got to the Princess of Hell, with her becoming even more after hearing her girlfriend's explanation. "W8 really?" Princess Charlotte questioned with confusion. "Indeedy, my dear." The radio demon answered, supporting the moth-based female demon's explanation. "In fact, that's not all. Watch," he declared. Then, he turned his head in the direction of the Christmas tree, raised his right hand, and with a flick of his right hand, he made all the lights on the tree emit their colorful lights, causing everyone to observe the tree with a smile, with the exception of Husk of course, while Charlie just stared at the Christmas tree in awe. She couldn't believe it. Her girlfriend, her friends, everyone did all of this just for the sake of allowing her to experience a holiday she never celebrated in her entire life. And thanks to all of this, her shock was replaced with gratefulness and her face adopted a sweet smile as she looked at the Christmas, and droplets of delight appeared in the corner of her eyes. "Thank you guys," the Princess of Hell remercied happily with a smile as the tears of absolute joy rolled down on both of her cheeks. "You should be thankful for my dear boy, darling," the radio-loving Overlord announced, making not only Charlie, but everyone else set their eyes upon Izuku. He was the one who suggested this idea in the first place. "Isn't that right, my boy?" he noted as he witnessed his son with his iconic wide grin. "Well, it's just that, when you told me you had never celebrated Christmas and didn't know what it was, I couldn't help but think about a way I could help you experience it." Izuku clarified to his royal friend as he flattened his ears and tail a tiny bit, and scratched the back of his head with his right hand in shyness. "That's when I had the idea of making a surprise Christmas party for you. And I think, despite all the hardships we had with it, it's still worth it in the end," he said, then continued, "because, with this Christmas party, we also wanted to show you our gratitude for how hard you worked all this time for everyone's sake," he confessed as he looked at Charlie, finishing his speech while everyone, even Husk, agreed with his statement in their minds. "So, what do you say? Do you like it?" he inquired, hoping that his royal friend liked the surprise Christmas party. He didn't need to wait for long. After a few seconds, Princess Charlotte lunged towards our protagonist, embracing him with her big hug of gratitude, causing him to lower his ears and tail and making his face to light up immediately, resulting in Vaggie becoming enraged by seeing this. "I love it," Charlie declared as she hugged her young overlord and her tears continued to go down on her face. "Thank you, Izuku," she remercied, with Izuku's blush vanishing after she said this and him adopting a smile once he heard telling him this. "You're welcome, Charlie," Izuku replied, returning the Princess of Hell's gesture, while everyone just witnessed this wholesome scene, aside from a frustrated Vaggie. Meanwhile, as Alastor observed his son and Charlie exchanging their hug with each other, a sudden idea appeared in his mind. An idea that was not only perfect for the Christmas party, but more importantly, it was also beneficial for his son on a personal level. So, with his plan being complete, he widened his smile a tiny bit and opened his mouth, beginning to speak. "You should have seen his face when he presented his plan to us, my dear," Alastor remarked as Charlie and Izuku released their hug, with the former wiping away her tears and both of them focusing their attention on the radio demon. He was so enthusiastic about it. "In fact, he even prepared to sing a Christmas song for you," he announced, surprising everyone with his statement, with our young Cambion and Princess Charlotte being the most stunned. "Really?" Charlie questioned in excitement as she adopted starry eyes. "I did," Izuku queried in total confusion, not knowing what his father was talking about until he looked at him and the smile he morphed. By seeing this, our dear hero instantly realized what his father meant by this, causing him to become extremely nervous. Although he was not angry at his father because of his sudden action, knowing that he only did this to let him become less shy about his singing capabilities around other people aside from him, his mother, his aunt, his uncle, Miss Rosie, and Miss Mimsy, but regardless, it still made him very nervous. As he observed his father in worry, the cannibalistic serial killer went on with his speech, continuing to talk to the Princess of Hell. "Indeed, my dear," the radio demon responded. "He was so excited about it that we could barely hold him back," he noted, still obtaining his joyful behavior. "But now, I suppose we should end our conversation and let my dear boy get the stage and perform his song, shall we?" he stated, then turned his head in the direction of his only child, walked closer to him, and with his hands, he started to push Izuku gently in front of the whole group, while our protagonist couldn't do anything about it, due to the shock that enveloped him. "Papa, Chuek Two-Face?" Izuku whispered anxiously as his father moved him in front of the others while Shadow followed them, with our hero becoming so nervous that he started to speak French without noticing it. "Oh, do not fret, my boy, there's nothing to worry about," Alastor remarked in a whisper, stopping in his tracks and not pushing his son anymore, thus positioning himself in the sights of everyone in the lobby. "Besides, I know you'll get a hang of it. Just stay calm and everything goes smoothly, okay?" "D'accord, Papa," Izuku answered, still not sure about this. "Very well," Alastor said, "but do not be afraid, my boy, I have the perfect accompaniment for your serenade," he declared. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he summoned 3 of his shadowy helpers behind Izuku, making him turn around and allowing him to see that every one of the shadows was wielding a different instrument, with one sitting at the drums, one being positioned in front of a piano, and the last one possessing 2 trumpets, with the shadow tossing one of the trumpets to Shadow, which he caught successfully. As he observed the shadows, Izuku understood that his father probably did this for the purpose of making his performance as good as possible, which he appreciated. "And I suppose you'll need this as well," the radio-loving Overlord announced, causing the focus of his son's eyesight on him once again and letting him witness that he was holding his red-colored microphone in his right hand, which he extended towards him, thus offering it to him. "Thank you, Dad," our dear hero remercied as he took his father's vintage microphone away as his shadowy friend observed all of this. "You're welcome, my boy," Alastor said, then turned around and joined back to the rest of the main cast, looking at his son once walking back to them, waiting for him to begin his song. Once every single member of the group watched him, Izuku began to think about a song he could sing that was perfect for the theme of the holiday they were celebrating. He had searched for the perfect song in his mind for several, hoping that he could find one, while everyone just stared at him, waiting for him to begin his singing. But as he continued to think of a song for longer and longer, it started to seem like he couldn't find one, resulting in him becoming more and more anxious, fearing that he would be busted in front of everyone. This appeared to be the case, until in a sudden moment, a Christmas song materialized in his head that was not only perfect due to the type of instrument the shadowy helpers of his father acquired, but it was also one of the most classic Christmas songs, and he could even modify it to be ideal to mention the possible wishes of everyone in the hotel, making it excellent to be the first Christmas song Charlie had ever heard. With the Christmas song being chosen, Izuku vanished his anxiety by morphing a smile on his face and turning his body in the direction of the shadows, opening his mouth in the process. "Hey boys, can you come here for a second?" Izuku asked politely, causing all the shadows to levitate to him. Once all the shadows had reached him, including his own shadowy companion, he started to explain the song he chose to them in a whisper, not wanting the members of the main cast to hear what he was saying, while almost everyone looked at him in confusion by seeing this. After he finished his speech, all the shadows nodded to him in understanding, agreeing to go along with his plan and going back to their original positions, readying themselves for their upcoming performance. Then, our protagonist moved his around and placed it into its earliest formation, lifting his left hand while holding up his left index finger, thus signaling that they were about to begin their song. 1, 2 and 1, 2, 3, 4. Izuku counted as he moved his left hand a little bit, indicating the start of their performance. Once the counting had ended, all the shadows began to play on their instruments, creating a melody that almost every demon in the lobby enjoyed, with Alastor already knowing the name of the song his son chose just by the music the instruments released. After a little bit of playing on the instruments, they reached the part where the singing should have begun. So, with this information, Izuku moved his father's microphone to his mouth, opened his mouth, and began to sing, truly starting his performance. Turn in Jolly Old St. Nicholas, a has-been hotel Christmas carol, from down the foxhole if you want. I changed a little bit on the lyrics due to the fanfic. I hope this isn't an issue. Jolly Old St. Nicholas, lean your ear this way. Don't you tell a single soul what I'm gonna say. Izuku sang as the shadows went on with their play on their instruments, and Charlie, Angel, Serpentius, the Eggbois, and even Vaggie just looked at him in shock, stunned by how well he sang, same with Razzle and Dazzle, while our young Overlord's demonic relatives just listened to his song enjoyment, with Husk having his regular grumpy expression and mood, but enjoying his nephew's performance nonetheless. Christmas Eve is coming soon. Now, you dear old man, whisper what you'll bring to me. Tell me if you can. Jolly Old St. Nicholas. What you gonna bring to me? Is it a new All Might poster that I can hang on the wall of my room? Or it is another All Might figurine that I can add to my collection? He said in his singing as his father and aunt smiled at this, knowing how much of an All Might fan he was. When the clock is striking 12. When I'm fast asleep. Down the chimney broad and black. With your pack you'll creep. All the stockings you will find hanging in a row. Mine will be the shortest. You'll be sure to know, our young Cambion sang, then stopped in his singing for a little bit, with the shadows continuing to play on their instruments. I thought it's going to sound worse, but it's better than I thought. What a relief, he noted to himself, referring to that he expected his singing to be bad. Then he moved his body around and towards the direction of the shadows, going on with his speech once he was done with his moving. Can you boys play us up a little bit? He requested nicely, with the shadows starting to play the melody with more intensity. Yes, just like that. Let's make a big, grand finale, he noted as the shadowy helpers reached the level he needed. Yes, it's perfect. Just how I like it, he remarked with delight, with all of the shadows, including his own shadow, sharing the emotion he obtained at that moment. And now, let's get back to it, our dear hero announced, turning around, facing the group, and continuing to sing. Miss Vaggie wants a brand new spear. And my aunt wants new knitting needles. My dad wants to make a deal. Let's hope he doesn't kill, our young Overlord told in his singing, with Husk cracking a tiny smile at his remark and with Alastor rolling his eyes jokingly at his son's statement, knowing that he didn't mean it on a way that would have offended him. Charlie wants a swarm of guests. Angel wants a gown with lace. Serpentius wants to dominate hell. And my uncle just wants to rest. Now choose for me, dear Santa Claus, what you think is best. Jolly Old St. Nicholas. What you gonna bring to me? Jolly Old St. Nicholas. What you gonna bring? What you gonna bring to me? Izuku finished high above the clouds emotionally, closing his eyes and raising his left arm in the air in joyfulness, ending his song as the shadows also stopped playing on their music tools. Shortly after this, a silence followed his performance, causing Izuku to open his eyes and lower his left arm, becoming extremely nervous due to how quiet everyone was. However, this silence was short-lived, which was thanks to the Princess of Hell opening her mouth and beginning to talk, thus revealing her opinion on the song. "That was amazing, Izuku," Charlie declared with a big smile on her face as she clapped with both of her hands, praising her young Cambion's singing. "Excellent performance, my boy." The radio demon applauded as he clapped with hands as well, with every single demon, including Vaggie, who also thought that Izuku sang well, although just admitting it really barely sharing the same act as him. Truly magnificent. "It was beautiful, Izuku," Nifty praised as she clapped with her hands. "Nice one, kid," Husk remarked with a little smile, clapping with his hands. "You sing well, Toots," Angel said, doing the act that everyone was doing. "You acquire quite an exquisite singing voice, my pupil," Serpentius noted as he also clapped with his hands, acknowledging the singing skills of his only student, with his minions doing the same act. Seeing that everyone liked his performance, Izuku couldn't resist but smile at this, knowing and being grateful for the fact that they enjoyed his singing. As he continued to smile and as the others cheered him, all the shadows, except Shadow, disappeared from sight, including their instruments, which were made out of shadows as well. Once the members of the main cast finished their applause, the cannibal serial killer spoke, earning the attention of every single individual in the lobby. "Now then, I suppose after this flawless performance, we should take a rest and let us taste our delicious Christmas dinner, shall we?" Alastor suggested, then turned his body in the direction of the hallway where the dining room he and his son put the meals was and started to move towards it, with everyone, including the 2 pets of the hotel and the 2 personal bodyguards of Princess Charlotte, following him in the process. "A Christmas dinner?" the Princess of Hell questioned as she walked, and her eyes lightened up in a mixture of surprise and excitement, with the group being at the midway of their journey. "Yeah," Izuku replied, gaining his royal friend. "It's a tradition. During this time of the year, we make a traditional dinner for Christmas. I hope you'll like it," he stated as he and the rest of the group walked towards the dining room as well, being almost at their destination. Shortly after this sentence of his was over, they had finally reached the end of their journey, stopping in front of the double door of the dining room, with both of the doors having a circle-shaped window. After they arrived, the radio demon extended both of his arms and opened the doors of the room, allowing everyone to step inside. When Charlie saw the army of delicious meals placed on the table, her eyes became starry from the excitement instantly, with our dear hero observing her with a smile, being 100% sure that she liked the dishes just by looking at them. Once everyone was inside, each member of the group approached a chair and descended on it, with our protagonist being the last one performing this act thanks to him running back to them and grabbing the baking tray full of not-baked gingerbreads, putting them into the oven. Then, after everyone was at the table at least and was sitting on their chairs comfortably, they began the consumption of their dinner, chatting with each other and laughing while doing this, with Kiki and Fat Nuggets also attending the dinner by eating the food that Izuku prepared for them in their feeding bowls. During this dinner, Charlie properly introduced Razzle and Dazzle to our dear hero, with the 2 bodyguards becoming fond of him almost instantly just by witnessing how happy he made their princess with this Christmas party. After they finished their meal, they headed back to the lobby and went on with their talking there, enjoying the party, drinking a little bit from the anthropomorphic cat sinner's eggnog, and even trying on the Christmas sweaters the cockroach-like female demon knitted, with Charlie absolutely loving her own sweaters, even deciding to keep it on herself after everyone took them off, wearing it for the rest of the party, all the while the 2 pets of the hotel just rested and did nothing. As she chatted with our young Cambion, Izuku suddenly realized that he had forgotten to get the gingerbread out of the oven, causing him to end his conversation with Princess Charlotte. "Sorry, Charlie." Izuku apologized. "I need to go," he declared as he began to step backwards, with Shadow following him. "I'll be back in a second," he stated, and with his shadowy helper by his side, he turned around and ran in the direction of the kitchen, leaving his royal friend in the lobby with the others. As she observed her young Cambion leave the area, an idea popped up in Charlie's head, which was a perfect way to thank Izuku for all of this. So, with this, she moved her body around and started to approach Alastor, who was talking to his 2 servants' friends, much to Husk's delight, which he clearly enjoyed and didn't hate every second of it. No, not at all. Al? The Princess of Hell started, getting the attention of the trio. Ah, my dear Charlie, the radio demon greeted as Charlie got to him. Tell me, have you come here because something's bothering you? No, Al, not at all, Charlie said, then continued, but, can I ask you something? Of course. Alastor responded, delighted to help. Then he moved his head down a little and Charlie whispered her plan into his ear, making the cannibalistic serial killer's grin widen by hearing her idea. That's a great idea, my dear, the radio-loving Overlord stated, making Charlie's smile become bigger. We will do it immediately, he added, then told everybody about Princess Charlotte's plan, which everyone joined to, even Vaggie, although reluctantly. And thus, they started the preparation of the reward Charlie wanted to give to our young Overlord. Meanwhile, Izuku went on running down the hallway, hoping that the gingerbreads didn't get burned. Once reaching the entrance of the kitchen, he unlocked it wide and rushed inside as fast as he could, putting on oven gloves and opening the door of the oven. Fortunately for him, the gingerbreads didn't become burned. Instead, they were excellently baked, perfect to be served for everyone. When he saw that the gingerbreads were done, he grabbed the baking tray that the gingerbreads were on and pulled it out of the oven, closing the door of the oven once having this act of his performed. After that, with the gingerbreads in his hands, our young Overlord exited the kitchen and went through the hallway that could lead him back to his demonic relatives and friends, while Shadow closed the door of the kitchen behind his master's back and attempted to keep up with him. I'm back, Izuku announced as he entered the lobby and looked at the baking tray full of gingerbreads. Good news is, the gingerbreads didn't get burned, so we can eat them. I hope you'll like them, he remarked, moving his head up and setting his eyes upon the members of the main cast just enjoying the party. But instead, he saw something that made him widen his eyes in surprise. In the resting area of the lobby of the hotel, all three of the furniture and the small table were moved to the walls, thus offering a more open space and much easier accessibility to the Christmas tree. But that was not the most surprising thing he witnessed. The more surprising thing he saw was that there was a photo camera placed on a stand in the room, with everyone being positioned in front of it just a few meters away, showing their backs to the Christmas tree. Hearing his voice, every single member of the group turned their heads in his direction, with Charlie doing it with a sweet smile on her face. Seeing this, both Izuku and Shadow got pretty confused, causing the former to open his mouth and begin to talk. Guys? Our young Overlord started with confusion in his voice. What are you doing? Well, it's just that, you have done a lot for the hotel, and I never had a chance to thank you for this, the Princess of Hell stated as she walked towards her young Cambion friend. So when you mentioned that during this holiday, humans give present to each other, I thought it's the perfect opportunity for me to thank you for everything you did by making a group photo with everyone, she explained, revealing the reason why everyone was in front of the camera, causing our protagonist to shut his eyes even wider after he heard this. So, in case you can't see us or you miss us, you would have something that reminds you that no matter what happens, we're always here and you'll always have our support, she finished as all members of the group nodded with the exception of Vaggie, ending her explanation and hoping that her friend liked her idea. Izuku couldn't believe what he had just heard. Charlie, his only royal friend, wished to take a group photo with everyone, just to thank him for the amount of help and assistance he provided for the hotel. Due to this, our protagonist couldn't resist forming small tears of joy and gratitude in the corners of his eyes, causing him to become emotional. See Charlie. Izuku started as his tears began to grow larger. Oh, come on my dear boy, there's no reason for you to cry, Alastor declared. Besides, all of us agreed to do this for you, he announced, then continued. Now, come over here and let us create this photograph, he requested, finishing his speech. Okay, Izuku said, then wiped his tears away with his right hand while he held the baking tray with his left hand, put the baking tray down on the small table that, at that moment, was positioned at the right wall of the lobby, took off his oven gloves, and with his shadowy companion, and with his royal friend, he approached the main cast, joining to them and positioning himself at the perfect spot. To be exact, at the moment they were about to perform the picture with the photo camera, which was wielded by one of the radio demon shadows, Izuku placed himself between Alastor and Princess Charlotte, with the former being at his right side, and the latter standing at his left side, All the while shadow floated between his master and his friend. On the other side of the cannibalistic serial killer, our dear hero's uncle and aunt were positioned, with the former having his casual grumpy expression and the latter acquiring a sweet smile on her face. Meanwhile, on the left side of the Princess of Hell, her girlfriend was standing, having a small smile which she morphed only for her girlfriend's sake. Next to Vaggie, the notable kingpin was foundable, obtaining a smiling expression while a few of his minions stood at his left side. Finally, in front of the group, the gay porn star was lying on his back on the floor, resting his head on his left upper hand and smirking, posing for the camera as his pet pig was laying on his stomach and he petted his head with his right upper hand, while Kiki, the other pet of the hotel, sat next to Angel's head. As everyone settled to their position, and as the shadow was about to make the picture, the radio-loving Overlord opened his mouth, speaking up. "Say, Merry Christmas, my dears," Alastor declared as he and everyone looked into the photo camera. "Merry Christmas," everyone said in unison, smiling at the camera, with the only exception being Husk, of course. Then, with a quick move, the shadow snapped with the photo, thus taking the picture that would serve as an object that captured the magic of this surprise Christmas party and would remind Izuku of this precious moment in his life. After the picture was taken, everybody went on with their previous activities, chatting and talking with each other, and even trying out the hot chocolate that Nifty made during the party. And during all this time, one single thought was inside Izuku's mind. All of this, the Christmas party, and everything they did that day, had definitely been worth it.